Good morning, SMP Nation. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Quilt Fest. I tell you, this is going by so fast. Can you believe it's already day 4? Oh my gosh. But guys, we have got a great show lined up for you again today. We have 2 educational sessions, and we have Carly Porter coming in, and she's doing 2 today. So she's gonna be doing a 30-minute session, part 1 of hers. And then she's coming back for part 2. And if you don't know Carly Porter, she's a pretty well-known quilter, long-arm quilter. So we're super excited to have her on the show today. So you'll stay tuned for that. Plus, we're going to have tons of demos all day long with some good pricing on machines. And naturally, we're going to have some giveaways. And thanks, Heather. Says, please hit the like button.
Hit that like button.
We need it. Hit that like button, everybody. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, please go subscribe to it. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our Facebook page. Because believe it or not, that helps us continue to give things away. So the more people come and like it and all those things, the more things we give away. So what's Charlene saying?
I think Carly's right. I think she's a Carly fan.
Oh, so she okay. So she knows Carly. Oh, well, good. Carly, I agree with you. I think we're in for a treat today. Super excited to have her part of Quilt Fest. And Bernadette saying, what is she saying?
Good morning from sunny Lewiston, Michigan.
Lewiston, Michigan.
It ain't sunny here today.
It is not. We are having rain, believe it or not, for the last 2 days, which is a good thing for California. We need it, trust me. But hey, speaking of shout outs out there, and who's that, Joyce? Well, hey, Joyce from Alabama. We also got Paula Becker watching today. She is in Southern Indiana. We have Lisa Garantana. I always forget how to say that. I think it's Garantana. Lisa, correct me on that if I'm getting close. Garantana. She's in Mississippi. We have a Susan Vikingstad.
Yeah.
Is that it? From New York? Vikingstad from New York. That is a strong name. Pan Hammond from Indiana. Is that Pan? Pan? You're not. Y'all. Hopefully, y'all getting the reference. Step Brothers. Is that Pan with 2 N's? No. My wife Michelle's watching. She'll get it immediately. Shirley Chaplin in Georgia. We have Billy Lou Anderson in Idaho. Tammy Schumer in Colorado. We have Luma Davis in Iowa. So, man, we got people from all over the nation watching. So thank y'all for watching. Good morning. And I want to go ahead and get my co-host coming in. You know, this gal is a 3-time Emmy award-winning TV host. She's a radio personality. She is a crafter. She's a sewer. She is a fitness person. I forgot about that. She does fitness stuff and nutrition. She does all kinds of things. It's called Healthy Living.
Oh, that's true.
Remember? And she's a brother ambassador. And she's a co-host for SMP. So y'all welcome. Oh, and she's a Takeover Tuesday. She's a Takeover Tuesday SMP person. So y'all welcome Jane Klaus.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Blaine. Hey, crew. Hey, SMP Nation. It's so good to see you here on day 4. Do you think that's too much? Should I just take some things off the list, maybe?
No. It wasn't. You know what? I'm not even reading anything. I'm just remembering.
Know. Yeah. You know what? I hosted a show in Chicago called Living Healthy Chicago for 12 years. And so I can walk down the street and somebody will be like, hey, Jane, guess what? I walked 5 miles yesterday. Or Jane, I went to the gym this morning. Or they'll ask me how to do a deadlift. And I love it so much. So I'm like the healthy girl in Chicago.
Well, hey, we need more health. I can tell you that. So
it's always good. Remember, get your workout in. I was on the bike this morning bright and early.
All right. Well, hey, you know, day 4 is here. We have you until 2 o'clock today, right?
That's right. You have me till 2, and then I'm going to fly away for a little something else.
Yep. So I know Jane's got some previous commitments, but we at least got her till 2 o'clock today. And hey, you know, day 4, we were already talking about it Monday. It's like how fast this thing's going by.
Crazy.
And it is flying by. And I tell you what, the product demonstrations have been fantastic this time. Education's great. We got another great 2-part education session today. Looking forward to that. Carly Porter is going to be on, and she's very well-known quilter out there, and I think everybody's going to love what she's going to bring.
I love it. It's like graffiti quilting. I'm super excited. Yes. I get part 1, you get part 2. I do have to say really quick, Lisa, she asked how it's going with that leopard print. I got to be honest, Lisa, I had it on my body to wear And then I said, Blaine, what color you wear? And he said blue. So I changed my outfit really fast. But now I think I look like a floating head because my background is blue.
No, it's a different color. It contrasts.
Okay, good.
So you're all good. You're
anyway,
good.
Back to Carly and her graffiti.
Yeah, and today too we've got another giveaway day, and we've already picked 2 or 3. I'm sorry, we've already picked 3 finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. Jane, that's worth $25,000. And on Friday we're going to draw them live out. And can we put our winners up there?
Yeah, and can we see the big screen of all the amazing prizes you win in that studio?
Yeah, so let's put let's show everybody what the Dream Studio is.
And we'll look at the winners as well. They're so happy. Oh,
so they're at the Dream Studio, and so I'm trying to remember they're trying to find them.
Oh, the names
Bonnie
of the winners.
Spicer was on day 1, Monday. Hope Bird was Tuesday's winner, and Jana Elliott was Wednesdays. So
yeah, 2 more.
I can't believe I remembered some of those.
I can't believe it either. I was trying to, but I'm looking at all of those machines in that Dream Studio.
Oh my gosh.
I know I'm dreaming. Everyone's dreaming about that Dream Studio. So you have to chat today to be entered to win. Chat, talk, like, all of the things.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at that. If that doesn't complete your studio, Jane, I don't know what would. I mean,
complete. It takes it complete and then over the top. It's like you're going to have to take a big vacation just to learn how to use everything and set it all up and add an extra room.
Yeah, it's you're getting not only a great sewing machine, a great embroidery machine, you're getting a long arm quilting machine, you're getting the cabinets, you're getting robotics, you're getting an ironing system. You're also getting a classroom sewing machine. So you're getting all these different things. You're getting that straight stitch Juki to do piecing. So this is going to complete your studio, I promise.
And James and I are wrong. 2 of our winners, we had to coordinate delivery because they had to do remodels.
That is true. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot who that was. She was in Kentucky. Yeah, we had a few years ago, a lady who wanted the Dream Studio, Jane, was in Kentucky.
No way.
She called us, said, can y'all hold the order for a while? Because they were having to do some modifications to her sewing room to make room.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Next year, you add in the wrecking crew or whatever, the contractor, get a local contractor.
And then I remember
you could probably, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we called the one lady that won that time, and then she didn't believe us.
You could, I'm sure she didn't believe you. I wish that we could get a camera in front of their faces and just see what their face if they win. That's number 1. Number 2, you could probably get a construction or a contractor sponsor, or even like a shed, like a she shed sponsor, like a shed sponsor next year. To make
I want to know, Jane, how many people have been here from Monday? Put a number 1 in the chat right now if you've been here since Monday. And then if this is your first day seeing the show, put a number 3 in.
Oh, wow.
See how many 1s and 3s we get. And for all you number 3s, just to let you know kind of how this is working, basically every day we're going to pick a winner, or I should say a finalist, for the Dream Studio giveaway. We'll do that today at the end of the day. We'll do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow, as soon as we pick our 5th finalist, we're going to put all 5 names in a hat. We're going to pull one out live on TV, and you'll be able to see the winner of the Dream Studio giveaway live in person.
I'm going to be watching on my phone, Blaine, for sure. I have to. I just have to see.
It's going to be pretty awesome. And then we're going to do some other giveaways today and tomorrow. And then we got to talk a little bit about our contest, Jane, because right now we have one quilt that is getting a lot of votes. It's in first place for the People's Choice. The voting is still open all the way until end of business today. And then we'll tabulate all the votes tomorrow morning and see who the People's Choice winner is. And then the judges will be choosing their top 3, and the top 3 judges' choice will get those big fair ribbons to put on.
Oh, I love a big fair
First
ribbon.
place is getting the golden scissors trophy, and they get a prize package. And then the People's Choice Award winner will get that fair, they call it the county fair ribbon, and then they'll get the golden scissors trophy for that, and they'll get a prize package. So it's going to be a great day tomorrow, giveaways and all the prizes we're doing. And then naturally at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll draw that big grand prize winner out for the Dream Studio, and we'll call it a wrap.
Got a wrap. Blaine, do you know how many entries you've received for Quilt Fest? I've been going through them and looking at them all. I just can't count that high.
I think there was 113 quilts.
Yeah, quilts about 120.
Kyle's saying 120 quilts got entered. And then votes, it's like tens of thousands. I mean, it really is.
I'm sure, which is amazing.
I think if I remember correctly, like last year's winner in the People's Choice had over 10,000 votes themselves. So it's tens of thousands of votes come in. So it's pretty awesome how many people go and actually view all the quilts. So that's what makes it fun, is all the participation from the SMP Nation out there.
That is the participation, and to look and vote. I think that's amazing. Of course, we need to up our voting percentages always. But I look at the 112 quilts, and this is why I asked, because you think of the time and the talent that went into one quilt, and then you multiply that by 112. And that is something. That is something amazing, and the work that is done. And so the huge congratulations to everybody that submitted their quilt. And I love first-time quilters, and I love the expert quilters, and they're all so beautiful in their own way.
Well, you're exactly right. And, the thing is, it's, like the very first year we did Quilt Fest, I mean, I don't remember how many quilts got entered, but it was a bunch of quilts that got entered. And, it was so like, I remember looking through them and I was like, I don't know how the judges even choose, because there were so many good ones. And we had categories the very first year, and it was just so hard to do. So we just said, from that point on, we're just going to have one category. Just
I think so.
Submit a quilt and follow the rules. You have to have done it. It has to be within a year of making it, and it can't be, hadn't been in another contest. And I was just blown away by how many quilts got entered. But, this year, I don't know if you've looked through them all, but it is just, again, there's so many good quilts. I don't know how judges choose. I really don't.
I don't either. It's like scoring, a contest, like an ice skating. It's like subjective to what you like, but these judges know exactly what to look for. They know what to look for in an award-winning quilt. So that is something that I don't know, but I appreciate all of the time that goes into these quilts. They're just beautiful. Yeah.
There was we were looking at one this morning that it blows you away to look at it. And we'll have, and we'll show the quilts, the winning quilts on Friday. We'll show those as well. So, and wrap this thing up the right way. But, speaking of wrapping up, we're not wrapped up yet. I think it's ready to kick this thing off, Jane. So I'm gonna let you take it away, and let's get this thing kicked off the right way.
Okay, Blaine, thanks everybody. I am super excited that you are here to join us for day 4 of Quilt Fest. And our first presenter of the day, the first and the best, she is back again. Jennifer Gigas is from our friends at RNK. Now, she has been sewing for forever, 25 years. She started when she was just 5 months old. She is primarily self-taught sewing and embroidering enthusiast, and she really does truly love to do all types of sewing. So a huge good morning, SMP. Warm welcome to our friend Jennifer Gigas. Hey, Jennifer.
Hey, good morning. How are you today, Jane?
I'm so good. Have you changed your mind on the type of sewing that you like the best?
Oh, you know what? I would say the only thing I really don't like doing is I don't like to mend. I hate mending. And I have to say the other thing that I really don't enjoy doing is embroidering on hats.
Okay. Listen, if somebody asks me to mend, I say put it on the pile. And now my husband knows, like if he has a button or a pants, it goes on a pile, and it may never get touched. The pile is like growing.
Yes, I've moved several times, and I just kind of chuckle each time. There's a box in my sewing studio, and I open it up. I'm like, yep, they're still there.
Put it on the pile. Put it on the pile. We're not putting any of this on the pile. I'm excited to see what you have for us today. Yesterday, you had the Quilter Select.
Yeah.
Today.
So today we're looking at Quilter Select, but we're looking at it in a slightly different way. So for those of you that did not have the opportunity to join us yesterday, we're going to bounce back to yesterday's product grouping, so to speak, and chat about it again tomorrow morning. But I feel like there's probably a place to see a recording too, if you just can't wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you can always go back and watch the show on YouTube. So I'm going to let you take it away and jump out of here so you can just get your full time. I'll see you in about 28 minutes.
Let me set my timer here so I don't keep going. I will keep going all day long. So yesterday we talked a little bit about the accessories and the things that belong beside your sewing machine, ideally as you are stitching through efficiently and effectively. And, you know, Jane and Blaine both talked about the quilt show that's happening in conjunction with this program this week and all of the beautiful quilts and some first-time quilters that are out there. And when I'm out and about, I will often talk to people who are either just getting started on their quilting journey or they've been quilting for a while and they're looking at tools to invest in. And, you know, let's face it, there's a lot of products that are out there. And so what I want to share with you today are what I call sort of the must-haves. And this is whether you are a brand new quilter or stitcher, or whether you've been quilting for a while and you're looking for maybe an upgrade in your tools, or you have seen the Quilter Select products when you have been out at shows or in your local quilt shop, and you're just wondering where to begin because you've been quilting for a while, you have a lot of tools, and the whole idea of switching everything over all at once might be a little bit of a kind of a moment. So what we're going to talk about are what I call the gotta haves. If you are a new quilter or experienced, either way, if you are a quilter out there watching, or you are wanting to become a quilter or up your quilting game, on our Quilter Select Facebook group, which is very aptly named the official Quilter Select Facebook group, we have ongoing sew-alongs. So when I say ongoing, it's not the same one ongoing forever, but we have multiple sew-alongs that take place with, you know, it's multiple goals. Of course, we want to keep people engaged. We want to keep people quilting and stitching. And I love to see what everybody else is creating. And it's a lot of fun for me to see the same quilt block and see all the different variations based on people's fabric choices, selections, even where they place their lights and darks within the same quilt block. But also within the quilt, so the stitch-alongs that we host, I also hope to be able to impart some tips and hints and wisdom in my 900 years of sewing and of quilting to make your stitching life a little easier. So we're going to start by having a look at what I would call the hallmark items within the Quilter Select line. And I think that first and foremost, when we get started, what we're looking at is our mats, our rulers, and our rotary cutters. What is the purpose of the ruler? Purpose of the ruler is for you to cut your fabric efficiently and correctly, because each step in that quilting process, the more accurate you are with your cutting, the more accurate you are with your stitching, the more accurate and precise you are with the types of thread that you're using, the more enjoyable the whole process is, and the more likely that your quilt units and your blocks will end up the size that you need so that everything goes together beautifully at the end. And so rather than feeling like it's been this struggle to get from start to finish, you feel really good and really accomplished at the end. So the Quilter Select rulers, if you have not had an opportunity to see, or more importantly, touch these rulers, the back side of the ruler is coated with I'm going to call it just magic grip for the moment, but it's a non-slip surface, and it covers the entirety of the back. It's not in little areas where either it can shift in some places or it's more stable in some areas that are in others. Or unlike adhering something to the back of your ruler, you know, it's not going to be tippy. This is very stable because it's flat, and that non-slip is across the entire back side of the fabric or of the ruler. When I place it on my fabric, it's not going anywhere. So the multiple advantages to that: A, it's not going anywhere when I get ready to cut. B, I don't have to push down on that ruler to keep it from going anywhere. So it's going to be much kinder to my wrist and to my hands as I am cutting. Particularly, I've noticed that I spend a lot more time cutting and prepping than I do actually sitting down to sew. So I want to make sure that I'm being kind to my body during those lengthy times, especially as we get, a little bit more vintage in ourselves. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our bodies appropriately. So one tip that I do want to share with you as we're talking about these gotta habits are the sizes, but also how to cut effectively. I oftentimes will see people place their ruler and they'll cut from this side, right? They're cutting what I would call on the wrong side of the fabric. What I need is this chunk right here. I always want to cut, keeping the fabric that I'm cutting for my project under the ruler, because it's now held in place and held nice and snug. So yes, we do want to straighten up the edge of our fabric, which I'll do right here. And now if you are using a Quilter Select ruler, because it is so nice and grippy, you can just turn this right around. But this is the strip of fabric that I want. So it needs to stay underneath the ruler. If I were cutting over here somewhere, let's say, because I need a piece that is 12 inches wide, I really don't want to start counting across my mat and cutting. I want the piece that I need for the project underneath the ruler. That is always the most accurate cut that you will get. Okay, is by preserving the piece that you need underneath the ruler itself. My favorite sizes of rulers, and when I say favorite, it's more about if I were on a desert island and I could only have 3 rulers, which 3 rulers would I take with me? They would be the rulers that I can use for every single cut that I make. So this is an 8.5 by 24, or I'm sorry, it's an 8.5 by 12 inch ruler. I love this because if I'm cutting my fabric and I have it double fold, or actually, normally your fabric comes off in a double fold and then we're going to fold it one more time. So if I don't have a very large surface, if I'm going to a class, if honestly it's just hard for me to get all the way across a double fold fabric, this 8.5 by 12 inch ruler is the perfect size for that width of fabric. It's meant to be used from any direction. So I could be working on this side of my table or around on the other side. Because it's meant to be used from either direction, meaning our numbers go in both directions, these also are perfect for both right and left-handed quilters. The angles that you most frequently will use, your 45, your 60, your 30 degree, are also indicated or marked on the ruler, so it's very easy to see. The rulers have what I call sight lines, and this might be a little easier with a white paper. There we go, behind it. So each of the lines for those quarter, those half, those 1/8 inch markings, they are slightly different sizes, so it makes it easier to tell where you are. The ones that you use most frequently, like your halves and your quarters, they're not solid lines. So when I lay the ruler down over my fabric, the fabric itself is completing that line between those little dots or those little sight lines. So again, it keeps this much more accurate. So on my desert island, I need my 8.5 by 12 inch ruler because I can then cut my 4 fold yardage without having to reach all the way across. I can use this essentially for any cut that is smaller as well. And it's easy to move the ruler around. The other ruler that I would have on my desert island is going to be my bigger guy. It is my 6.5 by 24. And there are times when we do need to cut longer strips, we need to cut longer lengths, and it is more convenient to have the larger ruler. For those times when we don't need quite so much length, right, then we go back to our 8.5 by 12, just because it's more convenient and more practical to move it around. As a side note, my 8.5 by 12 is also perfect for squaring up any of my blocks that are 8.5 inches or smaller. Okay, all in one step, because then I'm just going to use that 8.5 inch square portion of the ruler. My third desert island ruler would be my 6.5 by 6.5. Yes, I could certainly make any of my 6.5 inch cuts using my 8.5 by 12, but we're talking now about convenience. So if I have very small things that I'm going back through to cross-cut segments of my fabric, like I might be doing, right, with just a simple little, what I call a double 9-patch or double 4-patch type of a block, I can square up my smaller pieces with smaller ruler, and I can also go back and do some of my cross-cutting more conveniently by picking up the little ruler. Just like its larger companions, the 6.5 by 6.5 does feature those sight lines, the non-slip coating, the angles going in both directions. So this is one that I pick up oftentimes when I am trimming down things like flying geese units, or I am squaring up anything that is smaller than that 6.5 by 6.5. So where would you get more information about some of these rulers and how to use them, and just practical tips on cutting in general? On the Quilter Select Facebook group page, this is one of the blocks for the current stitch along, and we are working in multiple colorways. So this time it's all about color. We're doing what I would call a slow stitch version and then a coloration version. So each week, on week 1, we launch a block. On week 2, you have the opportunity to stitch the block a second time in a different colorway. Or if you prefer to slow stitch, then you have 2 weeks to stitch out that block. So it's perfect for those newer quilters or those that don't have quite as much time to stitch and to get things accomplished. So those are my 3 desert island rulers. Perfect for the beginner, perfect for the more experienced who's looking to make a change in the tools that they currently have. The other item is going to be your rotary cutter. You've got to have a rotary cutter for cutting through those fabrics, for keeping things even, consistent, etc. The first thing that you'll notice about a Quilter Select rotary cutter, and in our must-have for the Desert Island bundle, we're featuring the 45mm cutter. If you don't have a cutter at all, this is where you want to start. There is a 60 and there is a 28mm rotary cutter as well available from the Quilter Select family, and they are very similar in terms of their features. There's a little button on the side of the rotary cutter. And so depending on whether you're right-handed or left-handed, when you pick that ruler up, you press that button and you begin to cut. Now you can let go. Your blade has been dropped and you are ready to cut. And you want that butted right up against the edge of your ruler to create your cuts. Then when I rotate my rotary cutter and tap the guard, the rotary cutter is closed so that blade is no longer exposed. If I'm trimming down a quilt, and so I have all of that bulk, I have my top, my bottom, my batting, I may want to open up that blade a little bit further. There's a lever on the back, and when we push on our button and we use that lever, we can really open up and expose a large amount of the blade. So this is going to be more efficient for cutting through some of those heavier things. Home deck, trimming quilts, denim can be a little heavier, or even if you have 4 to 6 layers of fabric, you might find that you want to open that up just a little bit more. But one of my absolute favorite things about this cutter is that there's a little guide on the back. When that retracts, your blade comes off and it's attached to the pin, right? It's a magnetic pin in the center so that rotary blade doesn't go flopping off across the room somewhere. To put it back together, you're just going to slide that back in the little hole and push those little arms up. Tip, if you ever have any resistance when you are sliding that little lever back up on the back side of the rotary cutter, it is likely that you have more than one blade attached. I know that sounds unreasonable, but if you think about when you open up a new package of rotary blades, oftentimes you're going to find there's little oil, they're slick. And so it's very easy to pick up 2 versus picking up 1. So that is your tip of the day for those of you working with Quilter Select rotary cutters. And I failed to mention, because I know you can't tell, and I can't hand this to you by virtue of this particular presentation, but there's a little weight to this cutter. And the reason for the weight is, we talked about it with the rulers where we don't want to push, we want to be kind to our bodies. The weight keeps your arm here I've seen a lot of people with really lightweight rotary cutters and their arm is up here and they're trying to push through that fabric. You shouldn't need to really push or saw through your fabric. You should be able to just guide that rotary cutter through. And so the weight helps to keep your hand in the right position, your arm down in the right position, but it also helps to cut through that fabric because it's applying a little bit of weight on its own. So Desert Island Must Have is my rotary cutter. And of course, I'm not going to want to cut through the beautiful picnic table that I have on my Desert Island. So I do want to make sure that I have a Quilter Select cutting mat. And so this is my 18 by 24. This is a great size for those that don't have a large sewing space, number one. It's also a good size to take with you to a workshop if you can have a little bit of space. You can cut your double fold yardage right off the bolt. And just as another tip, we often think that we have to use the mat this way. You can turn your mat this way. Depending on the size of the area that you're working with, you can always roll your fabric this direction, right? So kind of think about that when you're laying down that mat. Which justification of the mat is going to give you the maximum space to be able to work with? Our Quilter Select mats are double-sided. So they have it's a true mat and mat. So it's going to last twice as long for you because it is a double-sided, but it's also light on one side and dark on the other side for either A, personal preference, or depending on the fabrics that you happen to be working with. And then finally on my Desert Island, the other item that I would absolutely have to have is spare blades, because you do want to change them. They don't last forever, and there is nothing worse than having to saw through your blade. You know, a question that we get is, when should I change my rotary cutter blade? When should I change the needle on my machine? And it is probably more frequently than you think. With the needles on your machine, I will put a new needle in each time I start a project, unless it's like a king size quilt. And then if I'm sewing all day long, I will change the needle the next day. But as you bond with your machine, you'll start to hear a little bit of a sound change. It is definitely time at that point to change your needle. And should your stitch quality decline, first thing you want to do is change that needle and rethread your machine. Now, what about my rotary cutter blades? I want to change my rotary cutter blade either A, if I run over a pin, so keep them out of your sewing space. If you start to feel like you're really having to push down on that rotary cutter, it's probably time to change the blade. If you're seeing that you have random stray threads, something may be nicked. Now, way back at the beginning, I had mentioned that I'm really noticing that I spend so much more time cutting than I do sitting at the machine to stitch. And so, we may think to ourselves, well, I only, cut out fabric for X, Y, or Z for this one project. If that one project is a king size quilt, that was an awful lot of cutting that went into that project versus how much time you feel like you sat down to sew. So, don't skip on your blades. Let's get those blades changed often so that we are able to cut more efficiently. And also with a dull blade, something that you may is more likely to happen is accidental cuts. And when I say accidental cuts, I mean to ourselves, because we are having to push or poke through that fabric and we're not cutting smoothly and efficiently. Now, all of the Desert Island items, it would be helpful if they came in a tote, which I forgot to bring back here with me. So imagine, if you will, a tote bag, reusable, zip top, so you can take it with you on your Desert Island trip, to your workshops, to your local quilt guild, stitch-in sessions, and it will include your 18 by 24 inch mat, my favorite 8.5 by 12 inch ruler, 6.5 by 24 inch ruler, 45 millimeter rotary cutter, spare blades, the 6.5 by 6.5 inch ruler as well. And I know that there is an amazing Quilt Week presentation special for that. And since we have just a few more minutes, first of all, I think there's a way for you to show some kind of polling, raise your hand, smile. If you are a new quilter, how many of you are new quilters out there? thumbs up, do something, some kind of activity so that Jane can see what's happening in the background. And then those of you who are planning on some desert island stitching, anyone out there? Okay, and those who want a sneak preview at a couple of the blocks that you could come stitch along with me on your desert island or during your, oh, I'm seeing them pop up, or during your quilt along with us. So yesterday I gave a little sneak preview of block number 7. We are not quite that far in our sampler stitch along, and some ways that you could use these tools and one other tool that I'm going to share with you as you are stitching through your blocks. So I like to play with color, and I like to experiment with my quilt blocks. And one of the challenges that I personally have is I'll start a quilt project, and as I get started, I'll be like, oh, I really like this, but what if I changed this? Or what if I changed this? Or what if I changed that? And so I don't have as much sewing time as I really would love to have. So I do use Quilter Select Design and Quilt Design software. And I think the easiest way to describe this is sort of your computer-based graph paper. So it gives me the tools that I need to lay out quilt blocks, to change the color of the quilt blocks, to change the size of the quilt block, because no one likes to do that math. If we have a quilt block that's designed to be a 12-inch block, how do we make it a 6-inch block? Ugh, I don't know. So Design and Quilt software is going to help us with that. It also helps us with color. So when I look at a quilt block, let's say that I've created, and it looks like so, you may not love this color variation, or the grandchildren may come wandering through and want a quilt made and they don't like this color variation, or it may be a spring or a fall, whatever the case may be. I want to make some changes to my color. So one of the things that Design and Quilt software will do for you very quickly and very easily is either A, we could take the long way and we could print ourselves out a black and white image of the quilt block, and we could go through and we could color it, but we don't have time to do all of that for every single block. So we could also, I'm out of block, there it is. We can recolor the blocks quickly using the Design and Quilt software screen, and it takes no time at all to make the changes from coloration A to coloration B. And I think I didn't hold them up side by side yesterday, but holding them up, you can even see a little bit more, it's more striking how this one sort of has a roundedy feel to it, where this guy has a very definite angle that looks like it's coming down through the center of the block. The block is exactly the same. And these are the kinds of things that to me are just fascinating as I start to put a block together and think, well, what if we turn it this way? Or what if we turn it that way? The other thing that you can do in Design and Quilt software is when oftentimes I will print out the black and white rendition, if for no other reason than to look at it without the distraction of color. And one of the things in this block in particular that jumped out at me right at first are the number of flying geese. Now, for whatever reason, flying geese are just one of my favorite units to stitch through. In my Design and Quilt software, I could turn those flying goose units into 2 half square triangle units, which will give us the same visual effect, but particularly for newer quilters, it's an easier construction method than trying to put together flying geese. So that's another option that you have in your Design and Quilt software. The software will tell us exactly how much fabric we need, and it will tell us what size. And when I say exact, I don't mean like exact to the 10th degree of a tiny little bit of yardage. It does give you a nice allowance for the amount of fabric that you need. So it tells us how much fabric we need for our project. And it also will give us rotary cutting instructions, or you can print out full-size templates. But as I got started with each of the blocks within this quilt, not only do I get sort of carried away with, well, what if we did it in this colorway, but how would it look if we did it, in this colorway? Don't tell the other members of the official Quilter Select Facebook group that you've seen these, because they haven't seen block 7 yet. But I also then start to wonder, especially with this coloration where we have that very strong diagonal line that's happening, well, what would happen if I started putting these blocks together? And so I laid them out. I could make 6 or 7 of them and lay them out to see, or I can just pop them into a layout in my design and quilt software. And so here, this is just a very traditional, it's 4 blocks up, 4 blocks down, a little sashing on the in-between. I used a cornerstone sashing for this particular variation and changed the color of that cornerstone so that not only do we have that diagonal, strong diagonal that's happening, but we also have that additional patterning that's happening here in those cornerstones. So I thought that was kind of fun. But then I wondered, well, how would it look? You know, what would that secondary pattern look like if we took the sashing out? So same quilt, no sashing. And we can see, you know, right away that there's a definite difference in the way that that quilt looks. And I didn't have to sew a single block to preview this. One of the things I did like about this variation is it gave me some nice open spaces in here to practice some of my fancy free motion quilting skills. So I liked that a lot. But I feel like, you know, the one with the sashing, I liked just a little better. And I didn't have to sew a single thing. In about 2 minutes, I could rearrange my quilt blocks and have a look at what would be my favorite and what do I really want to sew. You know, and in the olden days, before quilt design software, most likely we would have been 3 or 4 blocks into a project and then thought, look, up on the design wall, we have a secondary pattern that's happening. And so then this is just a look at taking that same one, removing the sashing, and then let's drop our blocks on point. It has, of course, been recolored as well. This one seemed to be a little bit dark. So I played with substituting another colorway in there to see if I liked that a little better. I like it. That pink's a little bit maybe too much of a contrast. I tend to like things that are a little blendy. There is no right or wrong to your fabric choices. You just have to love them. And then here is the same quilt block laid on point or turned on point with some changes made to the colors again, just to kind of see where we were going. And then finally, sort of one more where we have a lot of contrast that's happening and looks very, very different. Oh, there's one more. Very, very different from where we started.
Hey, well, hello there, friends. I think that Jennifer has froze. I thought maybe for a minute it was me, but hopefully she will figure that out. But it's the end of her session. I do want to say, if she's listening, about 30 of you I counted said we're new sewers, new quilters, excuse me. And then also I got to some of your questions, but she's not here. Always learning. Been quilting for 46 years. Kudos to you. 12 years quilting and still learning and getting back into it now after she is an empty nester and also a wannabe quilter. Well, very good. I was monitoring all of your chat, but let's tell you how to get your hands on this Gotta Have It bundle from our friends at RNK. An amazing bundle. She talked about the mats, the rulers, the rotary cutters, the tote bag. You see your Quilt Fest pricing right there for the Gotta Have It bundle. If you were going to a desert island, or let's just say you're going to your sewing room, this is the bundle you need from Quilter Select and RNK. Quilt Fest pricing is $149.99. Order now, 800-401-8151. Huge thank you to Jennifer Gigas for an amazing presentation. And the Gremlins, they timed it right. They knew exactly when it was time to go. Okay, let's keep things moving along. And our next presenter this morning from our friends at our brother friend, Cindy Hogan. Well, you know what I mean. Cindy Hogan is an internationally recognized Brother software expert. She's an expert on the Brother scan and cut, and she is also an expert on machine embroidery. She is a Brother national educator. She's a teacher. She's a designer. You know her. You love her. Put your hands together. Huge, big, warm SMP welcome for Cindy Hogan.
Hey, Jane. How are you today?
I'm so good, Cindy. How are you? It's good to see you.
I'm doing all right. Trying to get over the flu, but other than that, we're good.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'll be standing by in case you need to pause and cough or something, but hopefully you're on the mend. You're talking about the Entrepreneur One PR1X, the single needle embroidery machine. I love this machine.
This machine is a really cool little machine. I call it the little Grand Prix because PR1X looks like free, right?
It sure does. It does look like a Grand Prix. Okay, cool. I love that it's a single needle, but it's also that free arm. So there's so many things that you can do with it. I'm going to let you take it away. And I'll see you in like 27 minutes.
All right, sounds good. So yes, we have the PR1X here today, and it is a single needle machine, which means you have one needle, but you do have 4 staging spots for your thread. It stitches 1,000 stitches a minute. It has 495 total embroidery patterns built into it. There are 33 built-in fonts. You have font editing capabilities with it. You have onboard editing for your embroidery designs as well. You can change colors. You can combine. It comes with your 4x4 hoop and with a nice expansive, let's see here, 8x12 inch hoop. So this is the largest frame that it supports. Very nice size frame. We love this one. But the cool thing about this machine is also that all of the specialty hoops, like our magnetic frames, can be used with this machine. So that is a really nice thing. It also comes with the A arm holder and the B arm holder. So just depends on what you're doing. On this side over here, it has a bobbin winder. So if you're into freestanding lace, you can certainly wind your bobbins to match your top color. It has an auto resume function on it. So if the power goes off in your house for some reason, it will start right back up where you left off. It'll ask you if you want to. And it weighs about 68 pounds. All right, so let's dive in a little closer here. Let me switch your view and get you a little closer in, and we'll dive in to look at a few little features on the machine. So let me make sure that it does not autofocus on you. Okay, so I'm going to go home and let's explore it first to see what we've got in here. You have a new category of patterns here. Each of these are built in. I mean, they range in size. It depends on what you want. You've got everything from small designs to large designs. So there is, one of my favorites is this owl. And it almost fills the entire 8x12 inch frame. That is one of my favorite ones built into the machine. You also have little stylish, I think these are adorable. These would make cute, cute pillows for a little girl's room. You have your utility designs. These are what we call one-point patterns, but I consider them more utility designs, things that you can combine together to make different patterns. So we're just right about at St. Patrick's Day. So why don't we do something with our 4-leaf clover here? One of the things that I said is that you have the ability to edit. So on-screen editing, you can resize. This does not do stitch recalculation, just so you realize that. You can shrink it down. You can expand it a certain percentage, about 20%. And if you want to reset it back to the beginning, you just touch the reset key. You have the ability to rotate 90 degrees, 10 degrees, and 1 degree, both left and right. So you can sit and futz with it and play with it all you want. You also have the ability to change color on the screen if you would like to. I'm perfectly happy with green, but why don't we make it a little bit of a lighter green so that you guys can see it a little bit better maybe. And then you have the border repeat feature. This is one of my favorite features on a machine because it allows you to combine, take this one design and turn it into an entire hoop full of designs. So if you take that and you go, let's say we want to repeat that downward. Now I can spread those apart, or I could shrink them closer together. When you get close to the edge, it's going to tell you you're too close to the edge to do any more adjustments. And you can basically just then, now that we've got it, our vertical ones, let's go horizontally and add that way. And you can fill your entire page with this design to make a background fill or a decorative element. And we'll spread that out. After it's done, it will automatically know that you have a single color. Let's let it finish its thing there. When you're ready to go to embroidery, you tap embroidery and then you're ready to align it and get it ready to go. Now, I'm going to go back and touch home here again, because that is one of my favorite features on the machine. You also have some frames here that you can combine with other elements. Let's say you want to duplicate that. So you also have a copy and paste. This is your copy and paste. And you can rotate that to where you can have those basically. Make a frame for yourself. You can touch it with your finger, you can touch it with the stylus, and you can move it with your keys. One thing with these machines that kind of makes it easy, if you touch the center button, you can always make sure you're centered on each other. So if I center, now I can separate them, and let's go in and add something to it. We'll touch add, and let's grab one of our decorative alphabets here. Let's just put in the C here. Now, I like that, but I think this needs to be a little bit higher, and then I would be ready to embroider. If you want it to be a single color, you have a single color key here right on the machine. You also have a basting stitch that you can add to it directly on the machine without having to go to software. You can turn that on or off. You have a color sort button. So if you had duplicated a design with lots of colors, you have a color sort button. And then we have our positioning key. I'll come back to that in just a bit when we're ready to stitch something out. Let me go back and let's talk other things that we have on board. If you come in and you just want to put in text, you select one of your fonts. You have upper and lower case. Now it looks like I put a C there instead of an E, so I'm going to back up 2 steps and type the E. Oops. One of these days I'll get that C going. When you're done, you can press set. Now you also have an array key built in. So if you touch the array key, you can arc your text. You can arc it downward or upward. You can increase and decrease the severity of the arc with this key right here. So if I want it more arced, I touch that one. If I want it less arced, I touch this one. You also have diagonal text. And with diagonal text, if you want it to go vertical, you simply touch this key right here and rotate it until it's at 90 degrees. Your angles will show right here. So right now I'm at 4 degrees. Now I may have too big of a word here for it to go 90 degrees, but we're gonna, oh, nope, I did good. I'm at 87, 88, 89, 90. So now I have vertical text. You also have spacing, so you can increase and decrease the spacing between your letters. And if you want to go back to the defaults, you can just simply go back to straight line text. So we'll go ahead and touch OK. You also have multicolored text. So if you wanted the text to stop after the machine to stop after every letter, you touch multicolored text and it allows it will stop after every color. Every letter and allow you to change your color. I already showed you copy and paste, but I'll show it to you one more time. So there's your duplicate key. You also have for fonts density. So if you want them less dense or more dense, you can adjust the density of the built-in fonts. Okay. On the right side, you have a USB port, a regular USB port, and a direct connect port. So if you want to bring in designs from other locations, that's how you do it. You do it with a USB or a direct connect cable to your computer. Let's go ahead and touch home, and then let's come in and build something here. So you have monograms built. Let's go to decorative alphabets. We now have a graffiti alphabet. These are a little bit different. So if you're wanting ABC, you actually would enter it C. And then you would touch add, and you would go back into that same category, and you would do B and move it, well, set it and move it over a little bit. But this allows them to work in the manner that they were designed if you put them in the reverse order. And that's how those are supposed to work. That way they look more three-dimensional. The top letter, it would be the A. Let's go ahead and touch home again, and let's come in here and look at the other ones we have. This one is a beautiful alphabet, I will have to tell you. It's great for combining and just making another, let's say we just want a monogram on something. That is a beautiful monogram. They make gorgeous towels, absolutely gorgeous towels. You also have a Greek alphabet, but here's another decorative. Let's return and go into our Greek alphabet. This is a Greek applique, this is a regular applique alphabet, so the athletic looking style. And then you have a Greek alphabet that is an applique style. And you can tell it's applique because this is applique material, applique position, applique. Those are just, it doesn't matter what color you use. It just basically is telling the machine that it needs to stop in those places. But it does work with our scan and cut. So if I save this letter out for my scan and cut, it would, the scan and cut would know what pieces to cut the precise size. You also have some, since we are in Quilt Fest, you have some quilting patterns built in here. These are generally of the 8x8 size varieties for 8-inch blocks. But as you go through, you may find some that are a little bit different. So here's a border style pattern. This is a border style pattern, as is this one. So it does give you a variety of things to play with to embellish your quilts. And then you have your alphabets. So these are your regular alphabets. These work like keyboard lettering. 00 is actually the first font. So if you touch that, you'll see the first set of letters in here. And as I said, you have your uppercase, your lowercase, you have your numbers, you have your symbols, and then you have your special characters on each of the fonts. There are 2 pages of fonts, and then there's a specialty font on the last page. So the third page is our 3D embroidery foam font. So that one allows you to do dimensional embroidery for that. Okay. Now, you also have built-in frame shapes. These are all of the different shapes that you can choose from. Each of them have 14 different styles that you can put around them. These are great for creating monograms with decorative elements around them. You also have a monogram font. The monogram font is the diagonal monogram font. You can do the 3-letter style, 2-letter style, or the straight across. Each of the, then you have your decorative elements for those. So if I come in here and I touch and I want to put in my initials, I would go to the first letter, go to the center piece, touch in my last initial, and then touch the last side and touch in the last initial. So then you touch set. You can touch add, and then you can go back into that same category, but choose the frames. And these are the decorative frame elements to go around it. So it allows you to design that directly on the machine, and you can get ready to go. Now, let's pick something up here and get something stitching so that you can kind of see how the alignment tools work. Let me see here. What have I got in here? Let's look in our small category and see what I have. How about this little ladybug? No, I'm going to go on a rust colored item. So let's pick something else. Let's see our little owl here. Yeah, I think I'll go with the owl. And I'm going to put in a name with it. So I'm going to come here and touch add, touch my font, and let's see here. What font do I want? This one's kind of cute. Let's go with it. Let's type in Lucy here. And we'll set that. Now, I can size this. I could have chosen large, medium, and small where I was at, but I can also resize it afterwards to in between sizes. So if I I'm a visual person when it comes to this. I like to see what it looks like. And so I'll play with it a little bit. We'll touch OK, and let's arc that. So let's array that over the top with a small little arc, and then I'm going to poke it to the center and move it up. And let's arc it just a little bit more. Now I think I'm ready. We'll go ahead and touch OK. You'll notice up here it shows me which frames this would actually fit in. So it will fit in my 4x4, it will fit in an 8x8, and it will fit in the 8x12. That's showing you what frames you have based on the driver that's inserted, okay? Now, I'm ready to touch embroidery. And I'm going to put something in my hoop. So let's go here and see what we've got. Oops, wrong one, hold on. So I'm going to use my 4x4 hoop. I've got this stuck onto a piece of sticky paper. It is a little bib, and I'm going to adjust the screws right here to slide it in to where it fits my frame. Now the tubular opening, I will show you that. Let me do that before I do this. The tubular opening, this part right here, allows you to do things like onesies without taking the garment apart. So you can simply slide this right in and snap it into place. And then you tighten up your screws. But I mean, that's how that works. You just make sure that everything's underneath here and everything's out of this area right here, and you're good to go. Today I'm going to do this little flat item. I wanted something that we could kind of get done a little quickly. But I also want you to see how the alignment works. So let me see here if I can get you in close to my needle. Can y'all see that little red mark? If not, hold on just a second. Let me change cameras. Let's see if we can take this down. All right, I'm going to turn off my lights on my machine so you guys can get the full effect here. Now, we're going to go and now you can see that little red light there, correct? So that's your alignment tool. I purposely put this in crooked so that you can see me match this up. I'm going to have to flip here one more time. We're going to go to our camera screen. And you'll see this little key right here. This is your 2-point positioning. So we're going to tap that, and we're going to go from the center. So this is center, and I'm going to touch next. And I'm going to align it to the right direction. So we'll go ahead and touch next again. Now, let me flip this a little bit so we don't have to figure out how to get it upside down. All right, we're going to go ahead and touch. You're going to take this, and you want your red light. You're going to see me crossing across there a couple of times there. You want that red light to go to the center crosshair right here. So I'm going to use my arrow and move that to that spot. All right, super easy. And then I touch next on my screen. You can't see that right now, but I want you to be able to see the bottom. And then the next point is to take that to that little line. And once you've got that done, you touch set. And your design has been rotated for yourself. So let you see what it looks like on the screen. So you see how it's rotated my design there? And you're going to see me go back across here. Sorry, guys. So there you go. And it's ready for me to embroider now. So Then I'm ready to thread it. To thread it, it's super easy. Our first color says khaki. So I'll pick a khaki color. And we're going to come up here to the top. Oop. There we go. All right. So on this, and I wish I had this on my 10 needle, I will have to tell you, there is a little thread cutter right there. And you take that thread cutter and you cut off your thread. And then you take this. And if I'd cut it on the correct side, I would not have had to go through this hole right here. But since I didn't, there we go. We're going to take this and we're just going to tie a little slip knot in it. Once you've got that tied in, let's go back down to my needle here. You're going to take your thread out of the needle and you're just going to simply pull it through until you see the knot. Okay. Once you see the knot on your machine, on the screen of your machine, right down below here, let's go a little bit down. There's this little button right here. You tap that button and then you go back down. And let's let it focus here. Hold on. And we are going to turn our machine light back on so you can see. And you go under, up, and over here. And then you press the needle threader key again. Your needle is threaded and we are now ready to go. So I'm going to get this started. We'll touch our screen and touch the lock key. Lock and go. And it's going to start embroidering. And that's how easy that is. Now, I'm going to look up here and see if we have some questions. And let's let you see, watch it stitch here for a minute. Let me go back down to the needle area. Here you go. It is nice, it is smooth, it stitches like a multi-needle machine, but it has the advantage of not have, it doesn't weigh quite as much. And I mean, it's just a nice little machine, guys, a super nice little machine. When it's done stitching that color, it stops and it tells me I'm ready for the next color. So let's go ahead and go up here again to the 5th position and we'll change our thread out there. This time it's telling me it's the color white. So I'm going to bring this up, cut it off, and put a white color on. Simply tie it off, get your finger out of there, and then pull it through the needle again. All right, we're going to touch our needle threader key, and then we will go under and over, under, up and over. Press the needle threader key again, and you're ready to go. You're on your way to the races. Touch your lock key and go, and we're good to go. All right, Miss Jane, do you have questions for me?
Well, Cindy, I don't have questions, but I will tell you what everyone was saying. Well,
Right.
Okay, user-friendly, love the designs. It's on top of my wish list for the year. Neat features. Love that it works with scan and cut. Love the built-in quilt design so you don't have to buy them. Love the fonts, love the monogram, love the screen size, love the resizing flexibility. And that is what everybody has been saying. And so easy to change the thread. What is your favorite thing about this machine?
The 2-point positioning, I do have to say, is probably my favorite thing about the machine because it's quick and easy. And what I didn't show them is if you don't want to do 2-point positioning, if you're using a magnetic frame or a clamp frame, you can have that directly on the machine and simply project your crosshair and slide it in there and clamp it down.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of ways to achieve what you want to achieve. I also love that it supports my other frames. So like the big quilting frame that we have for our multi-needle machine, it works on here.
Oh, that's great.
It's and it's a magnetic frame. It makes quilting a breeze. So those are some of my favorite things. The fact that I can use my other accessories that I have with my multi-needle. And if I've got something that's just a few colors and easy to go, I'm going for this guy all day long. He's fast. He's quick. You don't have to worry about setting up 10 needles at a time. You can take your time and think about it.
And you can switch it out. And I love being able to kind of cross use some of the other items that we have for our machines. It's 1,000 stitches per minute. Is that right?
Yes.
Lori was asking that. There she is right there. And then, it's always weird. Just quickly back to that crosshair positioning. When you do change it on your screen, it's going to be right on whatever you're embroidering on. But on the screen, for me, I look at it like crooked. I'm like, oh no, it feels weird. But then when it comes out and it's perfect, I'm like, oh, that was right.
That 2-point positioning is perfect. And it is so fast and easy to do that.
And it's like less worry. I was with my sister-in-law. We embroidered 12 like little, travel bags for her friends. And one of them was crooked and I was losing my mind. So I just kind of made it. I fixed it. She said, what are you doing? I'm like, don't worry. It's going to work just great.
It just looks weird on the screen.
That's right.
Could I get there another way? Of course. I could get an angle finder and find the angle and rotate it to that position. This just lets me skip that step and it automatically rotates it.
And who doesn't want to skip steps, really?
Exactly.
I know it. Okay.
Faster, easier, and more efficient.
That's right. All right, Cindy Hogan, you're awesome. So great to see you. And thank you for that great demo. I love the walkthrough, all the features, and then we actually got to stitch it out. So you're the best. Great to always see you, and have a great afternoon.
Thanks. You too. Y'all
Everyone. Big thanks to Cindy, everybody. Let's talk about it. It's the Entrepreneur One PR1X single needle embroidery machine from our friends at Brother. You see your Quilt Fest pricing right there. That is a great price already, $69.99.99. But guess what? Call for more info. 800-401-8151. And also, when you buy your PR1X single needle embroidery machine from SMP during Quilt Fest, you're also going to get that free software, the PE Design 11 embroidery software to go along with it. And you're also going to get free 100 spool of thread kit. Wow. Oh, wow. Who doesn't want an extra 100 spools of thread and software for the price? Look at that. It's amazing. 800-401-8151. I know I am sold. So many great benefits with the PR1X. Blaine, you really outdid yourself this week.
Well, hey, that's a great price on that. Great promo. And if anybody's, interested in a one needle embroidery machine like that, PR1X, this is the time to get it, Jane, because I tell you what, great package, great pricing.
And I love the free arm, the tubular arm, because you can just put all of those little onesies and tight fitting things right over it. And you never have to worry about turning it inside out and doing acrobats over the hoop, just trying to make it work.
I know. And you're on an 8x12 embroidery field. So it's, got a big hoop size.
Yeah, it sure does. We love big hoops. Cannot lie.
Yep. All right. All right, Jane. Well, let me take it away. I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
All right, so we're going to bring in Karen Charles. Now, Karen, she's an educator for Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff. She knows all those machines, and she always passes that enthusiasm down to everybody she likes to train because she is so awesome at these, and we're so proud to have her. She is pulling double duty this week. She's on twice a day for the whole week doing Viking and Pfaff. So y'all welcome Karen Charles back to the show.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Karen. So I know we're going to be talking about the Pfaff. Is it the Admire Air?
Admire Air 7000.
Yeah,
It's
so
our
another great serger.
Top of the line sewing serger, overlock and cover lock.
Yeah, it's a good one. So I'm going to let you take it away because I know there's a lot to cover on this one, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
All right. See you soon. Good morning, everyone. Well, thanks for joining me. Today, we're looking at the Pfaff Admire Air 7000, and it is my favorite Pfaff serger because it has so much flexibility to do everything. I've actually got some really creative ways of using it. So you're going to want to make sure to stay tuned because there's a lot of fun things. And if you've been joining me during the rest of the week, I showed you some when we were working with the Husqvarna Viking serger. But today on our Pfaff, let's talk about some things that make the Admire Air 7000 one of the best air threading sergers out there. It does come with an accessory, a tray for catching your scraps, and it also does come included with every one an extension table, so you can take off the tray here, and now it's set for a free arm. And if you've ever worked with a serger before, you know how important the free arm is, because if you're going to go and serge around a cuff of a sleeve or putting a shoulder in, you need that flexibility to have a free arm. Many sergers are out there that might be air threading sergers, but very few of them have the free arm here to be able to use and serge around cuffs and small areas. So that's a really important thing to consider when you're thinking about buying a serger. If you were putting the tray on, it would come here like this, and there's legs that go down. And I'm going to just put this off and come back in here and put on the tray that goes on so you can see how that works. Now, the Admire Air 7000 is both an overlock serger and a cover lock serger. It has all of the ability, and I'll explain the difference because maybe you don't have a serger already and you're not sure what the difference is. But I'm going to tell you about some of my favorite things to do with a serger, and they're not always making garments, although I do put a lot. I mean, you can sew a pair of sweatpants or yoga pants in 20 minutes. So if you are a garment sewer, having a serger is life-changing because you save a lot of time, and it's sewing, cutting the edge, and serging the finished all at one time. Now, my favorite thing to do with a serger is to piece quilts, because especially if you're sewing quilts for children, you're going to have a much stronger quilt, because I use a 4-thread, so I have 4 threads set up right here, and that means I'm going to have the upper looper, the lower looper, and then 2 needles. So because I have all those extra threads, it's going to give me a very strong finished quilt. This was a jelly roll I was doing, and it's a log cabin design, so I was just pulling them randomly. And this is very strong, but more important, as you're using your serger, the back of it is completely finished. All the raw edges are gone, all the extra threads are gone. So once you've put your quilt together, you don't have to spend a day just trimming all the threads before you can put it together with your batting. So that's a huge time saving. And then even if you don't piece a quilt together, like this quilt is a little bit more challenging to piece because it has some finer points that need to be exact. But when I get a quilt to this point, I always will come in. You can see here I've finished that edge. So what I do, and I'm going to show you how I do this, is the very last thing I'm going to do before I put my binding on is I will run the edges through the serger. Even if I've trimmed them with the rotary cutter, I will then go in and trim off this edge with my serger, because what it's going to do is it's going to give the edge of my fabric a very flat feel to it, and it gives it a nice smooth edge. So when I go to sew my binding on, it sews on much easier. And if I'm working, and because some of you will sew your binding on to the front and flip it to the back and hand sew it, and I usually will sew my binding onto the back, flip it to the front. And if I'm going to be doing that, what I usually will do is in the looper, and I'm going to just open this up so you can see, down here is the looper area. And what I'll do is I'm going to put a fusible thread. If I'm going to sew my binding to the back and flip it to the front, then I'm going to put the fusible thread in my upper looper. If I'm going to sew my binding to the front and flip it to the back, then I'll put the fusible thread in the back. So after I've got this beautiful edge of my binding sewn in place, then all I'm going to do is take my binding and I can iron it, and that fusible thread will hold the other side of the binding in place to make it really easy to do that last step of stitching it. So if you've never used fusible thread and a serger like this, this is really great. I'm going to show you, I'm going to come up here and I'll come up a little bit closer with my camera and switch it over here. And so you can kind of see what I'm looking at. Oops, wait a second here. And this is our screen for the Admire Air 7000 serger. Right now I have selected the 4-thread overlock, but I can come in here and I have 26 different stitches that are pre-programmed in, and I can scroll through and see all of these. The cover lock and the chain stitch are toward the end, but I don't have only options for 24 different stitches, 26 different stitches. I have 30 memories, and I can make my own stitches. And a lot of sergers don't have that flexibility, but our Admire 7000 can. Right now, I'm going to choose the 4-thread overlock, and it's going to show me that I'm going to be using the A and the B needle. And if you've never used a serger that has a screen like this is like actually a real game changer, because you don't really need to know a lot about serging, because it's going to give you all the information you need to think about. It's recommending a 90 needle. Where you see here where it says 6.5, that is talking about the blade. And if you look down here, this is where the blade is. So if I adjust that, I can move the blade left or right, and it's recommending a specific place for me, but I can override it if I want to do something different. Then I have this is my speed control. I have 5 different speed controls. So because the serger can serge very, very fast, which is fabulous when you're piecing a quilt, but sometimes you might want to go a little slower, so you can set your own speed and get comfortable with it. It's especially handy if you've got kids or grandkids working on your serger. It kind of forces them to slow down a little bit. This is your differential. And when you have a serger, all sergers that have been made in the last probably 20 years have a differential, which means that they've got 2 separate feeding systems. There's a back one and a front one. And when you're sewing with knit fabrics, you're often going to change that differential so that you don't get the sleeves or the fabric stretching out. And there's a lot of really fabulous benefits. If you've got an older serger, you probably might not have the differential. It really is a game changer when you move to a more modern serger. And then next to that, you have your stitch length. So any of these things you can override. And if you're looking for your tensions, you're going to find that under here. The best part about this is it's going to show you what needles you're using. So the left one here is the orange, is the left needle. This is the right needle. And then you're using the red and the green loopers. So loopers you're going to find down below. It's very different from a sewing machine that you're going to find. Now, if you do not have an air threading serger, then you know how challenging it can be to thread it, because you usually have many, many places down here where you need to clip the thread into place. I'm going to show you how the air threading works in a moment, but let's just come back up over here to the screen, because there's many things that I do when I'm working with the serger, and I'll come back to the camera like this. For example, gathering. There is just nothing better if you are working with a project and you need to gather fabric. With a sewing machine, if you're using a gathering foot, you cannot adjust. You set it and you gather the fabric. It'll only work the gathering foot with a lightweight fabric. Here on our serger, we can gather heavy fabric, we can gather lightweight fabric, but the best part about it is you can adjust the gather, because what's the point of gathering fabric? Maybe you need a skirt and this fabric needs to be 20 inches. With the sewing machine and you use the gathering foot, you can't adjust it. But here with our sergers, these gathers adjust very easily. So you can get them to go to whatever length you need them to be. And it does a fabulous job. We have a great selection of feet that are available for both the overlock and the cover lock. So even elastic and things like that, they're much easier to sew on a serger. And you're going to get a much more professional look to it, because it's going to finish the edge off and also attach the elastic, or you can make piping, all kinds of different things like that. So, and if there's any questions, make sure to let me know. I'm going to flip my camera back over here, and I'm just going to show you how wonderful it is to sew fabric. Now, when I'm piecing a quilt, usually what I'll do is I'm going to set up my blind hem foot, and the blind hem foot has a bar that comes, and I can adjust the bar to be exactly where I need it to be. And then when I'm done, all I have to do is line my fabric up against the edge of that bar, just like it's an edge stitching on my sewing machine, and it won't cut away. In this case, you can see I've got the fabrics, that these are those jelly rolls, and I'm just going to show you, and I'm just trimming off that very little bit of an edge. But when I'm piecing a quilt, I usually don't want to cut, and so that's why I use my template for doing that. And you're gonna just keep going, and then we have a cutter at the very back that you can go and trim it away. And there we've got our seam. When you open it up, you can see it's given us that beautiful stitch seam. We've got a needle on the left. This is the upper looper here, and then we've got the right needle that's kind of keeping everything flat, and then the back is the lower needle, a lower looper that's there. So if anybody has any questions about that, please let me know. Now, I want to show you a couple of exciting things, because this is a technique that is so much fun, and it's something you don't really see. Do you see that fringe? That was done with a 2-thread wrap, and we have lots of videos on our Pfaff Facebook page where you can go and find different techniques of things you can use with our Pfaff Admire Air 7000 serger. But look at that. Isn't that amazing? That's a serger technique. And so a lot of times we think a serger is just for sewing fabrics together, but it's really not. This scarf was done with a serger. And then when you come in here, now this is an overlock, a cover lock. So when you're making something and you are working with an overlock, you're almost always cutting something away from the edge. But a cover lock machine will let you sew in the middle of this fabric. And so it does something completely different. It is also the kind of thing that will let you hem your sleeves and your garments. And that's usually a cover lock narrow or cover lock wide. But this piping was done with the piping foot, all done on a serger. The best thing about doing piping on a serger is it's trimming away that extra fabric. So when you sew it together, it's ready to go. You don't have to trim it afterwards with the piping on binding tool or something like that. And oh, even this poppy, isn't that gorgeous? So we have a foot that is called the cord wave foot, and it allows you to put wire and fishing line and all kinds of creative things in, and it won't actually go anywhere near the blade. So you can do a lot of crafting and all kinds of fun creative things with a serger. It's not just for sewing garments together. Now, we're going to come back over, and I'm just going to switch my camera over, all right? And so let's say I wanted to set my machine so that I was going to make a brand new stitch. Then I can change, and I do have the stylus here, which I can change, select my needle thread. And when you are going to make a new stitch, and let's say we're going to make a gathering stitch, you're usually going to put on the gathering foot, and you might decide if you want the gathers to gather more, that you're going to increase the needle tension. So I'm going to go and increase the needle tension like that, and I might come to the needle on the right and increase that. The other thing you're going to do is change the differential, because that's going to feed the fabric faster, and it's going to give you better and more gathers. So we're going to change that up. And then when we're ready to save it, we can go here, and you can see I've already saved that in there. This is where the stitch is, where you're going to select it. But to save it, you're going to come up to the heart, and maybe I want to bypass the one that's already saved in there, or maybe I have 2 different settings I want. Then I can come here and select it, and I can name it, and I'm just going to go over there. But once you're done, you literally can name it whatever word that you want. And so it's one thing to be able to save stitches. It's another thing to actually be able to name it so that you can recognize what that stitch is. There are a lot of air threading sergers out there where you cannot bypass the tensions and you cannot change them. You can just select the stitches that you are. But the Admire Air 7000 is really amazing, because you can make all kinds of new techniques that never existed before. Look at that. I mean, think about that fringe, how gorgeous that is. And so when I did that, what I did was I went and I selected a 2-thread overlock wide. Whoops, I just went by there. 2-thread overlock wide. And it's showing me that I'm going to be using the left needle, the A needle, and I'm also going to be using the green looper. It's called a 2-thread because there's only going to be 2 threads. I'm going to use 1 needle and 1 looper. And if I wanted to find out more about how that stitch is used, I can go to number 2, and it's going to tell me. It's for overcasting a single layer of light to medium weight fabrics. It kind of gives you like the look of a satin stitch on the edge of your fabric if you want to. And if I go to number 1, it's going to tell me all the settings that I need. So because I'm doing an overlock, I don't need to make any changes to go from a 3-thread to a 4-thread to a 2-thread. It's only when I move to cover stitch that I would need to change any of these things. But I'm going to close that down. So isn't it nice to have this fabulous screen that really does help us to learn what we're doing? And I watch what it does as it's making changes, because that's a lot of how we learn. But right now, the only thing I would need to do to change from a 4-thread is right on my screen. You can see I have 2 needles. I have a left needle and a right needle. So on my screen, it's showing me that I am not going to use the B needle. So I would take the B needle out, and that's very easy to do. And everything about the tension changed automatically. I don't need to make any of those changes unless I have a reason to. So if you didn't know how to do a 2-thread, by just watching what it's doing, all I really need to do here is to take my hex screwdriver, and I'm going to take the B needle out. And I won't take it all the way out. I'll just leave it there. But to show you, just loosen it, take the needle out, and then that's all you need to do. Now, the most amazing thing that it comes, and I'm going to show you the air threading now. And I'm just going to trim those threads so you can see what this is all about. All right, I'm going to lift up my threading and pull those threads out. Okay, if you've never used an air threading serger before, I'm just going to back this up so you can see everything that you need to see here. Okay, and especially if maybe you've got an older Pfaff serger or an older serger that is just more of a mechanical serger. The only thing you need to do to change from going from sewing, right now I'm set up for serging, and if you want to use the air threader, all you do is you move this over here, and now I'm set up for air threading. The last thing I'm going to do is turn the hand wheel toward me like this, and it locks the channel in place. So let me see if I can zoom in here so you can see that. All right. So right here, these channels are now all locked. So when I go to thread, the thread is going to go all the way from up at the top over through here, and it's going to pop out through the loopers, and it's like magic. It's such a big difference from the older sergers that I used to have. So what I'm going to do is I'm just pulling the thread out. You want to leave yourself enough extra thread. I'm going to zoom back out here so you can see. I want to leave enough extra thread out here so that when I go and touch this button, that it will pull the thread through. If you don't have the extra thread down here, then it doesn't have enough leeway to be able to pull it through. We can thread both the upper and the lower looper in all at one time. We don't have to do them one by one. Okay, and so what I'm going to do is take my tweezers, wherever they went to. Oh my goodness, where are they? There we are. Nobody's ever called me organized in my sewing, so it takes me a moment to locate all my stuff. So usually I use the tweezers when I'm putting the thread into the looper, because I tend to have dry hands, and so sometimes my thread sticks to my hand. So this way I'm just going to go in and put it like that, and then I'm going to move the thread over, and I'm going to go and put the thread into the next. So this is my lower looper. So I'm just going to get the end of the thread, and this is serging thread. It's usually a little lighter than a regular sewing thread, and that's all you need when you're serging. You don't want to use that for your regular sewing because it's not thick enough, but it's perfect for serging because it's going to give you a perfectly light stitch, but very strong because you're using 4 of them at the same time. All right, so I'm just putting that thread down and making sure I have enough fullness here, and let it go like that. And then all I'm going to do, and I think you can see both the loopers, one of the threads is going to come out through this lower looper, the other one's going to come up through the upper looper, and all I'm going to do is put my finger on that and wait for the magic to happen. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? There is the lower looper, there's the upper looper, and I'm set and ready to go. Let me just get that thread out of here. And so I'm going to I usually will put the upper looper back here, and then this lower looper I'm going to bring on top and bring it over here like that. And now I'm ready to serge. Isn't that amazing? The last thing I do is put my needles in, but it can be the most incredibly fast threading compared to any of the sergers that are not air threading. and we're not the first that have air threading, but I do think we're very special because we have a lot of ability to make our own stitches and override our stitches that a lot of air threading sergers don't have. The other thing that I found out is there's very, very few areas. There's only one place where we need to oil, because all sergers need to be oiled. Many sergers need to be oiled in, 5 or 10 different places. All we have to do is take a little drop of oil and put it right here, one drop, and then you just run the serger for a minute, and none of the oil goes on to the top of your fabric at all. That's the only place you need to oil. So that is very rare. I know from talking to people that they say that they have many places they need to oil. This is absolutely the simplest, easiest serger that you've ever had a chance to play with and to use, and it's because it's so easy. Now, when I'm done, when I go to close up my drawer here, you'll notice it doesn't want to close, right? And that's because before I can start sewing and serging, I need to go from the air threading mode over to sewing. And now when I move up the drawer like that, it's going to let the drawer close and I'm all set and ready to go. So probably you might have a wonder how hard it is to change from doing overlock to a cover lock. And that is absolutely the best part about our Admire Air 7000. It is so simple. I'm going to show you how to do it, but I should check on the time. Let me see here. Oh, we've got 8 minutes. This is perfect. We've got just enough time. Okay. So if you don't know what a cover lock is, a cover lock means that we can sew in the middle of our fabric, right? And we've got a chain stitch. This is what a chain stitch looks like. On the back of the chain stitch, it just looks like a straight stitch. So I use that when I was doing my, some applique with a quilt. I actually can applique with a chain stitch because it looks like a straight stitch on the other side. Now, if I wanted to, let me see if I can zoom out here for a second to see the whole screen. If I want to change to a cover stitch, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over and scroll down. And let's say I choose a cover stitch narrow. There's a chain stitch. So it's going to show me I'm using the yellow needle and I'm using the blue for my needle. And then the purple is generally speaking always the cover stitch looper. Okay. So when I go to the next screen, it's going to show me what I need to do. I don't have to guess. I don't have to go and get my book. This is showing me that I'm going to need the B plate. So I'm going to open this up and let's see so you can see. You see that plate has an A on it. So all you do is you take that off and you're going to put on the B plate, which is going to give you that nice flat look to it. I'll put that on in a moment, but I'm going to just show you the rest of what we're going to do because I can change from an overlock to a cover lock in about 30 seconds or less. You don't have to change out the foot. You don't have to change out the stitch plate. Here it's going to show me to take the blade down. So I'm going to move this like this and rotate the blade down so that it's not going to be, because when you're doing cover stitch, this whole area is going to be flat. All right. This is showing me this is my 2-thread converter if you're going to do a 2-thread, but that's going to be showing that you want it open. Here is showing you your rolled hem setting. If right now I'm on normal, but if I wanted to go to a rolled hem, let me see if you can see that a little bit better. I'm just going to pull that back like this. And now I'm in the rolled hem setting. And then that's my press to foot pressure, which on the side, I do have my press to foot pressure. And then this is saying that I need to set my Admire Air serger for the B setting. So right now I'm on A. And I need to lower this upper looper for it to be, and I'll pull those threads out like that, so get them out of the way. So I'm going to lower that looper by manually turning the hand wheel so that the looper is down below the surface. And now it's going to let me move that from an A to a B. And that's really all that's required. I'm going to put on the B like this. I'm going to rethread my machine. All right, there's my plate that's on. Just get that on in place. And I am ready now to do a cover stitch. All right, this gives you the only hints you need. And once you're done with that, you can close that down. You're going to see on the screen that you have the C and the D needle. And if you wanted to check to see where it is, you're going to see that The tension on the left needle is 2.2 and your right needle is 2.7, and there's 0 tension on the looper. And so everything you need is right here for you to be able to set yourself up. Wasn't that amazing to be able to change from an overlock to a cover lock in about 30 seconds? And I've still got 4 minutes left. Oh my gosh, look at that. So let me show you a couple of other things. This is a project I'm working on. This is a little event that we're doing. And I used all of these circles were cut with our Memento. And then I used the cover lock to stitch through. And when you're sewing like that, you can use heavy, heavy cords and threads. Like in this case, it was a cord like this that is a 6 weight. This is a Madeira Decora 6. And you can use 12 weight. You can use all kinds of thicknesses of yarn and beads. But when you're sewing as a decorative look, you're going to sew on the other side. So you can see it looks just like a straight stitch sewing. So you would almost think that was done on a sewing machine, but it's not. It's done on the serger. And so it gives you a really creative, fun look. And it allows you to really play around with a lot of things that you might not think about. Another thing that I've done, I'm going to come back over here to my main screen because I'm almost out of time, is I like to make a lot of jewelry and play around with cords and things, not just, like things like my scarf. This was something that I stitched on elastic cord. This is the kind of stuff you get in the jewelry thing. And I used a 3-thread rolled hem with that heavier cord. And look at how fabulous this is. It's completely stretchy. And there's all kinds of fun things you can do with this. You can make bracelets and all kinds of different kinds of crafting. Because you've got that elasticity built into it, you can really just have so much fun playing and crafting with our Admire Air 7000. So I am going to be passing it back. If any of you have any questions, I'd love to hear them. But please let me know. And be sure to check out the Admire Air 7000. Our Pfaff serger is just amazing. So I know you're really going to love it. So I'm going to pass it back to Blaine right now, and I'll see you again soon.
Well, thanks, Karen. I sure do appreciate you coming on. We'll see you again here in a little bit, okay?
Thanks a lot. Bye.
All right, everybody. This was a great presentation. And again, this thing, man, think about it. You've got a serger, an overlock, cover stitch, all those things in one. This is the Pfaff Admire Air 7000. And what's great about this is you're going to get a free $500 gift card with purchase. And we do have a call-in special on this. Normal price on this is $49.99. Get on that phone right now. Give them a call about this. 800-401-8151. This is, everybody absolutely loves this serger. So again, we have financing available and free shipping nationwide. So get on that phone, give them a call. And if you're on the website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents as well that's on the website. They can take your order and answer questions for you as well. All right, we're going to move on, and we are going to get Baby Lock in the house. And we have Mike Johns and Patty Marty coming in. And they both are Patty is actually the head of education at Baby Lock. And Mike Johns, man, he goes way back with us as well. Mike has been around for a long, long time. Both of them are embroidery experts. And today we're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Array 6-needle embroidery machine. So y'all, welcome to the show, Patty Marty and Mike Johns.
Hello, how are you guys?
Hey,
how are you doing,
everybody.
Blaine?
Doing great. And I guess I'm assuming, Mike, that Patty's behind the camera.
I am.
I'm looking at her. Yeah, she's right here.
Well, hello, Patty, even though nobody can see you. I knew you were there. And Mike, great to have you on again. Always a pleasure. So I'm going to let you take it away because I know you got a lot of things to cover. And then I'll come back in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get an array.
Sounds great. Well, hope you guys are having a lot of fun. I know that Blaine puts on an amazing event with you guys many times throughout the year, and he always brings you guys great deals. So I hope you guys are having a lot of fun seeing what's out there and seeing what's available. Patty and I, if you've never met Patty and I, we both are really big multi-needle people. Now, we teach everything, obviously, because we're the education, part of the education team here at Baby Lock. But the multi-needles is probably where our heart kind of lies the most. It's what we use probably 99% of the time. Even if we're on our flatbed machine, we'll have the flatbed machine running and then the multi-needle running off to the side. One of the reasons that we love multi-needle so much is because of the flexibility of the machine. So when you're talking about a flatbed machine, so right now our top of the line is called the Radiance. We're talking about the Radiance. We have a flat bed that we kind of have to work around. So if we're hooping something that is going to be in the round, like think of an Easter basket or a tote bag, or even a ball cap, something like that. If we're doing that on the flatbed, which we can absolutely do on the flatbed, it's going to be much easier to do it on a multi-needle. And the reason for that being is because our multi-needles have what we call a free arm system. So here on the front of the machine, you can actually see that there's this little post kind of sticking out. This is actually where my needle plate is. So right here where my finger is, that's my needle plate. And then in front of that, you're going to see I have a front loading bobbin. So if I actually open that up, you're going to see that my bobbin is kind of in this area here. And that means that I can actually change my bobbin even when I have a hoop on the actual machine, which I absolutely love. That means that I don't have to take the hoop off. I don't have to move my project around. All I have to do is reach under my project, open this up, pull my bobbin casing out, change the bobbin over, and then I'm good to go. Just like all of our other machines, this does have a low bobbin warning on it. It also has an upper thread break warning on it. So if something happens to where you need to give the machine a little bit of attention, you absolutely are going to be told about it ahead of time. The machine's not just going to sew off without any bobbin in it. I know we've all done that at some point in time. And it's always very discouraging when you get to the back of the, you get done with the project and look at the back and you realize you haven't really sewn anything. But on the multi-needle, we're not going to have that issue. We're going to actually have great form stitches every single time. Now, this is, like Blaine said, the array. This is our 6 needle. So we have 3 different free arm machines. We have a single needle, which is called the Capella. We have a 6 needle, which is called the array. And then we have a 10 needle, which is called the Venture. So this one's comfortably right in the middle. And I think this is a great machine for someone who wants to kind of jump in and get their feet wet with multi-needles, or maybe this is just the biggest machine that you need, right? Because a lot of times whenever we embroider, at least we found this to be true, we normally don't use a ton of colors, especially if you're doing a lot of things like monogramming or children's names or personalization, things like that. Normally it's 2 to 3 colors and then you're good to go. So when I'm setting up my machine up here, I could have colors that are very definitely set that aren't going to ever change. And then I could use the other colors to rotate as I go through different designs and things. So when we're talking about color, there's 2 different color management systems on this machine. One is called our manual color sequence, and one is called our memory color sequence. So basically, if we're looking at our memory color sequence, the machine is telling me what to do. So whenever I go in and I open up a design, the machine actually looks back at my previous design and says, okay, for that design, Mike had these colors on these spools. So it looks at that and it kind of knows what's up here. So if you follow the directions, it knows exactly where everything is. So when I put a new design in, then what happens is my computer inside my machine goes out and looks and says, okay, so we had these 6 colors in my previous exam. Are any of these colors in my current design? If they are, it automatically gets assigned to that spool. If there is a color that is not up here, the machine's just going to tell me, hey, replace spool 6 with color so-and-so and so-and-so. And it'll take us through that process and just tell us where to put every single color. Now, if you have a design that exceeds 6 colors, no problem. The machine will actually go through, use the 6 colors as much as it can. Then once it gets to the point where it needs color 7, 8, 9, or 10, it'll actually stop the machine and it'll say, hey, replace this spool with this new color. So it's literally guiding me through the entire process. So that's color memory. Now, if we go into manual color sequence, we kind of change the playing field a little bit. Instead of the machine telling me what to do with manual color sequence, I tell the machine what to do. So whenever I load a design, I'm actually going to go into my screens here and I'll say, hey, for step 1, stitch from this spool. For step 2, stitch from this spool. For step 3, stitch from this spool. So I'm actually being the person to say, do this and follow exactly what I tell you. So you kind of have 2 choices. Do you want it to be automatic and it tell you what to do, or do you want to be the boss, right? I will tell you that depending on what the project is, you're going to use both of those. You'll use both settings. So maybe I'm doing, going back to the monogram thing, if I'm doing monograms, it might be easier for me just to assign the colors myself. Go in and say, hey, there's a red on number 1. I want monogram to be in red, so I'm just going to assign it to number 1. I don't have to worry about the machine telling me what to do. But maybe I'm doing something like an OESD tile scene, right? We all love to do the big tile scenes. And if I'm doing that, I really want to make sure that I'm keeping the same colors throughout my entire project. So in that case, I really want it to be on color memory, meaning that my machine is going to guide me through that. Then I know that I'm not going to make a mistake of stitching the wrong color for the wrong step. So when you're doing those big tile scenes, of course, some of those can have, 30, 40 tiles in them. You don't want to be right in the middle of the design and accidentally assign the wrong color. So that's where our color memory can really come in and help us out there. The last little thing that we have about colors, and this kind of goes back to the monogram as well, is I can actually anchor colors here. So let's say that maybe I live in, I'll tell you where I come from. I come from Southwest Georgia, and our high school's colors are purple and gold. So maybe I know that I'm going to stitch a lot of purple and gold. I could actually anchor purple and gold on my machine. And basically what that does is it sticks those colors in that position, and then it takes them out of rotation. So if I've got purple and gold and I've got a 6 needle machine, if I anchor 2 colors, now I have a 4 needle machine. So as long as I have purple and gold in the design, I'm still at a 6 needle. But if I don't have purple and gold, I've just kind of reduced it down to a 4 needle. Nothing wrong with that, as long as you're comfortable with it and you understand what's going to happen. But it's once you get used to it, I know this kind of sounds like, oh, that's a lot to remember. That's a lot to kind of grab on. I think once you actually get into it and you start playing around with it and you kind of see what the screen walks you through and you see kind of how the management goes, it kind of becomes second nature. You kind of almost start to not think about it. It kind of becomes root memory kind of. It's really a simple machine to actually control and manage. I know a lot of people look at multi-needle machines and they kind of look at the front here and they're like, whoa, that's a whole lot. Well, I'm here to tell you that, yeah, it's a whole lot, but really and truly, this is easier to master than a combination embroidery and sewing machine flatbed. Because if you think about that, when we're on a flatbed machine that has both parts of the design world, both embroidery and sewing, I have to learn all of embroidery, then I have to learn all of sewing, and I have to learn all the things that kind of work between those 2 areas on the machine. When I'm looking at my multi-needles, they do one thing and they do one thing very, very well. They embroider. That's it. So when we're looking at this, all we're learning is how to thread it one time. Once you learn how to thread it one time, which by the way, we label everything on our machines. So if I'm threading this up, which we can actually tell you right before we went live with you guys, I literally just threaded this machine. It took me no time whatsoever. It had no thread on it at all. So I had to thread it from scratch. But you won't have to do that except for one time, because once you thread the machine, I'm never going to thread it again. And that might not make sense, but if you think about it, if I wanted to change my color here, let's say I don't want this red here anymore, I'm not going to pull this red all the way out and then rethread everything from the beginning. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my thread back here at my spool stand. I'm going to put my new color down, tie those 2 together, and then I'm going to go down to the front of the machine where my needles are, and I'm going to pull the red through until I see that brand new color. So I'm just tying it off and pulling it through. The really cool thing about it is I never have to thread a needle, right? I don't know about you guys, but as I've gotten older, finding those holes or the eyes in the needles, it get harder and harder every year. With this machine, you actually have the never miss needle threader that's on here. So it actually will thread all 6 needles for you. It's one needle threader, so you do them one at a time. And it works just like you would expect it to work from if you've got a flatbed machine that automatically threads the needle. It's the same process. Really simple. So all we do is whenever we're threading this the first time, we would go up to our back thread tree, then to our front thread tree. We go down to a guide that's here on the back of the upper part of the machine. And there's 2 guides back here. There's one that's kind of pointing towards the back and one that's a clip. And then these are our tension discs, okay? And I know a lot of people think tension is a bad word or a 4-letter word. It's really not. And to be honest with you, I think actually managing tension on a multi-needle is actually easier than managing tension on a flatbed. Because when we're doing it on a multi-needle, you have 100% control over the tension, because here's my tension right here for my upper thread. My lower thread or my bobbin thread, the tension is done with a set screw on the actual bobbin casing. So in the manual, it shows you how to go through and make sure you've got perfect tension for both of those. We also have lots of training videos that are out there on our website that's called SewEd training classes. And that you'll get a 60-day trial with that whenever you buy your machine. And if you decide that you want to keep looking at it, there's over 1,300 videos available in there. And you could really look at any of our multi-needle machines and they would apply to this machine. So you could go back to prior machines. Anything you see on that would apply to this. You could go to the 10 needle and most of that would apply to this. You could go down to the Capella, and what you see there would apply to this as well. So you can kind of go through and watch multiple models and take it and apply it to your array. Now, granted, there's a ton of videos for the array, because when we launched this, we went through and made a lot of videos to where we went in and shows you how to do basic setup. So how to thread, how to actually do your bobbin, where you actually do maintenance on this, which, by the way, maintenance is as simple as you're going to keep your bobbin case area clean and you're going to dust it, right? So if you live somewhere where it gets dusty, if you're not using your machine, cover it up. But if you are using a machine, every once in a while, you just give it a little bit of a spa day and dust off all of that dust so that it doesn't collect, because we all know fabric creates a ton of dust. Now, Patty's looking at me, so I'm assuming we've got questions.
Yeah, just a few questions. So a couple people were asking, is this a good machine for a home business? Like if they were going to run it 6 to 8 hours a day, is it good?
It is. So this is what's called a semi-commercial machine, meaning that it is actually designed to work big, long hours like that. So this machine, as long as you take care of it, will last you forever. And it will run. You could run it 12 hours a day. And as long as you take care of it, it will run, and it'll run like a champ. I still have my 10 needle from a couple of models back, and it still runs like a champ. I know Patty does as well.
Yeah. And both of us have done little businesses on the side,
Yeah,
where we have run it commercially and had multiple like venture, Valiant kind of machines. But yeah, so we have, this is a 6 needle, but we also have our 10 needle venture too.
Correct. Yeah. Now I will tell you, with the 6 needle, there's some specialty things that are built into it that are specific for business. So let's say you do a home business. You sit out there and you decide, hey, I'm going to do, XYZ for my home business, and it blows up. And you think, oh, it's not going to blow up. I'm doing it out of my house. I'll tell you right now, we have one of our educators, a really dear friend of mine named Amanda Autry. And she started as a simple little home business that she did off to the side. Now she is in a huge building that she built specifically for her business. She has multiple machines. She is doing so much with her business right now that that's her full-time job. And I promise you, if I was to tell you how much she was making a year, you would go, whoa, because it's a lot. So businesses can grow very quickly depending on what area of the country you're in, what the demand is in your area, and also pricing, right? You've got to kind of figure out what the pricing toleration is for your area. But one of the things that you'll see in here is, let's say I have to go and hire some help, right? Maybe Patty and I are running a business and we decide, okay, we don't have the time to be doing the sewing right now. So we're going to go hire 3 or 4 people to do the sewing for us while we run the business side of it. What's really nice is the array actually has some settings in it to where we can physically lock the screen. Okay, so if I come into my settings, which is up here, which is down here at the bottom, this is a little page here, and I navigate over, and you're gonna have to excuse me because I'm having to do this from the back. But if I navigate over to page 8, I believe it is. Yeah, 8 here, you'll see that I have a passcode setting and an admin lock and an operator lock. What that's going to let me do is I can control where my employees go in the machine. So I can literally say my employees can't touch my settings, right? I don't want them to mess with the settings because I know I've got my settings exactly the way that I want them to be. And I just want them to stay where they are. Well, I could go in and put a passcode on it. And if your employee doesn't have that passcode, guess what? They can't get into it. Likewise, let's say that I assign an employee. Let's say eventually you have multiple machines and you assign an employee to a specific machine. One of the things that we can do here is, as soon as this goes to a screensaver, because this has a screensaver built into it, all of our machines do. So when we're sitting here and the screensaver becomes active, you can actually set it up to where the user has to have a passcode to deactivate the actual screensaver. So that way you're guaranteeing that no other person can jump on that machine other than the person that you've given that code to, which is such a cool feature because this is the only machine in the Baby Lock lineup that has these kind of control mechanisms already built in. The last little thing that we have in here that is specific to the array, that is probably one of my favorite things because it's such a cool little wow moment, I think. Do I use it a whole lot? No, I don't, because it's just me, myself on the machine. But one of the things you can do down here at the bottom is you can actually go in and customize the actual availability of tabs and features on the machine. What do I mean by that? I can turn off like the memory feature. So if I don't want anybody to steal things, or not steal, that's a bad word. I don't want anybody to save anything out of my machine and take it home with them. I can literally come in here and with my passcode, go into my settings page and make it to where I can literally lock down my my save feature. It won't even show up on the screen. So there's no chance of someone coming in here and being able to save out from the machine to your design. Maybe I don't want anybody to be able to create anything, right? Maybe I'm doing a business and everything has to be run off of either my USB, or this machine is wireless as well. And because it's wireless, that means that I can run this machine, like Patty could be running it from where she's sitting right now, because she could have palette 11 open up, and palette 11 will actually let you control the machine wirelessly. So I could have it to where I'm just stitching the things that I'm telling the person that's working with me, or that I'm telling myself that I can stitch. So I could lock it down to where you could not open any of the built-in designs. There's 127 designs built into this machine. Of that, 51 of them are actually fonts, right? So we have a ton of fonts built in here. Another reason this is a really good business machine is because you have all of those fonts. I'm sure you guys are kind of like me and Patty, and like probably own more embroidery designs than you'll ever be able to stitch in your life. But it's nice to know that I have a ton of stuff already built in here, because if you're not stitching what's in your machine, I think you're kind of missing out, because when you're in the machine, all of those designs are specifically made for that machine. So they're going to show off that machine. So take the time to kind of look through and see if there's something in there that you like, and then you can kind of stitch around and play with them and see what they all come out to. But those 51 fonts, that is the most fonts in any Baby Lock machine. So when we ask if this is a good business, this was built for business.
Yeah, and to tie on with that, somebody asked, is the warranty cover for business? And these are actually our embroidery professional machines. So these are the few machines we have that are actually warranted for running a business. So, you know, we usually steer people to these machines if they're going to be doing stuff as a business. But on the flip side, a lot of people were asking about what other hoops are available, tables, that sort of thing, and what's the largest embroiderable field?
So this is a updated version of our 6 needle. We had a 6 needle prior to this. This is the current one, the new one. When we did this one, we actually have an 8x12 embroiderable field now. So it's 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 is the official size. Of course, we just say 8x12, and that's really because everything on these machines are built with metric. So when we do the conversion for metric, that's where we get the 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. But in the machine actually comes with your 11x12 or your 8x12. It comes with a 5x7. It comes with a 4x4, and it also comes with a 2.5 by 1 3/4. So did I say that right? 2.5.
It's a weird. It's like 2 1/4
by 1 1/2. I had my fractions backwards.
It's great for like little cuffs and
monograms on like
things.
men's stuff, things like that. So those 4 frames come with this. But this is what's really cool about all of our free arm machines is these play so well with not only the other Baby Lock frames, because like we have a magnetic 5x7 that works beautiful in here. We've got a magnetic 4x4 that works beautifully on here. But also aftermarket hoops work beautifully on here as well. So if you're a big fan of maybe the Mighty hoops are great. I know Patty and I both use Mighty hoops quite a bit. Those come in a wide variety of sizes. As long as you keep it underneath that 8x12 field, it will work on the machine. Now, if you're doing some of the hoops that are multi-position hoops, which I know a lot of the aftermarket hoops have those to where, you know, you flip it around 180 degrees, that kind of stuff. You can use some of those. Now, I'm going to say you can use all of them, but you can use some of them. The only thing that you're going to have to realize is that this machine does not have a camera on it, right? So when we go in and we line up a second half of a multi-hoop or a multi-position hoop, something like that, you're going to have to use your alignment tools that are in the machine. Now, this particular machine has an amazing 2-point alignment tool that's in it. So it basically has an oversized crosshair. You go in and you say, here's going to be either the center of my design, the left corner of my design, the right corner of my design, whatever point you want to line up of. And then you actually take and put a second point to tell it the rotation. So not only does it do the movement and the placement, it does rotation as well. And that's all done actually on the actual fabric. So whenever you're actually lining this up, you're going to see that guide beam is projecting down on your fabric, on your material, and then you're using your LCD screen here along with your finger or your stylus to go through and use that 2-point placement. So if you're doing a multi-position hoop, all you'd have to do is use that 2-point placement to make sure everything lines up really well. And it's actually pretty easy to do.
Yeah. And so some people are asking, we do have cap frames. There's a
We
variety
do.
of cap frames that are available for this.
Yeah. So there's there's 3 different cap frames you can put on this. We have the standard cap frame, which is going to be 2 3/4 or 2 5/8 by 9. Then we have
that's for the venture. Too big.
The 9 is the small one.
Oh, gotcha.
14 is the large one. Yeah, we do all of the machines. So the standard cap frame is the 9-inch width, and it's about 2 5/8 inch in height. The large one, which is the one Patty was thinking of, it actually is the same height, but it goes 14 inches. Because this machine only does 12 inches or 11 3/4 inches, it doesn't take up that whole hoop. You know, if you have that hoop, it could be put on here, but it's not going to stitch the entire field. You just have to be aware of that. And then we have our newest cap frame, which is probably my favorite, and it's the one that I always steer people towards if they're buying their first cap frame, and that's called our flat brim cap frame. And it's very similar to our standard cap frame, but the difference is that it's actually specifically made to not only do the regular caps and things, it also helps and does things like your trucker hats. So hats that have those really, really flat, is it down there? Okay. Has the really, really flat, now you guys can see Patty. See, there's Patty. But yeah, this is going to be the actual hoop for my cap frame. And this is the flat brim cap frame. And you can see it's actually fairly small. This is the smallest one of the 3.
That might be one part of it.
It is just one part of it. There's another part that goes on the front. It's okay. But this is the part that actually clamps down onto your hood. So your baseball hat would come down in here. This would be your brim, and then this locks over it. This actually goes onto a driver that gets attached to the actual embroidery unit, which is back here in the back. You can kind of see, and then it actually rotates, drives back and forth. Really easy to do. Plus, we actually have an amazing educational video that shows you how to set this up, how to calibrate it, and how to make sure it works perfectly. But like I said, this is my favorite one of the 3. If you're looking at one and you don't have any of the other ones, I would go for the flat brim cap frame, because that, like I said, is going to fit all of your caps. Whereas if you go with the standard cap frame, it's a little bit harder to work with if you're doing like the trucker caps or those really stiff caps. They work great on this, but the standard, they're going to be a little bit more of a struggle. So I think this one's the one I go with.
We talked a lot about business because a lot of you guys were asking that question, but a lot a lot on the group are saying that they just use it for personal use.
Yeah,
for their family and friends and stuff like that. So,
yeah. I mean, that's what we do now. I mean, we do it for work, obviously, because we stitch samples 24/7, but we do it for personal use as well. I mean, to me, the joy of having a multi-needle is the fact that we just cut out all of the work that you as the owner have to do, right? Once you get this threaded up, then all I have to do is stand back and let it stitch. There's no changing of my thread unless I, need to change it for a color or what have you. But for the most part, it's kind of like running by itself.
And because this has the wireless feature, one of the things that it does is it works with the IQ monitoring app. And so what's really nice is, a lot of times Mike and I will set the machine up and go to bed and let it run while we're going to bed. But
and that terrifies people when we tell them.
I'm like, I'll give it a little blessing and walk away. But now you even have the IQ monitoring app too. So that's one of the things that you can be within your house somewhere and have your phone or your device tell you that if something happened, if the thread broke or something.
Yeah, and the monitoring app is pretty amazing because not only does it tell you when something happens, right? You can look at it at any given time. It'll tell you what stitch it's on. You can literally watch it stitch on the app. It actually has got a little graphic on there with the needle going up and down that tells you what stitch number it's on. So the way I like to think of the app is kind of like an adult baby monitor, right? Because this is going to be sending it out to my smart device. You can do it on a tablet. You can do it on a phone, whatever the case may be. And that's a free app that you can download off of either iOS App Store or you can do it off Google Play, either one, depending on which platform you're on. But so much fun. Again, because we actually have that wireless feature, we can also transfer our designs wirelessly to this machine. So over on the side of the LCD monitor here, I actually have 3 input slots. 2 of them are standard USB, so you could use USBs to bring them in. I also have a cable USB slot that would allow me to take and hardwire my machine to my laptop or my desktop computer. So if I wanted to do basically the same thing as wireless, but I wanted a wire in between my machine, I could do that. But because of the wireless feature, I could literally be in another room in my house, and as long as my computer is on the same network as what my machine is, I could use Pallet 11 to actually transfer wirelessly to the machine. I can also save off the machine wirelessly back to my computer. So if I've got Pallet 11, it goes both ways. It's a two-way street. So if I come down and I do a test stitch and I'm like, oh, something's not right, I want to go in and tweak it some more, I could send it back to my computer, be sitting up in my living room watching TV while I'm digitizing or whatever the case may be, or editing my design, what have you. And then when it gets ready, I just send it back down here. So I can do that. If you don't want to do Pallet 11, because Pallet 11 is a digitizing software, it's our software. But if you don't want to get into that and you just want to have the wireless capability to be able to send designs wirelessly from your computer to the machine, we have a free program that's called the Design Database Transfer Program. That's out on our website. You can download it with no problem. And once you get in there, it'll actually let you pull up all of your embroidery files. It actually acts as a cataloging program as well. But you can go in and pull up any of your embroidery files. And as long as that embroidery file is the size of my maximum embroidery field or smaller, it will transfer over to this machine. So if I try to do something that's going to exceed that 8x12, obviously it's not going to show up. It's going to tell me that it won't work with this machine. So it's smart enough that it won't let you make a mistake on it. But you can do that. Like I said, the Design Database Transfer Program is free if you do the free version. It's also a built-in version of a built-in feature of Pallet 11. Obviously, the one that's on Pallet 11 is going to be more robust, have a lot more features in it. But the free one is kind of like what we call a light version, and it's going to give you the capability. Now, that's only a one-way street, so I can only send from my computer to my machine if I'm using Design Database. So I can't send from my machine back to my computer. And if you think about that, that kind of makes sense because it's assuming that I don't have digitizing software. So because that's what Pallet 11 is. So it's just kind of saying, oh, you don't need to send it back to your computer. But obviously, if you wanted to save it out, you could save it to a USB and take it back to your computer if you needed to for some other reason. But let's see, what other things we have.
Somebody did ask early on, like, what was the format of files that this machine will read?
Yeah, so one really cool thing about the Baby Lock lineup is all of our machines read the same thing. So this machine is going to read PES as its native format, so Papa Echo Sierra. That would be what if I was going out and buying something and I wanted to bring it in, I would do that. This will also read the kind of the international one, which is DST, right? So Delta Sierra Tango. And the DST, the one thing we always kind of warn people about that is it is a universal file format. Because of that, it does not maintain thread color. It maintains thread changes, but not the actual color. So when you put it into your machine, it just randomly assigns colors. So you may have bought a really cute pink bunny design, and then when you put it in your machine, it's acid green. Nothing's wrong. It's just that it's going through and just changing and setting up its own color palette there because it's a DST. Once it gets in the machine, once you actually bring the design into the machine, it will convert it over to a format that's called PHX, so Papa Hotel X-Ray. Now, you can't buy PHX designs. That's not a format that's out there that digitizers are creating. But the reason I bring that up is if you have other, if you have other Baby Lock machines, they have to be of the level that reads PHX to be able to read something that you saved out on here. So we have two different levels. We've got PHC level, Papa Hotel Charlie, and we have PHX level. So PHX can read both PHC and PHX, but PHCs can only read PHCs.
Yeah, just one person asked where they could get that design database transfer. Is the free program. And if you go out to babylock.com and you go to support and then software updates, you'll be able to find that. And it's just a quick button to download. And you can use that program even if you're, with any of our machines, any of our
wireless machines.
Wireless machines,
yes. Yeah, absolutely. And you don't have to do anything to change. I mean, once you map it to that machine, it's there, right? So it's really easy to use, really friendly program. Any other questions?
What's the largest heap again?
7 7/8 by 11 3/4 or 8 by 12, right? So we usually just say 8 by 12. The other thing that you're going to have on this, somebody asked about tables. I know Patty mentioned that earlier. There's two different tables that work on this particular machine. So if I'm doing something that requires the round, what's that? Okay. If I'm doing something that's in the round, then I'm not going to have a table on here. But if I want to do something that's flat, we actually have what's called a wide table. That is a big flat white table that actually provides support. We also have what's called the narrow support table or the tube support table, which is a smaller one that fits over the actual arm here. Awesome. Well, I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I hope that we've given you a lot of information about this. As always, if you have questions, I know Blaine and his team are awesome about answering questions for you. You can also go out and check out babylock.com, where we have all of the information that we just talked about on our website specific to the array. You can look and see if I missed anything. There's also these, what we call our information sheets. And you can download these off of the website, and it actually goes in and tells you what comes with the machine, what the optional accessories are for the machine. So what I suggest, if you really like this, go get your sheet, go to the back, find all the optional stuff, and then call Blaine and say, I want this, I want this, I want this, and I want this, right? Because we all know we all want to have it all. But Blaine, I think that's it as far as going through the machine for you.
Well, thanks, Mike. It's a great job as usual. Thanks for Patty for running the camera behind the scenes there. I appreciate y'all, and we'll look forward to seeing y'all again real soon.
Sounds good.
Thanks,
Everybody enjoy.
Have a great Quilt Fest.
All righty. Okay, guys, this was the Baby Lock array. Now, we do have a call-in special on this, but we also have a free accessory bundle worth over $742. You see the price there is $11,999. Again, we have that call-in special. So if you've been in the market for a 6-needle embroidery machine, this is a great machine. Give us a call. We have financing available, and we're going to ship this free nationwide to you, right to your doorstep. 800-401-8151. And again, if you're on the website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents as well. So, all right, let's bring Jane back in.
What up, Blaine?
Hey, we're just rolling, so we're ready to go to our next one. So I'll let you take it away, and I'll see you back in here in about an hour.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, moving things right along. Our friend Jack Thompson from Cutterpillar is back. So Jack started Cutterpillar with his brother in 2012, and he has been to hundreds of quilt shows over the years. And because he already knows how to sew, he learned when he was a teenager from his mom. Remember, it was learn how to sew before you go to baseball practice. Well, because of that knowledge, he can combine everything he knows with his innovative skills to create sewing, quilting, and paper crafting tools that we all need and we all love. And he is here to show us more about the tools to get the job done right. Say hi to Jack Thompson. Hey, Jack.
Good morning, Jane.
Baseball second, sewing first.
Yeah. So if before baseball practice started in the spring, that was always looming over our heads. We had a certain amount of hours that we had to put in on the sewing machine. And you can imagine, this isn't like the 2000s. It's not even the 90s. This is the 1980s, where it was not cool for boys to learn how to sew.
Right.
So it was back then. You can imagine how we felt about it. But what a great skill. By college, I was hemming pants and showing off the skills to the ladies.
Yeah, good for you. Showing up, you're like hemming the dresses. You're like, watch this. You're like, I'm not a drummer, I'm a sewer. Yesterday you talked about the bestsellers package.
Yes.
The day before you did the all-in package. All-in. So today
we're doing the mini travel package. So we put together a bundle of things that go really well. Now, not only do they go well with each other, but they go very, very well together.
So they're on the go.
Yeah, these are for people who are on the go.
People you could take into baseball practice.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm going to let you go take it away, and I will be taking notes.
You heard about the Netflix last night, right? There was a comedian that did a set on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't see that?
He's a new show.
He did a whole set on quilting and sewing. But eventually he bombed because he ran out of material.
Oh, but
sorry, it's my last day. I was saving that one for you.
He's in the house, everybody. Be sure to tip him after the show. Okay. Thank you, Jane.
Anyway, thanks, Jane.
Usually I'm making the jokes. I love it.
I know. I couldn't help myself.
I think it's great. Okay. I'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to Salt Lake City. We're at Cutterpillar Studios here, and I was looking forward to this one. The reason why is these products that I developed with help, obviously, are some of our newest products, and so I'm a little bit more enthusiastic about the newer ones because they're new and fresh, and there's lots to talk about. We call it the mini travel package, and when we say travel, we really do mean travel. So traveling away from your house, but also traveling outside of your quilting space or your sewing space. It allows you, these products are going to allow you to go to that the coffee table and being with the family, and not always be stuck up in that room. I know sometimes you want to be up there away from the family, but this is for the case when you want to actually be with them. So we did put together some fun stuff. Let's talk about the bundles, the bundle total, and then we're going to talk about individual uses and things like that. So we call this the mini travel package. So the reason why we called it mini, because we're starting with our newest light board. Now we call these light boards, they're really the light boxes from the 90s and 2000s that were made out of, you know, your husband's made it for you, 2x4s and halogen bulbs, and they were hot and they're big pieces of furniture. This is what this has turned into. This is less than a pound. If you could feel this, you would not believe how light it is. And brightness, and unfortunately these studio cameras just don't capture. The lenses change every single time we bring it up and down, but yeah, it does not do any justice. Let's put it down here. So all of our boards have the 3 levels of light and things like that, but let's not get into that too soon. But I want to tell you a little bit about the board. So if you're going to take this mini light board, which also includes a free cutting mat, you're going to need something to put it in, right? We've done other totes with some of our other boards, and they work more traditional like totes where they're just, you put them in from the top and things like that. But this one, because we had a little bit more time to design it and put a little more thought into it, we built it like a portfolio, right? So it certainly functions like a tote. It's got the arm strap, the shoulder strap that's adjustable, so you can sling it around your, I really like this, you can just sling it over your shoulder like this and bring it with you. But when I say portfolio, it opens more like a business portfolio. Turn it this way. And then let's see what we did in here. For the actual board itself, we put this little pocket that is seat belted in with this little Velcro. Now this is, if you can't believe, this is all padded on the inside and on the outside. So you could, yesterday I talked about, I was at the airport and I dropped one of these down the stairs and it rolled down the escalator and it came out. It was absolutely fine. Now on the left hand side, we've got 2 pockets and for all your knickknacks and stuff, but let's not get too much into that. We'll talk more about it. Now I'm going to leave this open because it's a perfect segue into the third piece of the package, which is our new Flip and Fold 36. Okay, so a lot of you are like, what is a Flip and Fold? What does it do? Oh, we're going to talk about it. We're going to show you. The reason why we put these 3 things together is because they all fit perfectly in this to-go package. That's why it's the travel package. So let's take them out, talk about them individually. And I want you to be thinking in the meantime, as we talk about things, all of the places that you think you could take this and the convenience you would have to be able to take this stuff on the road. I go to, like Jane said, I go to, probably 10 shows a year. It was used to be 15 shows a year, but I'm getting a little old for that. And I see these ladies show up to these classes and I see them show up with all their stuff, and some of them are carrying these giant rolling totes and backpacks and all these things to get all their stuff. So we wanted to make some tools that would make it easy to do those, to bring it with you, to take it to your girlfriends, to take it to your guild show, things like that. So where else do you go? I've named a couple of things. Where else do you imagine yourself going? Your girlfriends, your mothers, any place like that. Imagine how convenient it is going to take this stuff with you. So let's get into the board. I'll plug it in here. Now, by the way, I have a secret that I'm going to show you. You have to wait till the end to make this even more useful than you've ever imagined. But I'm going to save it till the end. So you have to wait. And the secret, it's one of my own hacks. It's going to really make this more useful. Okay, so back to the board. We call this a mini. This is basically 11 by 13 in its size. It is one of the lightest boards out there. It is also one of the brightest boards out there. And I'm sorry, that's just not going to do the trick here. It does not, there we go. Let's turn out a light here. The camera just makes these corrections. But if you could see it live, there we go. There we go. Now we get a little bit of contrast. You actually would squint. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. But you can see, okay, there you go. See how it's shining on me? See, oh yeah, you can see all the cracks on the face there. This is, I can say this is one of the brightest boards on the market, and one of the smallest here. Here's another thing we did. We knew that this board was going to be thrown into suitcases. We knew it was going to be used on laps and taken on the road. So most light boards out there are laminated, which means, I can show you one of our other boards, which means, by the way, this is one of the boards that's in the all-in bundle. This is the Ultra, ginormous. But you can see here that they laminate the layers together, which is great. And it works fine because you're leaving this on a table. Whereas this one, this can be used on your lap. This can be used on a tray table on an airplane. My wife has done that. It fits perfectly on that Delta tray table there. And so we wanted to make it more durable. The place where we have the most problems with these boards, by the way, is right here, because people will trip over the cords and things like that, and that will sometimes ruin it. This is indestructible. This port is molded. I'm almost afraid of how long these things are going to last. They're going to last years and years and years. By the way, the diodes, which these are made from, they call it the LED revolution because they've made these smaller and lighter and brighter and last longer, are 50,000 hour diodes, which is I did the math on it. You could use it every day for a couple of hours for about 15 years, and the diodes are going to last that long. So now let's talk about what makes Cutterpillar's boards stand out. We've coined the term board. Some people refer to it as light boxes, light pads, et cetera, et cetera. We'll turn the lights back on. There we go. I don't look like the crypt keeper. But we coined the term board because it really does work more like a board. And the main reason people get these is to do their transfers and tracing. Because I know what y'all have been doing for years, because I used to see my mom do it. I told this story yesterday, but so we had a big dining room. Now, she did all of her quilting in the dining room. Remember the big stands you have to roll the quilt on to do but she had one big bay window, and anytime she wanted to trace or transfer, she would have to tape up the fabric and tape the paper in the window, and it was only a couple hours a day that she could do that. So that's what we have made your life so much easier by putting it here in your space, having it way brighter than the sun coming through that day. And so you can do those traces and transfers. Now let's take a look from above and see how that looks. Okay, so this is my fox. I've been using this. Oh, look how it just disappears in that light. And we're going to get a little bit. There we go. It's so bright that it's blinding out the camera there, guys. This is where I started to trace on it. Actually, Nathan, why don't we do there we go, zoom in there. I'm going to bring that down a little bit. Okay. There we go. Now, it's a little bit hard to see because the camera tries to correct for the light here. But there's my original pattern. You can see it's so bright that it just makes the color just disappear. And transferring paper to paper or paper to fabric is really easy because it shines through multiple papers and multiple fabrics. There's almost nothing it doesn't shine through, especially this one because it is so much brighter than the others. It'll show through the dark fabrics too, which is great. Now, certainly there's limits. It's not going to show through denim, and it's not going to show through wool, but it'll show through multiple fabrics there. So here's where we separate ourselves from the crowd. Most of these light boards, these light pads, they do the same things, but we love this space so much. We wanted more out of it. We wanted exponentially more out of it. So back in 2015, we tried to buy these, but back in 2015, nobody made a translucent mat because there was no reason to make a translucent mat because no one had ever thought to marry the light from underneath on a translucent mat. So we found a company that did it for us, and it is spectacular. These mats are as durable as any commercial mat out there. I think almost more durable. They're the perfect amount of translucency and durability. So you can see it shows quite well through there. But now you have created a space which is more useful. And you say, well, what do I need a mat on top of a light for? Well, let me tell you right now. First of all, basic cutting. I tell people, leave your board out and just go cut on it like you would. If you're doing on this space, we've got a 12 by 9 cutting space. And you can do any of those fussy cuts, any of those small shape cuts that fit in that space and not feel worried about it. I get people at shows say, well, I don't really like cutting on it because I don't want to mess it up. Like, well, we designed it for you to mess it up. And we also did another thing to make your life a little easier. Here's another thing I like to do. I like to line the ruler line up with the grid line. So I know I'm getting a perfect cut. But we made these durable enough that they are going to last for months and months and months, if not years, and you can replace them. You can replace them out on our website for a very reasonable price. So cutting, fussy cutting. The reason why we put this grid here is for one particular reason, is to use it as a reference point. It's like, what do I need a reference point for? Oh, well, let me tell you, foundation paper piecing. That is it right there. So all of my samples are in Branson right now to show, so I had to kind of fake it. So here is a little pattern of triangles that you would be, with this, you'd be pinning and folding and sewing right on the pattern. And the beauty of that is when you flip it both ways, it's a little bit hard to see here, but if you were here live, it shows right through this. Let's see. Oh, there we go. There we go. So that is just a little bit far. See how nice it shows through that? So as you're flipping and pinning, you always have that reference point, and being able to cut right on the mat through your paper piecing is just spectacular. That's once people discover the light boards for the paper piecing, it saves so much time. There's dozens of YouTube videos about it. Really a great feature. Also squaring up your projects. Now this one's a little bit small, but people use it to line up their collages. If they're planning a collage, they can line up all those lines and get their collage perfect there. So those are the main uses there. Like I said on YouTube, if you look up not necessarily Cutterpillar, but if you look up Lightbox and whatever you're working on that day, you will find 10 people showing you how ways to use that. Now myself, since I'm the designer, I don't do a lot of quilt creation. Like I said earlier, I can hem your pants, but I do not make quilts myself, but my wife and my mother do. And so she has given me lots of problems to solve. One of the things that she does, and this is an add-on to the mini that we did. I think you're really going to like this. So let's say you're here tracing. Can I get an overhead? And I'm going to put it up here just so you can see it a little bit better. So I'm tracing this camper here onto the fabric, which eventually I'll take all my pieces right here and fuse them on. But the beauty of this is you can line them all up perfectly through. So paper, 1, 2, 3, 4 layers, not only of fabric and paper, but also the fusing is on here. So it shines through all of those. But here's one thing that we did. So my mom, she does a lot of big fat quarter transfers. And over the years, she's been trying different things, like she'll use freezer paper. By the way, speaking of freezer paper, this is one of the things I love about having a light board is you do not need freezer paper. You don't need to go down to Joann's. Oh, did I say it? Joann's. I'm sorry about that. You don't need to go down to your local quilt store and buy that special paper, because the board will show. This is just printer paper, by the way. The printer paper will show when it's a little bit closer. You don't need that special paper. But my mom, she's old school. She still uses the special paper. And as she transfers, she was lamenting to me that she spends more time lining those layers up, and they're constantly shifting on her. And when she uses pins, the pins will rip the freezer paper. And then if she does the tape, when she tries to remove the tape, it again rips that paper. So she says, solve that problem for me. So we did. We thought about, well, what if we don't want to use pins? We don't want to use tape. So we did something pretty radical. It's a little bit hard to see, but built into the acrylic here are 4 plates, metal plates built right into the acrylic. And you probably can guess where I'm going for this now. These are called N52s. This is the strongest magnet you can buy. I don't know if you need a license after that, but literally this is the strongest magnet you can buy. And it's in this really cute Cutterpillar green. And when I'm at shows, they're almost like a fidget toy for me too, because you can see how far that magnetic field is going. Now, this changes your transferring, because now you line those pieces up. Even if it's a big piece like this, You find out the part that you're using, and then there's 4 different places. Those magnets will just lock those layers down. Nothing is pulling those off. And you can do multiple layers of fabric and paper. So that is not on the bundle today, on the travel package, but because we built this into the mini, this is something you definitely should know. Okay, so tracing and transfer, cutting, all those things. This mini is beautiful. You can use it anywhere. Again, there's a secret. I'm going to let you know at the end. So we'll do that at the end. Okay, so there's the mat that comes, by the way, comes for free. Let's get back into the tote once more. We call this the mini tote. We made it, like I said earlier, like a portfolio. It slides your mat in there, which is a perfect segue to the last part on our bundle, which is the flip and fold mini. Now this takes a minute to see all the things. So first of all, I'm gonna show you how it perfectly fits into the tote right there. So now imagine the places you'll go. Isn't that a Dr. Seuss book? I think it is. With this mini travel package, all the things that'll fit in here. Oh, by the way, it's got a Velcro pocket on the outside to put your rulers and put those things, all metal hardware. Great little tote here. So let's talk about cutting mats. In 2023, we were talking to one of our manufacturers who was making a new kind of cutting material, and it's called TPE. Now, I know that sounds kind of boring, but the thing about TPE, it does have some qualities which I think are pretty special. First of all, it's non-toxic. PVC, which is 90% of cutting mats are made out of PVC, it's an oil-based plastic, and it's quite toxic. We learned the hard way. When we were working on one of our projects here, I cut it on our laser cutter. We had to evacuate the building for a whole day. That's how toxic it is. So this TPE is non-toxic. It's made from rubber, and you can actually prepare food on it. So, but it allows our manufacturer to do some things that you cannot normally do on PVC mats, and that is to fold it. To fold it and fold it and fold it. So let's see here we are at 8 by 11. So let's say you're working here, and you can work here. We really actually encourage people to work on all the surfaces. And let's say the next cut, you need more. Well, you just double it. So now you've doubled it from 8 out to 17. And you'll notice here, every time I open it, I get a new grid from 0, top and bottom. So now I've got 1 to 17, 1 to 11. Okay, so let's say the next step, you have to pull out that bolt. And instead of having these other mats and having to have 5, because this is really 5 mats in one, it's all here. So I flip it. That's how we call it, the flip and fold. And I double it. Now I've got 36 inches. Now this was a trick for us. That seam, if you ever tried to push those 2 mats together and then cut across it, it never works. It always leaves a couple of threads here until we figured out that this puzzle piece here, contrast it, there we go, puzzle piece, locks that hard edge together, right? It snaps in. There we go. Oops. And now you can cut right across this. And I'm only gonna tell you, I'm gonna show you. Cut right across that hard seam and will not leave a thread. Beauty. So again, let's go even bigger. So now we have 36 by 11. We double it one more time. Now we have 24 by 36 inches. Now the beauty of this, not only you see how small that it folds down to, but where do you store this mat? I brought mine from home, okay? This thing is obnoxious. Like you can't store it, like just be storing it against the wall for 10 minutes as I brought it in, it's already starting to warp. You can't store these against the wall. So you got to find a place to store them under the couch, under the rugs, all those things. My wife puts some between the bed. So get rid of this thing. So this is 5 mats in one. So here, this is number 4. So this is your 36 by 24. And you flip it over this way. And now you have your 18 by 24. So you can use both sides of it. And then the beauty is when you're done, you just fold it back into its original shape. It goes right back on the shelf. This is self-healing, as they say. That's one of those words that I fight against. Nothing's really self-healing. but it's cut resistant. So sue me, it's cut resistant. But self-healing is what we call it. But here's another thing we love about this is we tested this. We did this the hard way. I left this in my car one day. I was supposed to just run into work. I threw it on the dashboard of my car, and guess what happened? Nothing happened. So that got us thinking, why does it do that? So we started testing other mats. Yes. And every other mat that we tested, we did the same thing in that Utah summer. And this is what happened to those mats. They all warped. They're all completely worthless now. Whereas the Cutterpillar, here is the piece that we've now put this in the car for hundreds of hours in those Utah summers, 100 degrees. And that's what it looks like, completely fat. Now, I'm not suggesting that you go out and do it purposely, but you need to know that if you leave your mat in the car, that you're not going to ruin that investment. So, all right, we're running out of time here. I'm going to tell you my secret. So we've got, again, let's go through it. The mini. The tote, which fits everything. By the way, the 2 zippers here. I've got my scissors. I put all my things in here. They zip up nicely. A little pencil holder here. And then the little seat belt for this. Of course, that goes right here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the secret here. We got a couple of minutes. Now, this isn't cordless. This is a corded product, right? And so that does limit you to where you can use it, but I'll tell you the hack that I've been using the whole time here. Now, this really makes this one of those products to get out of the house. I've been running this whole time on this battery bank, right? The battery bank will run this thing. Now, you're technically not cordless, but you're untethered. Will run this thing for hours and hours and hours. So you really can take, these are $20 at Target. So you can really take it on the road with you and have that experience of being untethered. And let's talk about those experiences. Can you imagine yourself using these at these places you go? That's really what we're talking about here is we've made this convenient. We really put a lot of thought into the wheres as much as the whys, is where you can use this. And if you're anything like my wife, she takes it everywhere. She keeps it in her purse. She's working on a big project right now. She's doing a lot of transfers. Here's another thing she uses it for. She puts it on her lap and she does all of her cross stitching and her hoop work because this thing fits perfectly on your lap. There's no heat and it shines up right through those hoops. Great use for that. She uses that almost as much as she uses it for anything. So we are running out of time here, but we're going to let you the mini travel package. Yesterday we had the best sellers package, which was the premium light board, the glass mat, and the storage. But then there's the all-in. That is the deal that I don't know how Blaine got this deal, but it included the Glow Ultra, the big one here, right? It included the tempered glass mat. Everything's hiding from me now. Which is you fuse your applique. Includes the rotating mat that's clear. It included the mini, so it includes that as well, and it included the flip and fold 48, which is exactly like the 36, but it folds out to 48 inches instead of 36. This one's amazing too. And it included the magnets, which I showed you earlier, which are hiding in here. So I'm out of time. I could have done this for another half an hour. Jane, do you have any questions for me?
Oh, Jack, I have plenty of questions for you, but we're running out of time. So number one, can you iron on the mat?
No, you can't iron on the mat. We do have the capability of doing that on some of our other products. We have not made an ironing surface for this. We are getting a little bit more input. So you have an opinion about that, let us know on our website or on social media. So we are considering making one for that.
Okay, we're going to speed run these questions. I like 30 seconds. Can you see through dark fabric?
You can see through dark fabric with limits, obviously. It won't show through denim. It won't show through, but it'll show through most fabrics. Look how, that's pretty dark.
Okay, I got to get to how they can get this travel package because it is so amazing. This bundle, all in one bundle, the best sellers bundle, they're all good, but let's talk about
great bundles this year.
It really
Blaine has done a great job with those. So
Well, Jack, it's always good to see you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
that
Jane.
presentation. Everybody, we love your products. Keep on innovating. Get
Thank
back
you.
in the basement.
Yeah, they're locking me in the basement after this, and I don't get to see daylight till 5.
Okay. Thanks, Jack. Okay, everybody, let's talk about it. You got to get your hands on this Cutterpillar bundle. It is the mini travel package, and you saw it there. You're getting the light board, the mini. It's by 11 by 13. It's light and it's bright. You're getting that translucent mat, easy for me to say. You got that flip and fold 36, and you get the mini tote. It is right there in your mini travel package. You see your pricing right there, $239.99. But guess what? There is a call-in special. Thank you, Blaine. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Cutterpillar. 800-401-8151. Okay. Whew. That's so exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? Education. And we are going to kick off education today. This is part 1 of our education. This is graffiti quilting by Carly Porter. Let me tell you about Carly. She's amazing. She's the author and inventor of the popular free motion quilting technique, graffiti quilting. We're going to learn about it today. She has traveled all over the world teaching quilters how to harness their free motion quilting skills. Now, she first published the graffiti quilting book in 2014, another one in 2017, and then in honor of 10-year anniversary, she did an expanded version in 2024. And she teaches graffiti quilting as a comprehensive free motion quilting education journey. She is the owner and founder of the custom printing quilt top company, Honest Fabric. And she is also designed over 1,000 computerized quilting designs, and she sells those on her website, carlyporter.com. I'm super excited to welcome to the show Carly Porter, and I'm even more excited. Hey, Carly.
Hi.
I'm super excited to learn about graffiti quilting.
Yes, I'm super excited to tell you all about it.
This is cool. I saw that. I was like, cool, graffiti quilting. What does that mean? So, Carly, I'm going to let you take it away. This is part 1. And then we'll see you on the back half of the day for part 2.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so graffiti quilting, what can I try to fit into 30 minutes? I'm going to try to fit as much as possible. But I did want to start by saying, if you want to get to know more about who I am, you can find tons of information at carlyporter.com or follow me on Instagram under Carly Porter Design. So for graffiti quilting is all about taking tons of different quilting motifs and smashing them together all into one quilt. So when I first started learning how to quilt, I was exposed to lots of very traditional quilting styles, but I found myself just constantly trying to break out of the box and get to my quilting machine, which is where I enjoyed spending the most time. So a lot of my quilts are whole cloth quilts where I've skipped the piecing and really let the magic flow with the free motion quilting. So as Jane said, graffiti quilting was published over 10 years ago now. So throughout the last decade, I have been pioneering this free motion quilting technique, really breaking things down into the most basic of steps so that you can show your friends very intricate, beautiful free motion quilted quilts and wow them. But I'm going to teach you all of the little secrets in my online course. So I did want to mention I have a coupon code for y'all when you register for the class that I will be sharing at the end of this segment. And this is part 1 of 2 segments that I'm going to do today. So graffiti quilting can be done on any quilting machine or sewing machine that allows you to do free motion. So in my class, I demonstrate on a Baby Lock Altair 2, which is a domestic sewing machine that you can free motion on. I also demonstrate on a Baby Lock Tiara. And then I also do demonstration on a long arm quilting machine, a Baby Lock Regalia. So really, if you have a machine that allows you to drop those feed dogs and free motion quilt, you can do graffiti quilting. So the graffiti quilting course is a hybrid of 2 things: on-demand content that I have spent hours and hours and hours curating, writing, and recording, as well as in-class sessions that are virtual. So we're going to talk more about that, but I want to show you some samples of what graffiti quilting actually is so you can see if it's something that you're interested in learning how to make your own graffiti quilted quilts. So let's go to the overhead camera here, and I want to show you some of my beautiful quilts that I have made throughout my journey of graffiti quilting. So in the class, we talk about different layouts and compositions and how you can combine all of these motifs together. So there are about 20 different simple shapes that we talk about, and we break them down into their simplest form and then learn how to combine them back together. So you can see all of these quilts here that I'm showing you, they're all very similar, but every single one is unique in that there are no repeated quilts. Every quilt is different in a different way. It has a little different composition to it, or it has different thread colors. But all of these quilts are done using the free motion quilting technique. So the thing that I really love about graffiti quilting is that when I first started learning how to quilt, I was so nervous and scared about starting because there were so many steps that it just overwhelmed me to see a quilt where you had to pick the pattern, pick the fabric, cut the fabric, piece the fabric, press the fabric, unpick the fabric, piece it again because you did it wrong. But I learned how to free motion quilt before I really learned how to piece. And so my happy place is in the quilting. And so I love graffiti quilting because it's all about learning about each of these different motifs in their structural skeletal form, and then learning how to get them to talk to each other and play together and create these very unique compositions within an overall unified quilt. Now, the other thing that's really cool is you can use the graffiti quilting technique for non-traditional material. So if you have a couching foot for your machine, one of the things that I love to do is use different types of yarn and do graffiti quilting with a couching foot. Sometimes I like to get crazy, weird fabrics and just see what it would be like to stitch them out. And sometimes when I am the most open-minded is when I get the coolest compositions, when I try something that I've never tried before. So graffiti quilting is really a great opportunity for you to hone in your free motion quilting skills, where you can care more about the process and the journey, and the finished quilt ends up just being a cherry on top of a beautiful experience. And that's what I really love about free motion quilting in general, but especially graffiti quilting, is the ability to kind of sit back and relax a little bit and really enjoy the process, and have a finished piece that, even if I don't love the finished piece, which I do, I have to say, especially this one, I still can appreciate the journey that I went on and the experience that I gained by keeping my arms moving and building that muscle memory. So with these quilts that I'm showing you, I did not mark any of the specific motifs, like especially with the quilts that are more free form like this one. I didn't draw out every motif. I had very simple structural marked lines that could kind of keep me on track, but I did not plan where every little motif was going to go and how they were going to combine together. So I like to think of graffiti quilting as kind of like a party, and we invite all of these different motifs together, and we don't exactly know how they're going to mesh and what kind of conversation they're going to have until we introduce them to each other. So I wanted to show you kind of a little sneak peek, or a hors d'oeuvre, if you will, of what my online full graffiti quilting masterclass is like, because there's no way I can fit even like 10% of it into a 30-minute session. But I wanted to show you kind of a glimpse into when I am starting a new composition, kind of what that looks like. So it's going to be a little bit more relaxing, where you can sit back and relax and watch. It's kind of like quilting ASMR, but I wanted to show you the process of practicing some drawing as well as quilting. So I have this beautiful half finished quilt here that I've been working on. And so we're going to do some drawing practice and then some quilting practice. Now, I'm not going to draw exactly what I'm quilting, and I'm not going to try to quilt what I've drawn. These are both just two different ways that I can practice keeping my muscle memory sharp and my design skills sharp as I retain and process the things that I learn throughout the process of graffiti quilting. So check out how cool this is. I have my iPad plugged in so you can see the screen of my iPad. My hands aren't going to get in the way. And I'm going to take you just on a little journey of what it would look like if I were starting to combine different free motion quilting motifs together. And I think I see some comments or questions in the chat. So while I'm drawing, hopefully I can try to answer a couple of them. All right, so let's go to the iPad. And I'm just going to start in the middle of my my page here. Let me take off my bracelet. Okay, so I think one question that I saw talked about the crystals, and I have actually not bought Swarovski crystals in about 10 years. I won a quilting competition, and the first place prize was like $3,000 worth of Swarovski crystals. So I haven't had to buy crystals in a long time. So I saw a question about crystals, and I wish I could help you, but I don't have a good source for where to buy crystals because I still have a stash that I will never be able to use enough of. Oops. Okay, so I've started with a center motif here. So that would be my first design. And now I'm going to combine something with it. And with graffiti quilting, every new design that I add is from a jumping off point from my previous design. And I'm going to try to draw this as best I can as a continuous line so that you can get an idea of how I would be quilting this if I were doing quilting practice instead of drawing practice. So throughout the graffiti quilting class, there are lots of different motifs that I break down into their most skeletal structures, and then we build them back up together. So the class is a lot of drawing practice as well as quilting practice, because there's kind of two parts that I train your brain as you are learning the free motion quilting technique. And one part is actually kind of understanding the skeletal structures and how they fit together. And then the other is building the muscle memory. Now, unfortunately, muscle memory is not something that I could just write into a book for you to learn. That obviously is going to come with your practice. But I'm really, really proud of the graffiti quilting book that that I've spent so much time pouring my quilting heart and soul into, so that I can kind of show you where you can cut corners and where you can really focus your time and energy, so that, you know, I have done free motion quilting for 10,000 plus hours now. But if I can help you get to the same level that I am in maybe a, 3/5 of the time or half the time, then that means I have achieved my goal and fulfilled the measure of my creation. My favorite thing to do is teach people how to free motion quilt. There's nothing kind of more satisfying than seeing a light bulb go off in someone's head as they are learning a new artistic skill. Oh, another question. How long can you go back and rewatch the classes? That is a great question. So the way I have formatted the class is that through the book, you have lifetime access to all of that content. So all of the on-demand content that I talked about being the hybrid of the class, you have lifetime access to all of that on-demand content. And then I also do the live class sessions that you will have long-term access to. But the cool thing is about the book, I built in over 100 different QR codes, and I take those live class sessions, and as we go through the live class sessions, I take that footage and I parse it out into the QR codes of the book. So as long as you have a copy of the book and you're logged into your account on carlyporter.com, you can access all of that information for as long as you need to be a successful quilter. To get where you want to be in your journey of free motion quilting, you have access to all of that information. Great question. Thank you for that. All right, so let me zoom out here and kind of show you. So this was just a few minutes of me just kind of playing and practicing. I did not plan this out for this event even. I just knew that when I got to my iPad, I would be able to just kind of pull these things out, because again, graffiti quilting is all about pulling things from your toolbox and then getting them to work together. So we're going to go to the quilting machine, and I'm going to show off on my sit-down quilting machine. And then in the afternoon class session of graffiti quilting today, I will be demonstrating on my long arm quilting machine, so you can see both of those methods. So let's move over to the quilting machine. I have this beautiful piece here. So you can see the marking lines that I have. The only marks that I have are the frame around the edge. There are no other markings in here. So I'm going to just take each little section at a time and see where where my heart takes me and just focus on each little 2-inch square while I'm doing a motif. And then I will figure out what the next motif is. I have not planned any of this out. This is all, you are witnessing me pulling different things from my mental toolbox of the graffiti quilting course. So I'm going to pick a spot here. I have a nice area here, so I'm going to pick up right here. All right, so I have no idea what design I'm going to add. So I'm just going to start with kind of a skeletal shape and then see what inspires me. Now, the really cool thing with graffiti quilting, again, that I can't stress enough, is this method really allows you to focus much less on the end result and really get back into your body and into the ability to enjoy the process. So when I see this empty space here, I'm not overwhelmed because I know that there will be a time that I get there. It just doesn't have to be right now, and that's okay. So I've just done a skeletal leaf shape, and then I've decided what filler I'm going to put into it. So I really get to take this process one little step at a time, which for me reduces my overwhelm dramatically, because I know that if something comes up and I say, oh, I have to stop and go run away, I can go do that. And then I don't even have to think about my project until I'm back in this mode, back in my happy place. I can pick up where I left off, and I don't have to plan ahead any further than each little motif that I'm working on. So in the class, I really break things down into very, very digestible steps. We really start at level 1. So the graffiti quilting book is extremely robust. There are 10 chapters in the book, and I start all the way at the very beginning. So chapter 1 talks about different tools and materials. So if you, let's say you just brand new bought a quilting machine and your only experience with quilting is piecing a quilt top, and now you want to learn how to quilt your own quilts, the graffiti quilting book is going to take you on step 1 of that journey. So the very first section of the book is talking about all the different tools and materials that you can use, the different types of machines, the different types of fabrics and threads, what their pros and cons are. And then section 2 is really great because I know that Mike Johns earlier in his segment was talking about tension being a 4-letter word. And I vow to all of my students that one of the most important things in class is not being afraid to adjust your tension on your machine. So the whole chapter 2 in the graffiti quilting book is all about learning how to tackle tension so that you can become best friends with your quilting machine instead of worrying about fighting against it. Because I have found over the last 10 years of teaching quilting classes that nothing is more frustrating than when my student is trying to focus on the art and design work, but is constantly fighting with their machine with poor stitches or with poor stitch quality. And it's not that their machine is broken, it's just that they don't know how to tackle their tension. So that is something that is super important to me and I take very seriously in helping my students understand the real fundamentals of what is actually happening in their free motion quilting machine so that they can get over that hurdle into enjoying the artistic process that comes with free motion quilting. So then in chapter 3 of the book, we talk about a lot of different design principles and elements and how you can apply those to your motifs. Now, the thing that's so cool about the graffiti quilting class as well is that it's so comprehensive that even if you are not graffiti quilting every single quilt that you make, there are so many tools broken down into their simplest structure that you can pull each of those tools from your toolbox for an overall comprehensive quilting skill level. So you can say, oh yeah, I can definitely do graffiti quilting, but maybe on this quilt, I'm just going to focus on pebbles and curls and flower petals. Or maybe on another quilt, I want to get more geometric. And so I'm going to work on right angles and triangles. And you can really break apart those different elements and use them to your biggest advantage. So it's nice because the graffiti quilting class, like I said, it has so much to it that even if you took your entire lifetime, which you get lifetime access, There is so much content. And now the other thing that's also really cool about the graffiti quilting book is, like I said, I built in QR codes to the pages. So as I continue the next decade of teaching free motion quilting classes, anytime I add new content into that, it's all digital and updatable, and you don't have to get a new copy of the book. As long as you have those QR codes that don't change, you can scan those pages and you can see additional information about all of these different design principles, and you get access to that just for the one registration price. So it's almost like you're buying a subscription to my brain of free motion quilting. And whether you learn something in 2025 or you pick it up in 2026, and there's new content that, you know, doesn't exist right now because I'm not going anywhere, I'm still making new artwork all the time, you will get access to that for the one registration price that you spend today or this weekend. Which I should say, you're going to want to register this weekend, because not only is the class in early bird pricing right now, it's the cheapest it's ever going to be, but also at the end of this segment, I will have a coupon code for you where you can take an additional $25 off as supporters of Sewing Machines Plus. So huge shout out to Sewing Machines Plus. I really appreciate them inviting me along on this fun Quilt Fest. So, okay, let's see. I've filled in this space here. I still have some open space. What? Yeah, let's see if there's any questions. Oh, someone said it's so relaxing to watch. Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to mention, obviously in a 30-minute demonstration, I'm not going to be able to finish this quilt, but I am going to come back live again at 2 o'clock. And in the meantime, I'm going to work on this quilt. So my goal is that I can have this quilt close to finished, and I can show you just how much you can accomplish in a few hour span with graffiti quilting. But yeah, I would love to answer any questions. Do you do just one color, leave the space? So we talk all about that in the class, how to choose if you want to do a single color or do multiple colors. So there's quilts like this that are multiple colors. The cool thing about the course is that it shows you how to plan just enough to get started, but don't plan so far ahead that you get overwhelmed and give up. So let me show you all of the amazing goodies that you get when you register for the class, because even though the course is virtual, I want it to be personal. Like, I want you to know how much I am invested in your free motion quilting educational journey. So every student who signs up gets this amazing welcome package with a bunch of awesome stuff in it. So let's go back to the overhead, and I'm going to open this this welcome package and show you everything that you get when you register. Okay, so first things first is you get a copy of the graffiti quilting textbook. So you can choose between soft cover or hardcover. Both are awesome and beautiful. When I was publishing the 10-year anniversary book, I couldn't decide to do hard or soft, so I just did both. So you get to choose either one. So you get a textbook of graffiti quilting, and it really is a textbook. Like, check that out. So like, this is the book that I wrote in 2014 when graffiti quilting first came out. And then this is the one that I wrote in 2017. So a few years later, and now the 10-year anniversary one is bonkers amazing. There is so much good in it. So you get a copy of the graffiti quilting book. Then you also get a copy of the graffiti quilting coloring book, which is really fun. This will be a good resource companion as you're learning graffiti quilting. You can also tear these pages out. You can trace them and use them as a pattern, or you can just get relaxed and color them. Okay, and then you also get a piece of custom printed fabric from Honest Fabric with a few different graffiti quilting designs. So let's go to the main camera and I can show you. Look how cool this is. So these are mini quilts that you can cut apart, and you can either use them for practice or you can use them for real life, which, let's be real, all of our real life practices are also practice. So you get one of these, and then you also get a smaller graffiti quilting, like fat quarter size. And we talk about how to use these fabrics in the class. So those are kind of fun. You can also use this as a pattern. You could trace it on one of the light boxes. Okay. Then you also get some other fun stuff. You get a pack of graffiti quilting postcards that have a bunch of different designs. Let's go to the overhead and I can show you some of those. So these are quilts that I have done in the past in the graffiti quilting style. So you can use these as reference cards, or you can also write love letters to your besties. Okay, and then there's more stuff in this bag still. So then you also get some iron-on fabric transfers of graffiti quilting, as well as some machine decals. So you probably noticed my tiara here in the view and my Altair 2 behind me. They have like graffiti quilting tattoos. I just drew on those with Sharpies, but you get a cool decal sticker that looks so good. So you get some of those, and then also some smaller ones. So you get a cute little iron-on. This can be like a tattoo for the sleeve of your shirt. Super cute. And then also a little smaller tattoo for your quilting or sewing machine, or really any hard surface. Okay. And then a cute little baby one. And then you also get a commemorative 10-year anniversary graffiti quilting enamel pin. So this matches the small piece of fabric. Everyone gets one of these. So all of my students, this is kind of like your graduation gift. Okay. And then I also designed a bunch of other cute enamel pins. So there's like 13 different ones that I have, and you will get another one, a random design. So those are kind of cute. It says quilting is my love language. I feel quilty, and quilter by day and by night. So, and then homemade caramels, which are part of my story that we talk about in class, and an honest fabric snip clip, which we also talk about in class. Finally, the cute tote bag that it all comes in. So I hope you'll join me. Do we have any other questions? Oh, that's right. Yes, I guess before we go back to Jane, I have this coupon code for you here. So not only is the class in early bird pricing right now, if you go to carlyporter.com, you'll see it's already discounted. But if you use this coupon code, SMP25, you can get an additional $25 off your tuition. So go sign up at carlyporter.com, just click shop education, and it's right there, graffiti quilting. And I would love for you to join me in class. That product page has tons of info. So read through that and then sign up and let me know whether you want a soft cover book or a hardcover book. Yeah.
Awesome, Carly. That is just so beautiful. You're such a great talent. I mean, that is just so fun to watch. And it's real cool that you just use like straight fabric and in batting, and you go for it. And it's like artwork, of course. Couple of questions really fast. Do you ever use rulers or markers?
Sometimes. None of the quilting motifs require a ruler or a marker, but those are absolutely tools that I encourage my students to use if they feel like they need them. So sometimes I want an exact perfect line, I'll go up and get a ruler, but sometimes I'll just do organically straight lines, and that's okay too. A lot of my students will use their marking pens to kind of give them training wheels, but then not mark much more after that. So there's no right or wrong answer. It's totally up to each person's preference on what kind of training wheels or arm floaties they feel like they need until they can, dive into the deep end with confidence.
A couple more questions. We have only a couple minutes. Do you always start in the middle? Somebody asked.
Nope. And in the graffiti quilting book, there's a whole section on all the different kind of layouts and formulas that we can use with graffiti quilting. So we'll just go to that section really quickly, and I can kind of flip through. So there's like these diagrams that show different compositions that you can do. Some start in the middle and others don't. So in the book, again, like the book is so comprehensive. There's so much. So
I mean, it looks so much. Is there a specific program you're using for drawing, and do they need an iPad or a
no?
Okay.
The program I use is called Procreate, but you absolutely do not have to own an iPad in order to practice your drawing. I like the iPad personally, and it also makes it nice for teaching because people can see my screen. I also provide the digital drawings as part of the class. So like what they see me draw, they also have access to those drawings for their own notes. But no, all you need is a blank sheet of paper to practice your drawing, nothing fancy.
Are you using special thread? And then I'll have to leave the rest of the questions because we got to move on, but any special thread?
Nope. I like to say, don't be afraid to explore and experiment. So I have like my favorites, but there's no there's not many right or wrong threads to use with graffiti quilting.
And we will get to the rest of the questions in part 2 when
Okay.
Carly comes back to join us in just a little bit. Everybody, huge, big
Yep.
SMP. Thank you to Carly Porter. Carly, great job.
This is what I'll be quilting on my long arm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's what she's going to do. That's like a good teaser, Carly. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you so much, Carly. We'll see you a little bit later.
Thank you. See ya.
Okay. Wow, that was amazing. Blaine, how do you find such talent?
Man, I'll tell you what, I met Carly at the Baby Lock convention a couple years ago, I think. And, she's just fantastic and, great session, and looking forward to her part 2 coming up at just a little bit later on.
I know. And I didn't get to all the questions, so you're going to have to get back to those later.
Oh, I know. All right, Jane. Well, let's keep moving on. We will see you back in here in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Next up, we are going to talk all about Janome, and we have Danielle Amato coming in. And Danielle has been sewing on Janome machines since childhood, where she developed a deep passion for fashion design and textile arts. She earned degrees in fashion design, textile development, and marketing from the Fashion Institute Technology in New York City. With years of experience as a sample maker and technical designer for ready-to-wear brands in New York City, Danielle has worked for a variety of projects, and including making samples and alterations for Brooke Shields for her line on QVC. So y'all make a huge SMP welcome for Danielle Amato.
Hi, Blaine. It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. First time on our show. So thank you for joining in. This is great. And I know we're going to talk a little bit about a skyline today. So I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about the Skyline S7 Anniversary Edition. Now, this machine is commemorating the 10-year anniversary of Janome's Skyline series. You can see it has an updated body style, and it's chock full of our top features. This machine is a sewing-only machine, but it is full of 350 different built-in stitches. This machine is super easy to use. You have easy, convenient machine operating buttons here on the front. You have your speed adjustment slider here to control how fast you're sewing. You have your thread cutter button to easily trim your threads as you're sewing. You have your presser foot lifter button here. You have your needle up down for easy precision. And you also have the auto lock button. Now this button is great for piecing or sewing, anything where you need a quick little locking stitch at the beginning or an end of the seam. All you have to do is press this button and step on the gas, and it will stitch a nice locking stitch for you, and then you can continue on. You also have the reverse button, so as long as you hold this button down while you're sewing, you will get a nice reverse stitch. And you also have the start-stop button. Now, as long as your foot pedal is unplugged from the machine, you can sew using the start-stop feature. Simply press the start, and it will go as fast as you have the machine set. Now, if you want to stitch somewhere more slowly, if you press and hold the start-stop, you can see how the machine goes at a nice, easy pace for you for some easy control. And then as soon as you let go of the button, it'll return back to the speed you have it according to your speed control slider. Then all you have to do is hit your thread cutter, and you can move on to your next stitch. This machine also has an updated needle threader that is super easy to use. And if you remove the extension table, you have a lever down here that is perfect for changing the needle plate. So you don't have to worry about using a screwdriver or screws or anything like that. And the machine also comes with a straight stitch needle plate. This straight stitch needle plate has 3 different straight stitch needle positions for you. And then all you have to do is slide it right back onto the machine and press it into place. And then if you take a look at the screen, it's telling me that I have my straight stitch needle plate set. So there are sensors in the machine that will tell you which needle plate you're using. And if I X out of it here, it's only going to give me the options that I can use with that plate so we can prevent any issues or needle damage or anything, since we only have our single needle holes in our straight stitch plate. And then if you want to go back to regular sewing mode, all you have to do is press down on the lever once again, remove your plate, and we'll put the zigzag needle plate back on. And it snaps into place that easily. Also with this machine, you get an extra wide table. This comes standard with the anniversary edition. Simply slide it right on the free arm and you have an even larger workspace to work with. It also has two rulers on it. It has one in inches and another one in centimeters if you need some quick measurements. Now let's get the table back on, and we have one more feature on this table. If you pull down on the front here, you have nice accessory storage. You have a nice tray that sits right in the machine where you can store your favorite presser feet. You can keep your bobbins, maybe some extra pins, and then you have even more space down here for other accessories. Now, let's take a look at some of the stitches. So on our first screen, we have our utility stitches. These are the stitches that you'll use most often that you recognize. You have your straight stitch, you have stretch stitches, zigzag, and on the second page, we have even more. We have your overcast, we have your blind hem stitch, and you'll notice as we click into the different stitches, the foot icon changes as well. So this machine will keep you right on track so you know which foot you should be changing on the machine to achieve your stitches. If we go to the next page, you'll see that we have 11 different buttonholes to choose from. So with the automatic buttonhole foot, you can choose from 11 different buttonholes. You also have darning stitch and an eyelet stitch, so the possibilities are really endless. If we go to the next page, this is our little decorative stitch icon. We have 2 pages here of different stitches. Now, if you're looking for a specific stitch that's on top in the top cover of the machine, you just simply look for their section. So here's heirloom. We can select heirloom. And then if we're looking for heirloom stitch 11, we'll look here. This goes to 10, so we'll go to the next page, and there's the stitch 11. And you'll see that the icon also changes to use with the satin stitch foot for your best results. On the next page, a new function for the S7 Anniversary Edition is the tapering function. Now, this function is great if you're turning corners or doing anything with applique. You can actually adjust the start and end degree of how it tapers. So right now it's at 60, which gives it a middle point, but we could give it something else like a 45, and you'll see that it straightens out the left side and turns it inward. And then you can also do the same thing for the bottom stitch. So you could really have a lot of opportunities to personalize and customize your stitches. On the next page, you get 4 different alphabets to choose from. Now, this is an excellent option if you don't have an embroidery machine, but you're interested in doing something like quilt labels or maybe garment tags, or you want to customize your projects and add just a little bit more of a personal touch. You can do that right from this screen. So we can say, maybe let's say hi to Blaine. So we can type in an H. We can change it from uppercase to lowercase and throw in an I. And then you even have space functions here, so you can create sentences. So if I click this button here, that's going to enter in a space, so the machine will know to skip a space to add a space as you would if you were typing. And then we can go back to uppercase, type in our B, lowercase, and finish spelling out Blaine. So hi, Blaine. So then if we stitch this out, raise their presser foot, the machine will stitch this out. And you can see on the screen that the machine is showing which letters it's working on next. And just like that, as it got to the end of the stitch, the machine stopped. We can trim our threads. And then you can see right there how we have a nice lettering function. Now, after our lettering function, we also have this little t-shirt icon here, which is our sewing applications mode. So this is a great feature. You have 2 pages of techniques to choose from. This is just like having a mini manual with you at all times. So there are certain functions in here you don't have to worry about grabbing your manual. The machine has the icons here to choose from. So let's say you wanted to do a blind hem, but you can't remember which stitch to use, what foot to use, and how to configure everything. So all you have to do is click on blind hem, and it gives you 2 different settings to use. You have woven for something more like a chino pant or khaki pants, and then you also have stretch knit function, which would be something more like dress pants, any kind of fabric that would have more stretch in it. You can see that it also has the bite to do the blind hem, and then you also have the stretch stitch to give it that give that you need with stretchier fabrics. If we go back, you can see there's other functions here too. You also have applique. So depending on the different results you're looking for applique, you have different choices here. And you also have a cornering key. So this key is great for when you're turning corners on an applique and you want that clean, even corner to change. So instead of your stitches running over each other, when you have this button selected and you lift your foot and pivot your fabric, the stitch will continue on in a nice, clean way. Also new to the Skyline S7 Anniversary Edition is ruler work mode. And you can see it's telling me exactly what I need to do, which is lower the feed dog. So right on the side of the machine, I can lower my feed dogs. And it's giving me 2 different setting options depending on what I'm ruler quilting. Medium and light. Medium being for something that has a little more height under the foot, and light for something that's a little thinner. So the sewing applications has 2 pages here, so you really have so much to work with, and the machine will change the settings automatically for you, so you don't even have to worry about grabbing your manual. Also, let's go back to a straight stitch. And put our feed dogs back up. Okay. Another great feature here is the pivot key. If I select this key here, when I sew and I stop sewing, the foot will lift, but the needle will stay down. So this is great whether you're quilting, piecing, garment sewing, anything you're doing where you need a little more precision and control. You know that the needle will stay down and it'll anchor you in place, so that if you have to shift your fabrics, if you have to move your hands around, if the fabric feels like it's falling off the side or something, you can really keep yourself in place. So that's a really great function there. And then next to that, you have our single needle highlighted, but if you tap on it again, it'll change to twin needle sewing. And this machine also comes with a twin needle, so you can achieve a cover hem type of look. And then next to that, we have our AccuFeed button. So once you have your AccuFeed system engaged on and screwed into the machine, if you press this button, you will see that the icon changes to the AD foot, and it's giving you all of the stitch options that you can use with the AccuFeed foot. Now, this machine is 9 milliliters. Let's turn AccuFeed off. So this machine is a 9 millimeter machine. So that means there are 91 different needle positions. So if I click this button here we're right at 4.5, which is right in the center, because half of 9 is 4.5. So it's right down the center. If I press this minus button, you can see on the screen, and the needle will move in increments of 1/10 of a millimeter all the way to 0. and then we can go all the way back up to 9. So no matter what project you're working on or what you're trying to sew, you have complete control of where the needle lies. So let's get it set back to center. And then of course below that is our stitch length. So it's automatically set at a 2.4, but you can raise it up larger if you're basting something, or you can go down even smaller than 2.4 if you're doing something like paper piecing or whatnot. Now, one thing that I want to talk about next is going through all of the accessories and things that come along with the machine. So one thing, first and foremost, you get a printed instruction book with this machine. So this is an excellent resource to look up any technique or troubleshooting that you might need. And in the front cover, there's even 2 QR codes here. One of them takes you to a YouTube playlist of instructional videos on how to use the machine. So the videos can walk you right through the whole machine if you need more assistance. And you also have a QR code to download Stitch Composer where you can design and create your own stitch patterns. So this is an excellent resource to have with you. You also get the larger foot pedal, which is great. It's really stable and flat on the floor, and you have plenty of room here. And it's has an easy to store compartment up nicely and has a nice cover. And then let's talk about some of the accessories. So here we have the overcast foot M. This is great to use with the overcast foot. So for those of you who don't have a serger and are looking for a serger type stitch, this will stitch your seam and overcast the edge of your fabric to give it a clean look like a serger would. Next, you have the satin stitch foot F. This is a nice clear foot, great for your decorative stitches and quilting stitches. And if you flip it over to the back, if you can see, there's a bit of a ridge here underneath the foot, which allows the stitches to glide right under the foot as you're sewing. Next, you have the blind hem foot G. This is perfect for all of your blind hems. You have this black fin, this guide right down the center here, which will sit on the fold of your fabric as the stitch goes over to take that bite of fabric to do your blind hem. And another thing I like to use this foot for personally is for bag making or any type of top stitching that you're doing. Instead of having it set to the blind hem stitch, have it set to a straight stitch, but move that needle position over to the right. Align the fin here, this guide, right on in your seam, and then you know that you're getting perfect parallel top stitching as you sew. So that's a great added bonus with that foot. Next, you have the zipper foot E. This is a nice narrow foot. All you have to do is move your needle position either to the right or to the left. And you also do have a center hole position. Not only is this great if you forget to move your needle position over while you're sewing a zipper, but if you're sewing something more delicate like a chiffon or something like that, and you want something more of a narrow gauge foot and want that precise control, you can sew using that center hole position. Next, we have the 1/4 inch quilting foot with the guide. This is one of my favorites because as you're sewing or piecing your 1/4 inch seams, all you have to worry about is making sure that your fabric is touching the inside of this guide and you know that you're getting great 1/4 inch seams. You also have some markings here on the side. This middle one is showing you where that your needle drop position is. You have one behind it that's also a 1/4 inch behind the needle. And then you have another one that's a 1/4 inch in front of the needle. So if you're doing any pivots or anything like that, you have some other guides on this foot for you. Next is the rolled hem foot D. This is great for baby hems and for formal wear, anything you need a little rolled hem. All you have to do is roll that fabric into this channel and the machine will roll it over for you and sew it down beautifully. Then we have our automatic buttonhole foot. This is an awesome foot. If you pull from behind, you can insert your button and close it down on the foot, and that's how the machine will know how to size your buttonhole. So this foot will take a button up to 1 inch in diameter. And then this is your stabilizer plate that comes and works in tandem with your buttonhole foot. So if you're sewing a buttonhole on something that has, bulkier fabric or it's near a bulky seam, all you would have to do is sandwich your fabric in between the buttonhole foot and the stabilizer plate. And then this way, the machine has something that it can kind of glide with better and have more control over than trying to, jam a bulkier fabric just underneath this foot. You'll get a better result. Also, you get the button sewing foot. This has nice little rubber teeth on it that gently hold your button in place while you sew it. You get your button shank plate here. And you also get 3 different quilting feet here. You have your closed free motion quilting feet. You have the closed toe free motion quilting foot, the open toe free motion foot, if you can see, and the zigzag free motion quilting foot, which is great for variable zigzag or any other wider stitches that you need. Additionally, you have the open toe satin stitch foot here, which looks very similar to the satin stitch foot, except you have a nice open space here, but works very similarly as the original satin stitch foot, and it has your channel here to glide your stitches through. And you also have a little center notch right here, which shows you your center needle drop position. You get a darning foot, which is perfect for mending or for other free motion quilting. This one is one of the ones that hops like this. And then you also get the AccuFeed system. So you have your AccuFeed holder and the AccuFeed AD foot. So this foot, of course, is perfect for quilting or for sewing garments. If you're trying to match plaids or something, when you're sewing and the feed dogs under the machine might be pulling the fabric at a different rate that the regular A foot would. So what this does is it acts like feed dogs on the top of your fabric and will pull in tandem with the lower feed dogs, ensuring that your fabric is moving through the machine at the same rate. So this really is a great accessory for quilters, for garment sewers, for really any projects where you really want that fabric feeding precision. You also have 5 bobbins here that come with the machine. Here's your needle set. Your needle set here with an assortment of needles, and there's your twin needle I was mentioning earlier. You get a lint brush to clean your machine, keep your machine clean under the bobbin case and everything. You get a seam ripper, which is also doubles as a buttonhole opener. You have your screwdriver here. You get an extra spool pin. So if you're doing your twin needle sewing or if you need to get an extra spool, it goes right on top of the machine like this. And then this way you have 2 different options for your thread spools. You also get 2 large spool caps. One I already have on the machine. You have 2 smaller ones, 2 special ones, and of course a quilting guide bar. And like we mentioned earlier, our straight stitch needle plate does come standard with the Skyline S7 Anniversary Edition. So this is a great addition to your sewing arsenal. Also with the Skyline Anniversary Edition, you get this adorable little case, soft drawstring bag that comes with 25 blue Janome bobbins and a nice little cleaning cloth. So you can keep your bobbins stored so nicely. You get a pair of thread snips. You get some clips, and you also get this adorable little pin cushion with a few pins. And I'll show you on the machine. This sits right where that extra spool pin does, right on top of the machine like that. So you can store some of your pins. And today, the special today, you get the Skyline Anniversary Series 10th Anniversary Scissor Kit. So you get an assortment of 4 different scissors. You get the 4.5-inch Easy Snip scissors, which are perfect for trimming threads or anything, embroidery threads, whatever you have. This really is a nice narrow tip that can cut your threads really nice and close. You have these micro tip scissors that have a super fine point, which is really great for clipping tiny curves or fussy cutting, or even for seam ripping if you need it. You have these 6-inch straight scissors, ideal for trimming threads, of course, or any other crafts or sewing or quilting. And a sewing room staple, a nice 9.25-inch pair of serrated bent shears. Perfect for cutting your patterns, for your fabrics, for garment sewing, for quilting, for really all of your fabric needs. And in addition to this, you're also getting the Skyline Anniversary Trolley. So if you're going to quilt retreats or if you're going to classes, you can easily store your machine right in here. There's even a buckle to keep it secure in place. There's also a mesh back pocket where you can store some additional supplies or patterns or anything you need. There's a front pocket, nice deep pocket in the front here for more supplies. And you also have another zipper pocket here. And it has 2 different handle modes. So you can extend it all the way up high or at the halfway point. And it's also on wheels and acts just like luggage. So it's a really great way to get this machine places if you're going to quilt retreats or classes or anything. If you have one of our larger machines, like one of our Continental Series machines, this machine is a perfect choice. It's 24 pounds, so it's lighter than our Continental machines, maybe not as light as our travel machines, but it is so doable because it's full of all of our top features at more of a compact body style. And with this deal with the trolley, you could really take this machine anywhere. So that's all I have for you today. So let's take it back to Blaine, see if there's any questions.
Hey, Danielle, great job with that. Thank you so much for coming on our show. And hopefully we'll get you on here again real soon.
Yes, I'd love to.
All right. Thank you. All right, everybody. That was the Skyline 7. We're going to tell you a little bit how you can get this. Now, this is a great special right now because you're going to get a $345 trolley and scissor kit with the purchase, and it's going to expire at the end of this month. But we have a call-in special on top of this as well. Regular Quilt Show pricing, $26.99. Give us a call right now. I tell you what, this is a fantastic machine. We have some financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship it nationwide free right to your doorstep. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, you can just type in the Skyline S7 in the search bar, and it'll take you to the product page. And then naturally, you can talk to one of the live chat agents as well. All right, so let's bring Jane back in.
Hey,
yeah, Jane.
Hi.
You got to make this a good one because this is your last session for Quilt Fest.
I know. I'm thinking about just staying, Blaine, because I love it so much.
I think you should. I think everybody, don't y'all think Jane should just cancel her flight today and just stay?
Who needs birthdays? They don't care. Nobody cares.
Exactly. It's just they're going to have another one.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm just working over there in the studio. I'm just doing my own quilting and having a good time.
There you go. All right, Jane. Well, we're going to let you take it away. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Blaine. Okay, everybody. It's so great to be here with you. Let's introduce our next guest from Handy Quilter, Sandy Rindelsbach. Well, Sandy, she loves all things fabric, just like me, especially in all forms of long arm quilting. She started her needle and arts journey in her childhood, learning to knit and crochet and needlepoint and cross stitching and garment sewing. And then in 2010, Sandy began her long arm journey. She especially loves feathers and enjoys teaching feather classes. In addition to quilting, she has made many cosplay costumes for her family and has won numerous quilt awards. That's amazing. When she is not quilting, she dyes her own fabric. So sometimes you're going to see the backings of her quilts have been hand dyed to coordinate with the top. I love it. She loves playing with color and anything quilt related. She is a national educator for Handy Quilter. Please put your hands together. A big, huge welcome for Sandy Riddlesbach. Hey, Sandy.
Hi, how are you doing?
Oh my gosh, I love a rainbow of colors.
Good.
You love them too, huh?
Oh, yes. Color is great. And all things fabric, all things color, right?
Yeah, you and I can hang out, friend. I'm all about it. Color and fabric.
Yes.
So today you've got the Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher.
I do. We're going to talk all things Pro Stitcher. The machine that I'm going to use is the Moxie, which is our smaller machine. And we will actually be using Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, we do have Pro Stitcher Lite as well as Pro Stitcher Premium. They are similar, but there are some differences. The main difference is the carriage. The carriage on the Pro Stitcher Lite is a 4-wheel carriage. It is made for the lighter machines. The Pro Stitcher Premium is an 8-wheel carriage so that it can accommodate the heavier machines. We will be using, like I mentioned, the Pro Stitcher Lite today, and we have a little quilt. We're just going to use Pro Stitcher, and what I really want you to see today is how easy it is to use. It is not intimidating. It is just a joy to just quilt your quilts with Pro Stitcher.
I love it.
Lite
we love
Pro
joy.
Stitcher
We
Premium.
love ease of use. I'm going to let you go. I'll see you back here in 28 minutes. Sandy, I'd love to stay here and just smile at everything you're saying, but everybody wants to see you.
Okay. Okay, we will see you later. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and start with Pro Stitcher. When you're using the Lite, the very first thing you need to do is set up a frame space. We want to make sure that we know where we have the space available to quilt. So I'm going to show you, and we're going to walk step by step through this. So it's pretty easy. We have in Pro Stitcher what is called, when I go into with Pro Stitcher, the setup is that I have tabs. The tabs tell me where what function I'm going to use. So I select a tab. Under the tab is a ribbon, which then allows me to select what function I want to use. And then I have a sidebar where I can use that to finalize what I'm going to do with my design. The purpose of Pro Stitcher really is you're selecting a design. So you're selecting the what, and you're also then doing the where. So you're telling the machine where you want it to stitch. Most frequently, we're doing that by creating an area, but there are some other ways we can do it. But for today's purpose, we're going to be creating an area. So first things we need to do is create that frame space. Now, if you have comments, just put them in, in the comments. And if you have questions, then let me know and I'll answer them for you. So we're going to start off with a frame space. So I am going to now, this machine is a little higher than what I normally use, but that's okay. So I have to reach in order to hit this, and I have to put on glasses so I can see what I'm doing. We all know how that is sometimes, right? So I'm going to hit frame space. With frame space, I'm going to go up to the upper left-hand corner. I'm going to hit frame space. I'm then going to come down to the lower right-hand corner. I'm going to hit frame space again. I now have a black, dark red rectangle, which tells me I can easily put any design I want to in that particular space, and it's going to quilt without hitting any of my bars. So that's done. First thing I'm going to do is we are going to create an area, and then we're going to put in a design, and we're going to actually stitch it out so you can see what it looks like as we stitch out. So what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to select a design. I have a file tab. that I'm going to select. I am then going to go to design, and I am going to open up all of the designs available to me in ProStitcher. Now, I have, with ProStitcher Lite, when you purchase ProStitcher Lite, you get over 275 designs with ProStitcher Lite. Now, you can always purchase additional designs and add those to your library of designs. So you have actually thousands and 10,000 designs that are actually available to you if you choose to purchase. But you do have some basic great designs to start with the purchase of ProStitcher Lite. I'm going to go in, and I've opened my tab. I've opened my ribbon, and I've opened it. I'm going to choose a design, but I have to choose a block design. And the block design I'm going to choose is Flower Petal 6. It's just a simple little flower petal. And what I'm going to do is so I've selected my what. I am now going to tell it the where. What I'm going to do is I want to make sure that this design does not go all the way out to my square. I want to bring it in about 1/4 of an inch. Well, what do I have that I can measure that 1/4 of an inch? I have my hopping foot. So I'm actually going to use the hopping foot to hug those seam lines when I am creating my area. I'm going to go to the area tab. I am going to hit multi-point because I'm actually creating a diamond for my area. I'm going to move it up again, hugging that seam line, hit multi-point, come back down, hugging that seam line, hit multi-point, come down here, multi-point. I now have a little diamond that I'm going to put the design into. Now, I'm looking at this and I can see my design is too big for my area. I'm going to now modify my design. So I'm going to select the Modify tab. I am going to go to Resize. Now I want to make sure I have, I'm going to back up because I'm going to do something else first. I'm going to go to Modify Align because I'm going to align this design centered into my area. So I'm going to go to Align Center, and I've selected it. So it moved that design so that it is centered. Now I can see how it fits. I'm going to resize it. Now, when I turn on my lock, I am actually locking in my aspect ratio so that it decreases or increases proportionally, horizontally, and vertically. So I'm just going to go in and move it so that it is small enough to fit into my area. I'm going to make it so that it's right there. Guess what? I like where that is. I'm going to go ahead and baseline. Now what baseline does is it actually packages all of the little changes I've made to the design so that it makes it more efficient when it goes to stitch out. Because I've baselined, guess what I can do now? I can stitch it out. We're going to stitch out by selecting ProStitcher, Quilt, and I'm just going to hit the Run button. It gives me a verify screen. That's good. So I'm going to hit Proceed. Can you see it takes one stitch, pulls up my bobbin thread, just like magic. And now I can hit Resume. I always hold on to these threads when I start stitching because I don't want them to be caught underneath. And I'm actually going to kind of move them out of the way. And can you see it's quilting this cute little flower design right in the middle of that block. And I need to resume. And it is giving me a little bit of a problem with this little design. Oops. So let's go ahead and disengage my motors. Cancel. Okay, let's bring up our thread. Now, when I pull up my thread, can you see how I loosen that thread? What I'm in essence is doing is I'm loosening the thread so I can pull up my bobbin, but I don't want to pull it from the needle because I don't want to put any additional strain on that needle. I'm going to pull it up. And can you see how I pulled it to the side? So that I have right here my bobbin thread and my top thread, and I can just trim those right there, and I am ready to go. Now I've got that one design done. Now I am going to now hit clear all on my screen because I stitched that out. I don't need to do anything else with it. So I'm going to hit clear all so there is now nothing on my screen. I am going to do my next design. Again, I am going to hug the hopping foot right here against that seam line as I make my area. Can you see how easy this is to do? It's just so simple. Again, making an area. I don't want to come all the way out to the edge on this. And actually what it does is I make an area. It makes a closed shape. So I don't need to go back up here to do one more point. It automatically goes in and creates a closed area. Now I'm going to go in and select a new design. The next design that I'm going to choose is a little butterfly. I think it needs a little butterfly on this little quilt. So I'm going to go in again to modify a line, and I'm going to center it. It's a little bit too big. I'm going to resize it, and let's just move it over. I'm going to reposition it just a bit. So I'm moving it by resizing it and repositioning it and moving it until it actually fits into this area that I would like it to fit. I am going to baseline, because remember, I'm always going to baseline before I ever stitch. That's the key. Always baseline before you stitch. So I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher Quilt Run, and I am going to hit proceed. And again, I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. And I am going to, is doing some little tie-offs. And I always hold on to my threads when I start stitching because I want to avoid it pulling that top thread to the back of my quilt. And I have this cute little butterfly design on here. Can you see how easy that is? It does a little tie off. And there we go. So give me just a second. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead, tie this off. Again, can you see how I moved it away from me because I want some slack here. And then I can hold on to this. I'm going to take a stitch down, stitch up. Because I've moved it away, I actually have that bobbin thread that I can pull it. I don't know if you can see it. It's that white thread. So I have those threads. I can go ahead and trim the threads now. And guess what? I've got 2 of those squares done. So we're going to do another design. And if we have time, we'll go and fill this little square in as well. I have this triangle here. So I'm going to actually go ahead and put a design in that triangle. So I'm going to do the triangle here. Can you see? And so we're going to have to do a little bit, few extra little things. First of all, I'm going to hit clear all because I don't need anything on my screen. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the same thing I did before when I create my area, but I want to make sure that it's going to fit, that I'm not going beyond my frame space, which I am not. So I'm going to go back here to area and I'm going to hug the seam lines so that I come in 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to hit multi-point. I'm going to move it over. I'm going to hit multi-point again. I'm going to move it down here, hugging those seam lines, and hit multi-point. So what I have is a triangle. I'm going to select a design that fits into that triangle. I'm going to go to Design, Open. I'm going to go to Triangles. The triangle that I want is called Triple Leaves. I think because we're getting to spring, we're looking for leaves and flowers and happy. So that's what we're going to put here. Now, I look at this, and my design is horizontal with the triangle this way. But my triangle is at an angle. So I need to modify that design so that it fits into this orientation. I'm going to go to Modify. I'm going to go to Rotate. Over on the right, I have the option of turning my design. I'm going to do a 45 degrees counterclockwise so that it fits the orientation of my design. I'm going to align. Now, I'm going to align this one a little bit different than I did the other ones. I'm going to do a horizontal left and a vertical top so that the design hugs this corner right here. Now, when I go to resize it, it's going to stay there, and I have an easier time going in and resizing it because I know it's hugged where I want it to right there. I like that orientation. I'm going to baseline it. And what am I going to do now? Do you know? I'm ready to stitch. So I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher, Quilt, Run. And it is going to take a stitch, bring up my bobbin thread, and I'm going to hit Resume. And it's going to start stitching out this cute little design. It's got little loops and some leaves. Okay, so it's finishing up. It's stitched out 2 of the leaves. It's now stitching out that 3rd leaf. So we have this cute little design in that triangle. Beautiful. Love that. Looks so cute. And I love it with the purple thread. Thread makes a big difference in how your design is going to look. Okay, for some reason when I did that, it kind of caught that just a little bit, but I want to make sure I still have enough bobbin that when I go to bring up my bobbin thread, it comes up. I'm just going to test it to make sure that bobbin thread comes up, and it does, so we're good. So I could go over and do this side as well, but we're going to try something else. Oh, okay. What's your question?
What is the difference between Pro Stitcher Light and Pro Stitcher Premium?
Pro Stitcher Light and Pro Stitcher Premium. With Light, one of the main differences is the carriage. With Pro Stitcher Light, you have a lighter carriage. It's a 4-wheel carriage. With Premium, you have a 8-wheel carriage, and it's to accommodate for the heavier machines. There are some functions that are available in Pro Stitcher Premium that are not available in Pro Stitcher Light. Most of the basic functions are available. There's a few little things that aren't, but usually there's always a workaround in Light that you can do the same thing that you were doing in Premium. You might have to do it in a few extra steps, but you can make it work. Light is really made for the Moxie XL, and you can also put it on the Simply 16. So you have it on those 3 machines. It is at a lower price point than the Pro Stitcher Premium, but they're both great systems. It really is dependent on your machine and the frame that you use as to if you have Pro Stitcher Light or you have Pro Stitcher Premium. And that really is the main difference, is the carriage. The carriage really is the weight of that carriage and how it can handle the heavier machine or the lighter machines.
Perfect. Another question we have. Folks are worried that they might not be very good at this. They feel like it might be too complicated or they're not good at computers. What would you say to those folks?
How many of you have cell phones? If you can use a cell phone, you can use ProStitcher. It is extremely user-friendly. And you're not alone. There are multiple ways that you can get help. When I first had ProStitcher, what I did was I went in and I looked at all of the videos that are available for me on ProStitcher.com. I watched the video. There's a tutorial. I printed the tutorial. I read the tutorial as I watched the video. Then I looked at it and I went to my machine with that tutorial and I followed it step by step by step. I didn't try to learn everything at once. I took one step at a time and moved on, and that makes a big difference. You don't have to know all of it at once. Do one thing at a time, one step at a time, build your confidence that way. But really, truly, if you have a cell phone and you can use that cell phone, you can use ProStitcher. It's extremely user-friendly. It's made specifically to be user-friendly.
And then what do you like to do at home with your ProStitcher? Do you like to do edge-to-edge quilting? Do you like to do custom quilting? What do you like to do?
Most of the time I'm doing custom quilting. I do edge-to-edge quilting. If I have clients that come to me and want me to quilt a quilt, I will do some edge-to-edge, some simple things I'll do edge-to-edge, but I really like to do more of the custom quilting. That is where I find most of my joy is in doing the custom quilting. That's where I find fun, because you can do so much. But there's a couple of things you can do with edge-to-edge that are interesting too. It doesn't have to be just one design, just repeated. You can do some fun little things with edge-to-edge as well.
And then can we bring the mock deck down to the screen, Sandy, and show the difference in the throat space?
No. I normally can, but I can't right now. But basically, the throat space on the Moxie is 15 inches. The throat space on the Moxie XL is 18 inches. So you do get 3 more inches of throat space. And you think, oh, it's just 3 more inches. But those 3 inches do make a big difference. The machine that I stitch with at home is the Amara 24. I love that extra throat space. And when people say, well, which one should I get? I say, you want the one with the greater throat space. That's because you can fit more in your frame space.
And then what size of frame comes with the Moxie?
With the Moxie, you have the option of 2 different frames. You have the little foot frame. The little foot frame is a 5-foot frame. It is a hooping system. So it's not set up the way we have this one set up where you roll it forward and back. It's a hooping system. This is the loft frame. With the loft frame, you have the option of an 8-foot or a 10-foot orientation. If you can only fit the 8-foot, put 8-foot. That still gives you 8 feet, you get 7 feet of usable quilting space. With 10 feet, you get 9 feet of usable quilting space. But we recommend the largest that you can fit within your space. We find that we never regret going bigger, but sometimes we have to do a little manipulation if it's a little bit smaller. But keep in mind that with a 10-foot loft frame, you have 9 feet of usable quilting space, which is quite a bit. And most of the time, most of our quilts are going to fit within that 9 feet space.
And where do you put your long arm?
I actually was really lucky. I bought a home and it has an area in the basement that was ideal. It's like this was made for my long arm. So I actually have it in that space that fits ideally. It was a long, narrower room that was like, yeah, no way, no question where this is going, because it fits actually right there in that room. So I'm lucky. I was able to accommodate a 12-foot frame and without any issue. So I was lucky with that way, but not always do we. So sometimes the smaller frames are the way to go.
Perfect. All right, let's send it back to Jane and Blaine. We can do that.
Okay, Jane, back to you.
Hey, Sandy, great presentation. Tons of information there. And I love that you were answering all those questions.
Yeah, it's fun. I love long arming. I love answering any questions anyone has about handy quilter long arms. It's just it's a joy to be able to go out and represent handy quilter as a national educator. It brings me joy every time I can.
Well, I love that. It brings us joy that you're here. You might have answered this. Just let me ask really quick. What format does Pro Stitcher Lite use? Did you get that one?
The format, as far as the file format, is that what you're asking?
Probably it was an early question because then you guys started looking at them. It was early in the conversation from our friend Barbara.
Okay, let me just talk about the file formats for the designs. I'm thinking that is what the question is.
Yeah.
There are 3 file formats that you can use with Pro Stitcher and Pro Stitcher Lite. HQV, is my preferred file format. That's HQV, and I remember that because it's a vector file, so V for vector. The other one, if I don't have HQV available to me, is QLI. So like quilting long arm instruction. I don't know what it stands for, but QLI. And that is my next choice. If I don't have either one of those available to me, then it is an HQF for file. Those are the 3 file formats that we use with Pro Stitcher.
Barbara, I hope that answered your question. And then Sandy, last question for you. If there was one thing you want everyone to take away from this 30-minute session, what is that?
It is how easy it is to use Pro Stitcher. It is so easy and is so fun to use. You can do things from as simple as an edge-to-edge design, or you can make it extremely complex and just as complex as you want. But it is fun and easy, and really the key is how easy it is to use.
Ease of use.
It's so user-friendly.
We love that. User-friendly. You could be a beginner, you could be an expert, everybody can use it.
Exactly, yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Sandy Riddlesbach, thank you so much for joining us on Quilt Fest today.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
I hope to see you again soon. Okay, everybody, let me tell you how you can get your hands on the Handy Quilter Pro Stitcher Lite. Well, you see it there now. Quilt Fest pricing, $54.95. You can order that right now. So just call 800-401-8151. Don't forget, there is financing available and, of course, free shipping. And Sandy was using the Moxie with her Pro Stitcher Lite. I love it. The purpose that she said, you're selecting the what and the where. And that's how she kicked things off. And she left things with you by saying it is easy to use and anybody and everybody can use it. Again, that's your Pro Stitcher Medium. Another option for you. You can see your Quilt Fest pricing right there, $99.95. You can order that right now. And again, there is financing available, 800-401-8151. So that was a huge thanks to our friends from Handy Quilter. Blaine, I have one question for you.
What's that?
Are you going to miss me?
Well, of course we're going to miss you, Jane. I think the whole SMP Nation is going to miss you out there. But hey, thank you for 3.5 great days, and we appreciate it. Have fun on your trip, and we'll talk to you when you get back. Okay.
Thank you. We will do that. And huge thanks to you, Blaine, for always including me in all the fun. I feel so lucky that I get to be here with you and with SMP Nation because everybody is so awesome. And by the way, it's been 3.5 days. I'm going to tell you, the half day and the one day you have left are going to fly by.
I know. Well, hey, Jane, again, I want everybody to be able to find Jane. You can find her at janeklaus.com. And she's here at least once a month. She'll be here on Tuesdays once a month. And go check that out. Her Takeover Tuesday. It's always a pleasure. So thank you so much, Jane.
2 weeks. It's going to be I think it's the 25th. It's not next Tuesday, but it's the Tuesday after. I've got something super cool in store for you guys. So I will see you on Takeover Tuesday. Thank you so much. JaneKlaus.com is where you can find me on all the socials and my website. Blaine, love you.
All right. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we are going to continue on with the show, and we've got our good friend Karen Charles coming back in. She is a educator for Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Viking. And we're going right back to that. And it is is it the Impressions 7? Brilliance.
75Q.
Yeah, the Brilliance 75Q. And so let's welcome back in Karen Charles. Hey, Karen.
Hi.
All right, we're going to talk about another great machine. So I'm going to let you take it away.
All right, wonderful. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this afternoon we're talking the Brilliance 75Q. And of course, if it's got the word Q or the letter Q, you know that it's going to be made for quilters. But really, this is a sewing machine that is made for anybody who loves to sew, to quilt, to garment sew. It has got the sewing advisor, like all of our Husqvarna Viking machines have had for 30 years. And it has got 463 stitches, but they're not just normal stitches. They're big stitches, nice, big, wide stitches. The machine sews side to side and back and forward. It's got 8-way stitching, which is great if you want to sew patches on and things like that. It's got 11 perfectly balanced buttonholes, 12 presser feet. It comes with a hardcover, and it has our famous sensor system. So we'll experience a little bit of that. Before we go, I'm just going to show you some of the stitches. So when we talk about them, and I'll try and demonstrate as many as we can. Husqvarna Viking has some exclusive stitches that you can't find them on any other brand. One of them is sequin stitches, and I'll show you some of them. There's an example here of sequin stitches that are built for that. We have applique stitches. You can see the heart and the mouse. And then we have yarn stitches and pop-up stitches. And we just have the most incredible selection of fun stitches. There are things like presents and Christmas tree branches and all kinds of things that you can program in and put together. Here's an example of what the applique stitches look like. Aren't they amazing? These are really, truly unique to Husqvarna Viking, and they are exquisite. I'm going to show you a quilt of how I use them. Because what good is an applique stitch if you don't know how to use them, right? So this is a quilt that I did that was kind of a UFO. And I had it in the closet for a while because I wasn't happy with the border. And the quilt itself was beautiful, and I had quilted it. But the border needed something. So I used the applique stitches. And look at how much of a difference that makes to the finished product. And all of a sudden, it went from being a quilt that was kind of disappointing to something that I really, really loved. And those applique stitches made all the difference in the world. So they can add a lot of really fun accents to the things you're sewing. I actually have a little girl's dress where I added some hearts, applique hearts along the bottom. These are omni-motion stitches. So any stitch that's wider than 7 millimeters, they're generally called omni-motion, and they sew side to side because they're bigger and wider than the opening in your stitch plate. And we have a ton of those. Many of them are perfect for using as a quilt stitch and quilt border. Here's an example of some of the sequin stitches. And some of them you can see they're kind of meant to go sideways. So you can make like garland for a Christmas tree. I used some of them for a woman's face, and then I made earrings out of one of the sequin stitches to add a little bit of elegance to it. We have, I'm not sure if you can see these that well, but these are fringe stitches. There's all different kinds of fringe stitches. And then there's some that are meant to work with the Swarovski crystal, where there's a place for the Swarovski crystal to go. So I'm going to show you how to do some of these stitches. So we're going to move over here. And I didn't really want you to see the floor there. And let me come over and touch the screen. And let's see. And it's got a beautiful color screen. Now you can see this is where it's recommending the foot. And if I wanted to see that stitch, right now I'm in tapering. So every menu has got it tells you what menu it is, and it tells you what that menu does. And so say I wanted to do a tapering stitch, I can use this stitch the way it is. I can mirror image it the other way, and it's going to create something different depending on how I set up the taper. But it really is, let me see if I can do it this way here. Now, if I wanted to use this stitch, and I'll show you how the tapering stitches work, but right here is where you can see what angle you want the taper to be. So if you want the 45-degree to go the other way, and at the end you want it to be a point, you can choose what the beginning and end taper is going to be. And that is really kind of cool because you can set it up to be the way you want it to be. I'm going to show you this stitch. It's recommending the B foot because the B foot has got a groove underneath for a decorative stitch. And I'm going to just pull over some fabric here and I'm going to give you an idea how this works. The sensor system that is on our Husqvarna Viking sewing machines is amazing because I don't have to lift up the foot or put it down. If I tap my foot, the foot goes down. If I tap it again, the needle goes down. I have 100% control on what I'm doing. So if I wanted to start sewing, I'm just going to go, it's going to start at that point. And when I want to stop and come down to turn the corner, I'm just going to touch the reverse button. All right, it stopped with the needle down because I have the needle set down. And now when I turn the corner, it's going to give me that perfect miter corner, taper corner that I'm looking for. And when I'm sewing, if I've decided that I want to stop right here, as I'm sewing, I can touch the scissors. It will finish that stitch that I'm working on and then stop and cut. Look at that. Isn't that a beautiful corner? It just gave it a really nice finished look to that stitch. All right, now we're going to move on and go to some of the different stitches so you can look at the different menus. And if I come back to the menus of stitches, I can scroll left and right. I can go up and down, all right, and see the different ones. I've got all of those different tapering stitches. I've got pictogram stitches. This four-way stitching is actually pretty cool. And I'll show you even the way that this 8-way stitches works. And you know when I use this kind of thing, I think I'm going to show you this because I think this is actually pretty cool. Because when you're sewing, sometimes you want to be adding a strap in place, or you want to be patching a pair of pants. Maybe you're looking to, a second here, maybe you'd like to put a patch on something. I think I have a piece of fabric that I can say. Or I often do this when I'm sewing straps onto a bag, is instead of having to worry about going sideways, you can just sew and it's coming down. Now, imagine if this was a pair of pants and you needed to sew a patch onto the knee of a pair of pants. You could take your free arm off like this, right? And you could put your knee onto the free arm, but you can't twist it and turn the pants because the leg of the pants is not wide enough. And so what you're going to do, this is where you're going to use the 8-way sewing. So I'm going to move over here. And now when I look at my machine, you're going to see it's going to sew sideways. Imagine how handy that is if you're trying to mend a pair of pants or an elbow or something. Now I need to go backwards. I'm going to touch the backwards button. And it's going to sew backwards. And I can go straight over to the other side, or I can go diagonal. And this is what I do when I'm sewing handles onto a bag. I'll go diagonal back and forth like this, and now it's going to go back down here like this. Isn't that a fabulous feature? Now I can go back sideways, and I can really reinforce it. I'm going to touch the scissors. But there is so much you can do when you've got a sewing machine that can do beautiful decorative stitches and can sew side to side and backwards and forwards. All right. So if I'm coming into different stitches here, I've got beautiful heirloom stitches, and I'm back. Wait a second here. This is where I can save my stitches. So if I have a special stitch that I want to save, I can save it in there. So you can scroll through the different menus, and these are specialty stitches. In the P menu, any of these specialty stitches, they use a special foot, and there's some stitches in here that are just gorgeous. This yarn stitch, I've got, it works especially with this embellishment yarn foot. This is an optional accessory you can use, and it is such a cool foot. I'm going to put it on, and when you want to work with things like yarn and ribbon and stuff like that, you can, I'll show you what this looks like, and then I'll actually stitch it for you so you can see how easy it is. So see this flower here? This is done with the yarn punching foot. Now, most stitches that are big and wide like that, the actual needle is moving left to right. These stitches have been made so the needle's only going through the center of the fabric. And if I was to start sewing, all right, I'm going to come down. Now, normally I would put a pink thread, but I left it a colored thread so you could kind of see it. But I would match my thread color to the yarn. And as I start sewing, you're going to see it's going to sew side to side. And usually there's a hook that comes up here and holds this. All right. And so you get the idea how that works. I'm going to just pull that out from here. All right. So that's an optional foot that comes with it. And I love the fact that you've got all these crazy stitches. I'm trying to fit in a lot of different things here for you. And I'm going to show you how the sequin stitches work. All right, there is your sequin stitches. You can see the tray. This is the tray that comes with the Brilliant 75Q. And you've got the front opening like this where all of your feet and your bobbins live. And there is an open toe foot that comes with the Brilliant 75Q. So I'm going to put that on. And I'm going to go to the sequin stitches so you can see how to find them. All right, and as we're going from the different stitches, you're going to find all of the specialty stitches, and I'm even going to show you how the applique ones work. There's your fringe flowers, and we're going to go, and these are sequin stitches. So let's say I wanted to show you how, let's do this flower, okay? So you notice that there's a question mark on the foot. That's telling you there's an optional foot that works with these stitches. So if I touch the question mark, it'll say it's an optional presser foot, and it gives me the idea of what that's all about. Anytime I'm not sure what something is, I can touch the question mark and touch a button, and it will tell me what it is and what it does. All right, so let's see how sequins get sewn on. And if you've never had a chance to do this, this can add a lot to all kinds of creative projects. I use them a lot for when I'm doing my sewing at Christmas time, but also you could use them for working with garments and different things. So right now I've got the stitch and I'm just ready to start sewing. So I'm going to start sewing, and I can either use the start stop button or my foot pedal. These stitches, they recommend use the start stop button because it's going to stop when it's time for you to add the sequin. Going around the flower twice. And now it stops. See that? When it stops, it lifts the foot up into that pivot position for the sequin to get slid into place. And that is what the sensor system does. If you stop with the needle in the down position, it's automatically going to lift the foot up. And so I've tapped, and let me see if I can zoom in here so you can see a lot better. Let me see if that's as close as it's going to get. There you go. Look at that. So I'm going to just tap my foot pedal. The needle comes up, and I can hand turn it down. If it's not in the right place, I can always check it and see. And now when I press the start button, it's going to sew the sequin in place. Aren't those fun stitches? And the next time it stops, it's going to be time for that sequin to go. There it is, and it's time for another sequin to be put in place. And I'm just going to pull it there. The back of the sequin gets put in the foot. Whoops. And I can just pull it back a little bit like that. And now I can go. And I'm going to just touch the scissors, and it will stop at the end of this. Fun stitches, aren't they? I'm going to just cut it there for you to see. So some of the things that I love about our exclusive stitches, they are decorative, they're creative, they're very different from the regular stitches you would find on most other machines. And if you happen to have a, maybe you've got a top of the line Husqvarna Viking, or you've got a Ruby 90 or some of the other machines, the stitches that you're going to find on here are going to be a lot of those exclusive stitches, just in a little bit of a smaller body. So when you look at our Brilliant 75Q, you have 10 inches from the needle to the tower of the machine. You've got lots of great space up here and lots of great light. You can see the lighting, how wonderful that is. So it makes a great machine to take with you to classes. And because it's got all this space, it's really a nice machine for quilting. If you were going to go and set up for free motion quilting, it's got settings for the free motion quilting, and the feed teeth drop automatically without any you needing to do it. You just go and put on your free motion settings and it's going to do that for you. Now, I promised you I'm going to show you the applique stitches, and I think they're one of my favorite. I absolutely love applique stitches. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over and I'm going to show you our menu of stitches, and let's go back and see what the applique stitches look like, shall we? So if I'm coming back and I've got my stitch menu here, I'm going to go and scroll. All of these exclusive stitches, you can find them in the L menu. There's pop-up stitches, and there are dimensional stitches. So this one is an applique stitch. So let's choose that one. You can see how big and wide it is. And if you go up here, you'll see that the length of that stitch is 45 millimeters, and the width of it is 17.8. So that's a really big stitch. And let me just get my fabric. And what foot does it say to put on? It's telling me to put on my S foot. Now, depending upon your fabric you're selecting, because we have the sewing advisor down here. Whoops, wait a second here. It's a little bit dark. I'm not thinking you're seeing that very well. Yeah, it's getting a little bit dark. Let's see if I can lighten that up for you. Wait a second here. There you go. All right, so there is your sewing advisor. So right now I have woven medium selected, but if I was going to work with a different fabric, like maybe woven heavy, often the stitch length and the stitch width, everything will change that I'm doing. And even the presser foot pressure will change. You'll notice it's recommending a 90 needle with a woven heavy. And there's the symbol for stabilizer. If I go to a woven light, it's going to change my recommendations for my needle because it knows, and it'll generally change the tension also depending upon the fabric you're selecting. All right, so we're going to come over here, and it's recommending me to put the S foot on. So I'm going to change my foot, and all the feet come on and off very, very easily. If you've ever had a Husqvarna Viking, maybe even one that's 30, 40, 50 years old, they all start with the letters. Their A foot is the utility foot, the B foot, and it's got a B on it here. That is for decorative stitches. And then if you're lucky enough to have a machine that does really wide stitches like the Brilliant 75Q, it's going to recommend the S foot. The S foot stands for side motion stitching. All right, and so that kind of makes sense that it's asking for the side motion foot because this stitch is going to be nice and big. And so when I start to stitch it, I can again use the start stop button. You can see it right here. Okay, move it back there a little bit. I'm going to use that, and it will stop when it's time for me to add my applique fabric. All right, so it stops with the needle down. Now I'm going to take my squares. Usually you cut the squares about 2 inches, and you slide it behind here. Now, one of the things you may not know, but we have actually an app called My Sewnet, and that is an app that you can pull up the information for all the different machines, and then you can find videos on how to do a lot of these different techniques. And I'm just going to pull up this pillow here. All right, this is an example of me playing. I had added some of these applique stitches. Maybe you're better off seeing it like this. Look at those applique stitches. Aren't they beautiful? I had pulled the zipper down because I had stowed something in there. And look at how beautiful those applique stitches are. And all of the decorative stitches, the satin stitches are really stunning. And one of my favorite things about Husqvarna Viking is how beautiful the decorative stitches are because they have a really rich look to them. All right, let's go back. You see that I've laid my fabric in place so it touched the needle. And all I'm going to do is press the start button, and it's going to sew backwards and applique that fabric in place. And the next time it stops, it's going to be time for another applique. You notice how easily that fabric moves? I don't have to be pushing or pulling. It really is feeding absolutely perfect, and that's because of the sensor system. Now let me cut this, so I'll lift it up and show you. And usually what I do before I have these squares is I will use a heat and bond light or Seam 2 on the back of it. And then after I've got this done like this, I'm going to trim away the fabric. And you can see I don't have the best scissors here for trimming that fabric away. And then that's how I get that applique built in there. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can do a better job. And I'll show you on the pillow again. And now you'll see how, look at that. Isn't that fun? So when you're looking here, this flower is an applique stitch. And this one here, I use holographic heat, the iron-on heat vinyl stuff. And the mouse, he's adorable too. Look at his that and the heart. Aren't they adorable? So the Sapphire 75Q has a great selection of applique stitches. But this particular one I really liked because I love that I use the vinyl in there. So that's like a printed vinyl that looks very much like fabric. And it kind of gives it such a really cool look to it. Even when you're looking at these stitches, this is a variegated thread. And that's one of my different stitches that I love. And what's really amazing about all of our decorative stitches is if they have a satin stitch, you're able to change the density of all of them. You can change the length, the width, you can change everything about the stitch that you want, and you can program in different combinations. So if I wanted to have maybe one of these applique stitches and another one put together, I can really create all my own patterns of stitches. So let's come back, and we're going to look over here, and I want to explain a little bit about how the sewing advisor works. So if I was saying I wanted to, maybe I want to do a blind hem, and I'm not really sure, and I don't know why that's graying out so much. Sorry, there we go. So just lift it up a little bit. All right. Here. All right. So when we are looking at our sewing advisor, all right, if I'm on a woven light fabric, and maybe I want to be able to do a blind hem. These settings down here are sewing settings. So if I wanted to do a blind hem, I can select blind hem, and it's going to pull up the stitch. It's going to recommend the foot that I'm using, the D foot. It's going to recommend the needle. So you don't need to know a lot about sewing to be able to learn how to do this. And everything I started to learn about sewing, I'm all self-taught. And I have learned by watching what the sewing advisor does and what it recommends. And that's how I've learned how to do a lot of techniques that I didn't know how to do before. So if I would say I was going to do a stretch fabric and I go to a stretch medium or a stretch heavy fabric, that blind hem stitch is going to change. And the length and the width and the presser foot pressure is going to change with it. It's also going to recommend a stretch needle. And when that sewing advisor has been something that's been exclusive for Husqvarna Viking for over 30 years now. And that was recently it's changed a little bit, but this has been originated with Husqvarna Viking, and it really does help you to learn how to sew if you don't have a lot of experience working with different fabrics. Now, the same type of thing is maybe I want to work with a stretch fabric and I want to see what is the best buttonhole to work with that fabric. Well, it's selected the buttonhole that is going to work best with that fabric. You can see here it says stretch heavy and it's buttonhole number 7. I can always go and select it by choosing the menu. There it is. All right, there's the stitch that is selecting. And as I'm going and looking at different stitches, you can see there's some really great, there's an eyelet, and there's also a special setting that if you want to sew on buttonholes, if I touch that, you heard that, I don't know if you heard that sound actually, but when I touch that, it automatically dropped my feed teeth so that I won't, when I'm sewing the button on, the button's not going to move. So it's smart in that it does a lot of those things for you. And if I'm going to come back here, and I'm just going to go back onto a straight stitch, all right? And any of our Husqvarna Vikings, we have the straight stitch, stitch number 2. That needle is going to come in the center position. If I wanted to find my 1/4 of an inch stitch, there is a pre-programmed in 1/4 of an inch stitch. And if I just keep going, I've got some beautiful, beautiful satin stitches and applique stitches there, and it says the applique menu. And then I've got heirloom stitches with some actually gorgeous entre-deux stitches. And these are all beautiful. And when I come into menu D, that very first stitch is the 1/4 of an inch stitch from the A foot. And if I select it, it will move the needle over so that it's going to be a 1/4 of an inch from the edge of my A foot. Now, stitch number 2 in that menu looks like this. This is a hand look stitch. So it looks like you've hand stitched it. And I love that so many of our Husqvarna Viking stitches have that on our machines because they are beautiful. And I think I'm probably running a little bit close to time here. We've got a couple of minutes left, but as you're scrolling around, a lot of these stitches are really beautiful for quilting. And you've got some nice big wide stitches. Even here, you've got the stippling stitch. This stippling stitch, all right, is 29 millimeters. So it's like this big. It's like 1.5 inches wide, that stitch. And it's a pre-programmed in stippling stitch. And then you have a smaller one also. So a lot of different stitches that make it really fun to explore and play. If you're a quilter, a lot of great stitches for a quilter to be using. And if I'm coming back, I'm just going to come back to my straight stitch. All right, I'm going to come back here to my menu of stitches. And you can see all the different stitches. Now I'm in the utility stitches. And I'm going to be on stitch 2. Now, if I wanted to set up for free motion quilting, this is your symbol for free motion quilting. You have free motion floating. That I use that a lot when I'm doing really tight stippling because the foot is going to just hover over and I get a lot of control. You have free motion spring action, and then you have a special setting for free motion ruler foot, which is a fabulous thing if you want to learn how to do ruler work. You've got a special setting for our Husqvarna Viking ruler foot, which is a special foot set up just for our sewing machines. So a lot of options there, whether you want to do free motion quilting, whether you want to work with different fabrics and different techniques. Now, if you look up over in this quilt over here, all right, the background quilting in there, and I'm not sure how far I can rotate in. Let me see if I can get up there a little bit. But all of that quilting I did on the 75Q and the free motion quilting, that's what I'm talking about. I did the yarn work on the side of the octopus. That was all done free motion quilting. And the Brilliant 75Q is a perfect machine for doing that kind of work. And I'll often bring my machine like this to when I get a chance to be sewing in some classes because it's a nice lightweight machine. It uses all of the same feet as our Epics and our Epic 97Q. And I think I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'm going to be going over the 97Q. So if you're interested in finding about that, make sure to tune in because I'll tell you the differences about some of them. But they're both fabulous top of the line sewing machines. The 97Q has the larger body where the Brilliant 75Q has got almost all the same stitches, but it's just a 10-inch wide opening here instead of the 12. So it's a little easier to travel with and take with you. And it does come with a hard cover too, so that makes it even nicer for working with to take it with you for traveling. And if anybody's got any questions, please ask. And if not, I will probably be passing this back to Blaine, and I will see you tomorrow.
All right, Karen. Well, thank you so much. And I know we got you on 2 times tomorrow, so we'll see you then. I'm going to tell them how they can get this, okay?
All right, bye-bye.
All right, bye. All right, let's show them how they can get this one. Another product from Viking. This is the 75Q Brilliance sewing machine. You see the price there at $29.69. We do have a call-in special. You get the free extension table with the purchase and a $300 gift card. Great special on it right now. Free shipping nationwide. We do have some financing available, so give us a call at 800-401-8151. And then naturally, you can talk to the live chat agents if you visit the website. Just type in the search bar, the Brilliance 75Q, and it'll just take you right to that product page. All right, we're going to continue on, and we got Baby Lock in the house, and we're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Soprano. We have Casey Cartmel coming in, going to tell us all about it. She is a Baby Lock educator, and she's back with us again. So y'all welcome Casey back to the show. Hey, Casey.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
You always give the best intros, Blaine. You really do.
All right. Well, I know we got a lot to cover on the soprano, so I'm going to let you take it away. And
Yes.
I'll come back in about 25 minutes and tell them how they can get one, okay?
Thank you so much. Okay, guys, this is the Baby Lock Soprano. And this is my own personal machine. I actually got this Baby Lock Soprano before I became a Baby Lock educator. And this is the machine that got me right into Baby Lock machines. I absolutely love her. So she is, I keep referring to her as she, so just bear with me. So she is a quilting and sewing machine. So some of the main features of the Baby Lock Soprano are the automatic fabric sensor system, which adjusts the pressure of your pressure foot and the tension based on the fabric thickness. It also has the advanced needle threader. So if you press this down, you can actually thread that needle. So no worries with threading the needle on the Baby Lock Soprano. It also has the advanced pivoting feature. So when you press your presser foot, that presser foot will go up and down. So that is an absolutely great feature for when you're wanting to do your sewing and you want to like do your curves, and you can literally turn that fabric around the needle and do your corners really perfectly. It also has 300 built-in stitches. Now I'm going to try and move this camera up so you can see. So it has all of these stitches that are going all the way across this machine. And also it has that that stitch feature where you can go forward and backwards and left and right for doing them patches. So that is not a problem for the Baby Lock Soprano. She also has that. And she has up to a 7mm stitch width. The automatic thread cutter, so it will cut your threads off for you. There's no issue with that. The Baby Lock Soprano also comes with a knee lift. So if you like to do your sewing with that knee lift, then you have that option to do that as well. And as I'm holding it, guys, you won't believe this, because there are very few machines that actually come with the additional feature of the actual extension table. Like, that is amazing. The Baby Lock Soprano comes with this extension table. How cool. So as you can see, this comes off in order to allow for that extension table to go on. And also, while it's off, for all of you garment sewers out there, you can just put your sleeve right in there and your pants right in there. And also, if you're doing your patches, you can do your patches really, really easily. I also do pouches. I make pouches and I make bags. This machine's a workhorse. The Baby Lock Soprano is an absolute workhorse. It really does. I've had it for like, I want to say 9 years now, and I love it. This is the machine that you're going to be taking to your quilting retreats. This is the machine that you're going to have as your backup machine. This is the machine that you're going to have if you're just starting out and you have not got a sewing machine yet. I highly recommend the Baby Lock Soprano. You are not going to grow out of it. Look at all the different stitches that this machine's got and the capability of doing thick fabrics. It's amazing. You're not going to grow out of it. It's not going to be something that you're going to be regretting. You're going to absolutely love the Baby Lock Soprano. It also has speed control slider. So this guy here is your speed control slider. And also you can adjust this to do the, so on the decorative stitching, you can change this to do the width of your decorative stitching, which is absolutely amazing. It also has the drop feed dogs. So at the bottom, at the back of this machine, you can just, at a switch of a button, you can change it to free motion quilting with ease. It has a large LCD screen. It has a built-in stitch memory. So if you want to use any of these decorative stitches, you can actually make your own decorative stitches. So you can go into here and you can like have some stars, then you can have some lettering, then you can have some hearts, and you can make your own programming of decorative stitches right here. So with so much ease. So I've already told you about the extension table, the LED lighting. It's got the bobbin center to alert you when the bobbin's running low. It's got a twin needle capacity, so you can use double needles while you're sewing for them decorative stitches. And like I said, you've got the 4-way stitching. But another thing where Baby Lock blows this out of the water is the feet that come with the machine. So I'm just going to show you what feet come with the machine. All of these feet come with the Baby Lock Soprano. So let me run through what feet come with the Soprano. So here you go. I call this the regular foot. And this button here is so you can go over thick fabrics, by the way. So you can, like, some people call it like a jump pump kind of thing. So this allows you to go over thick fabrics. Then we've got the overcasting foot. So like I said, this machine is a machine for both garment sewers and also for the quilters out there. We've got the R foot. This is a blind hem foot. Then we've got the zipper foot. So this is the regular zipper foot that everybody knows so well, but also it comes with this foot. Now, I really like this foot when it comes to doing zippers. It's called a piping foot, and I don't have to worry about taking this foot off because I can adjust this foot. So I don't have to worry about taking the whole thing off. I can just adjust it just like that and get on with my sewing. It makes doing zippers so easy. So if you're out there doing your pouches or making your garments or making your bags, the Baby Lock Soprano is for you. Then we've got the buttonhole foot. The buttonhole foot. Had to wonder that. Buttonhole foot for making those buttonholes. And then we have got the button sewing foot. So this foot will allow you to put a button in there, and then you go away and attach the button onto your clothing. It's absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely fabulous. Then we have got the monogramming foot for those people that like to do the appliques. And these are all coming with your Baby Lock Soprano, by the way. These are not like an additional price for you. These are actually coming with your Baby Lock Soprano. Here you go. This is the walking foot. So this is your regular walking foot that everybody knows, but look what it comes with. It comes with a guide. Do you do free motion quilting? Like I have done, no joke, I have done a king size quilt in this Baby Lock Soprano. And I was able to do straight stitching with this foot because I'm able to move this guide to whatever stitch I want to do, however wide, however narrow I want to do it. And I can just go up and down doing a straight stitching on my quilt with my Baby Lock Soprano. Who's liking this machine? Come on, say in the comments, do you like the Baby Lock Soprano? Then we've got the darning foot. He's about somewhere. Where are you hiding? You do have a darning foot. He's jumped off my table somewhere. Also, you have an echo foot. The echo foot is again for free motion quilting. The echo foot is where, let's say you've got an applique in the center of your quilt, then you can applique around it using this foot. All these feet, they come with your Baby Lock Soprano. Can you believe it? Then you've got, I've said about the guide. And then you've got the P foot. Here we go. This is the stitch guide foot. Then I spoke about the adjustable piping foot and zipper foot. We've also got the Teflon foot. Oh, there's the darning foot. I thought it was bigger than that. There you go. There's the darning foot for you. And there's the open toe foot there. So let's have a look back at the machine. And I'm going to go through the menu so you can have a look at everything. Because I don't want you missing out on any of these fabulous features of this machine. It's absolutely amazing. So here we go. I'm going to go to the menu of this machine. And it also does your alphabet for you guys. You can do your quilt labels off this machine. How amazing is that? Then we've got the needle position. So you can change that needle position over to the left, over to the right. If you have that twin needle in, then you need to turn it on and let the machine know that you've got the twin needle in. And then that knows that that setting is available and ready to go. You've got the width control. Remember how I said you can change this dial and it can move from being the speed controller as well as the width controller. So this is a setting that you would do to change that. So the next setting is the initial position. So this is basically telling the machine, do I want the needle to be in a down position every time I stop sewing? Do I want this needle to be in the up position every time I stop sewing? I like it to be in the down position because I don't want any of my stitches jumping or anything. So I like it to be in that down position. Then we've got the elongation setting for the decorative stitching. We've got the thread density that we can change. We can also change the character spacing on the Baby Lock Soprano. So just to let you guys know, when you're doing your alphabet or your machine label, like your quilt labels, you can change that character spacing right here. Size selection. You can change the to adjust it to vertical, how much space and how much spacing can be adjusted for the horizontal. The presser foot pressure. This is absolutely, this is another great feature as well. So you can change the height of that presser foot. So if you've got a thicker fabric and you don't want that presser foot to be pressing down too hard on your fabric, then this is the option that you will go to in order to change that. And then also you can change the presser foot height as well. Notice that I have it on the highest setting. I like to obviously do my quilting and stuff like that, but you can just change that height to whatever you want it to be changed to. Also, automatic fabric center system. I'm not quite sure why I've got this turned off right now. Let's turn it on. There you go. It's going to censor how much like the thickness of your fabric. It's going to censor that. So it's going to change that presser foot for you. Free motion quilting. If you're doing free motion quilting, you have to turn this on because it actually changes a little bit of the pressure off of the when you're doing your free motion quilting. If you have it off, you're going to find out that you can't do your free motion quilting properly on the Baby Lock Soprano. So you are going to have to make sure that this is on. So then that pressure doesn't end up applying to your quilt while you're quilting it, because you don't want any pressure on your quilt when you're quilting it. You want to get quilting. So the free motion foot height can also be adjusted here. So depending on how much pressure, like I said, that you wanted on that free motion, then you can change it here. And then you can also change that pivoting height. So remember that feature that I was telling you about, where you can press the accelerator down and you can press it back up again. And that foot is automatically going to raise or it's going to lower for you. And this is the height that it's going to raise back up for you. So then it's got the buzzer. I think this is classed as a buzzer. Like every time that I'm pressing this, it's going to beep all the time. If you don't like that noise, you find it annoying, you can actually turn it off. The lights, you can change to on and off. You can change the brightness for the light as well. I actually have it on full max because I want it to be on full max. The reinforcement priority. So with this machine, you have these 3 different buttons at the side of the machine. So the first one is the pivot. The next one is when you automatically reverse, it's going to give you that back stitch. So who forgets to do back stitching? So basically, when you go to reverse, it will automatically do that locking stitch for you. And if you have that pressed, it will automatically have the cutoff option. So it'll actually do everything all at the end. It will do your reverse stitch, forward stitch, then it'll cut off right at the end. Baby Lock Soprano, it's absolutely amazing. You're going to want to buy this machine, guys, I'm telling you. So also the input sensitivity, that's to do with me pressing the buttons and how it's responding. And obviously we have our language, and then obviously we have like what version of machine that we're on. So then everything is really easy, by the way. In order to go into your settings, like you will press whichever one that you want. And there's a correlation for these buttons at the top of the screen as well, where you get all your decorative stitches from. So you just follow what it says on that screen. Another amazing thing about this particular machine, the Baby Lock Soprano, is it's going to tell you what foot to use. So isn't that fantastic? Like sometimes it'll tell you like it wants the applique foot on because it needs to make that wider stitching. So it's going to let you know exactly which foot to use for which stitch. And also it highlights, I keep on pressing this here. When you first go into this machine, anything that has this kind of like grey box around each of them, they are the factory settings for that particular stitch. So if you go outside of that one, that is now not the factory setting for this. So it basically tells you, Baby Lock gives you all the information of what the actual factory setting is and what a regular straight stitch should be in like tension, because this is your tension, this is your length, and then this is your the width of your like your zigzags and stuff. Also, you can turn on your decorative stitches, so you can just have one and you can have like a continuation of one. One thing that I like about this button is that I never realize when I'm getting to the end of my decorative stitch. And the great thing about this is I can just press this one button and look, it's just showing that one stitch. It's probably best to show you on here you go. So if I bring up decorative stitch 20, there you go. So at the moment, it's going to stitch out all of these stars. Let's say I'm at the end of my stitches and I just want the last star to be stitched out. I press that and it just does that one stitch and then it's done. I don't have to worry or freak out because like I want to get that last stitch on my bag or whatever I am sewing right now. Another thing that it does is it will mirror your design. You can program your designs. You can save designs in the machine as well. It has 5 different pockets for you to save your designs. So like this stitch here, it has like a flower and like a 4-leaf clover and then flower and 4-leaf clover. So you can actually design. So not only do you have the decorative stitches at the top of your machine, you can actually create your own decorative stitches as well. Also for your get out of this. I actually have to remember because I actually have to, I don't remember which characters are which. So I'm just going to show you here. It's just gobbledygook because you actually need the manual to show you which number to press for which letter. It's very, very simple when you actually have that instruction book in front of you. And as you can see, look, it's telling you we want the end foot on. We don't want the J foot on. So it's going to tell you, like, don't ruin your needle here or whatever. Like, this is the foot that we want it on. So yeah, I think that's basically quite a lot of the Baby Lock Soprano already done. Like, also you've got the reinforcement stitch, you've got the reverse key, you've got the stop button. So if you do want to do sewing without the accelerator foot, you can actually do it via this button here. So you don't actually need the foot if you want to do some foot sewing. You can do some hands-free sewing. So I think I have done this presentation. I've gone through everything. This is a Baby Lock Soprano. I'm going to hand it back to Blaine. And I'm going to get myself back on here.
Well, hey.
I don't stop for breath, do I? I apologize.
Oh, great job, Cassie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to tell them how they can get it now, okay?
Perfect. Bye, guys.
All right. Talk to you soon. All right, everybody. That was the Baby Lock Soprano. And again, we got a call-in special on it today. You're going to get a free 2-spool thread stand. It's a value of $129 with the purchase of the Soprano. The price on that is $22.49. But again, remember, we have that call-in special. Naturally, we have free shipping nationwide, and we have some financing available. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, and to place your order, or you can just go to the website and type in Soprano in the search bar, and you'll be able to find it. All right, guys, we're going to continue to move on, but guess what? We're a little early. So it's we have seven minutes until our next presentation.
I believe Carly did say she can come on early. Carly is here. She's ready. She's ready.
You think Carly would mind if we gave something away before she comes on? What do y'all think in the chat? So Kyle says Carly's giving a thumbs up that we have time to give something away. So what do y'all think out there? Put in the chat right now if you think we should give something away. Kyle's reading the chats as we go right now.
Spin.
Everybody just saying spin. All right. So if we're going to give away a 30-minute phone call with Andrew.
Why not?
Why not? Y'all can just talk to Andrew for 30 minutes.
During office hours.
Just no, on your own time. Just kidding. We're going to give away a sewing machine. What do y'all think about that? We're going to give away a Burnett Sew and Go made by Bernina. You see it right there on your screen. So Andrew, spin that wheel.
Phone call.
Seems so quiet without the spinning music, but Lois Leonard is our winner watching today from Facebook. Congratulations, Lois. How you're going to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete. Once you get all that filled out, Lois, just hit submit. And once we get that in, we'll handle it from there and we'll ship you one absolutely free right to your doorstep. How's that? Everybody good? All right, let's bring in back to me. And we are going to go back to our part 2 of our educational session today. And we have Carly Porter coming right back in. So let's bring Carly right in.
Hey,
Carly.
How's it going, Blaine?
Great. Good seeing you. It's been a while.
Likewise, I know, but I have been productive. So
look at you.
The quilt that we were working on in part 1. I have done everything except for the final edges. So I was excited to show you that.
All right. Well, we're excited for you to be here. So we'll let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I promised y'all I was going to work on this in the time between when I saw you first and seeing you now. So let's go to the overhead and I'll show you. So I went around the edges and then I started doing my fill around the edge. But I wanted to show you just because, you know, this was not even done last time we spoke. So hopefully if that gives you a little burst of energy thinking about how much graffiti quilting you can do in a short amount of time, I hope that this will give you that energy. So today in this part 2, we are going to talk about doing graffiti quilting on a functional quilt, right? Because I showed a quilt like this to the quilt police and she was like, oh, I only make functional quilts that keep people warm. I don't make little fat quarter wall hangings. And I was like, fine, I'm going to prove that you can do graffiti quilting on a functional, warm, cuddly quilt. So I have a new stack of quilts that I wanted to show you here today to show you how beautiful graffiti quilting looks across a bed-sized quilt. So this is a custom printed quilt top from Honest Fabric called Explosion. Let me show you the back. So I used fleece on the back and it is so soft and snuggly, and just get a load of that texture. It is so, so, so beautiful. So I'm going to show you a demonstration today of doing graffiti quilting on a stand-up long arm. I'm using my Baby Lock Regalia now. And I have a custom printed quilt top loaded on the frame that I'm going to interpret and quilt. So let me show you what the quilt top looks like. This is from honestfabric.com. This is called Rainbow A Go-Go. And it has tons of nice wide open space, perfect for graffiti quilting. So I thought it would be fun to quilt this one. Now, before I move to the quilting machine, I wanted to show you kind of my diagram of what I have planned, because I can't show you the quilt since it's loaded on the frame. You can only see a little portion of it. So I have the design loaded on my iPad and I'm going to show you what I've got planned. So when I am graffiti quilting on a functional quilt, I like the flow or the direction of the quilting to go a specific way. In this case, I want the design to flow from the bottom upwards. So let me show you my diagram on my iPad. And I have the design loaded here. So this is the top right here, and this is the bottom. Okay. Now, if I want the designs to flow upward, I only have like a section that I can work with at a time because I'm constrained by my poles, right? So what I actually have done is loaded the quilt upside down, meaning the right side of the fabric is still upward and outward, right? But I'm going to start at the bottom of the quilt, working my way up. So in the first section, I have about this much area that I can quilt, and then I'll advance my fabric and move down, right? So I wanted to show you kind of how I've interpreted the quilt top. I'm not sure yet still what I'm going to put in these straight bar areas, but I do want to interpret the fabric with graffiti quilting. Now, I've drawn out a few motifs here, but with graffiti quilting, I don't have to draw every single little design and then try to quilt it. I just know that my graffiti quilting is going to flow from the bottom upward and from my center motif outward. Okay, so that's kind of a sample. Now, the other thing that I do want to plan out is the scale or the density of my quilting. Because I want this to be a functional bed quilt, I wouldn't want to do my quilting really small and tiny like this, like I did on my sit down in part 1 of this mini class, right? Because quilting that tight and densely is going to make it harder for the quilt to be soft and snuggly. So I know kind of what my density is going to be, but with graffiti quilting, remember that we are just taking it one little section at a time. We don't have to plan what motif we're going to do all over, but we do just pick one motif at a time. So I'm going to move to the quilting machine and I'm just going to do some quilting. Blaine, if you want to pipe in and ask any questions, you totally can, but I'll probably also just keep talking through it. But if you have questions, I would be happy to answer those. And I just wanted to really show you how you can take this very free-flowing graffiti quilting technique and just let it kind of guide you as you go through the process of making, this time, a functional, snuggly bed quilt. So let's go do it. Okay, are we ready? All right, so this is the top of my quilt. I've got everything loaded here. I am using a 50 weight thread that is light colored, so hopefully you can see the quilting really nicely. So the very first thing I'm thinking about here is the density. So if I do a tiny little curl, that's gonna set my density for the whole quilt. Now, I don't want it to be that super dense. I want it to be a little looser. So for my very first motif, I'm gonna be really mindful about my scale. Okay. Okay, so I have about 3 inches of space here. So I'm going to try to match all my designs to be about that big. And I'm just making this up as I go. Filling in that space. And it looks like I have something on my wheels. I just cleaned them yesterday. So be kind because we're all still practicing, right? So again, I don't have every motif planned out. I don't know what I'm going to do exactly where, but just like we talked about in part 1 of graffiti quilting. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to double check the back of my frame because I have a feeling that just one of my cables is throwing me off. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so I'm going to keep going. So the idea here is that my quilting is going to flow up the quilt. Now, you can't quite see the design of the fabric, but that's okay because we just haven't gotten there yet. But I'm going to keep on filling my space in, working along the bottom edge. Did you hear that? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So notice that my quilting here is much denser than I did in part 1's session, because again, we're doing this now in a functional sense. But sorry, yes, thank you, less dense. In the morning session, it was more dense than this because it was a wall hanging, where this, I want to have the graffiti quilting style, but I don't want it to be so dense that it's not snuggly. I did also use a layer of warm and plush batting, and my backing is also fleece. So that's going to help because I know that personally I quilt denser than the average. But the warm and plush batting and the fleece backing is going to help keep things soft. So you probably remember from the morning session where I was not only quilting more densely, but I was also overstitching quite a bit. Where this time I'm going to focus more on echoing and layering my shapes versus overstitching, because every time I overstitch, it's going to add density to the quilting and make it less snuggly. Let me know when I'm halfway through the time. Sometimes I can just totally get lost in this and lose track of time. So I want to make sure that we leave enough time at the end of the segment for questions as well, while also giving you enough time to really see kind of the process of graffiti quilting and the flow. What's that? Okay, great question. So it depends on what I'm doing. Right now, I'm using a stitch regulator. If I'm doing very small little miniature quilting or something that is an overall design, I will typically use the manual mode. But when I'm just doing something kind of free flow and flowy like this, I like to use the stitch regulator. So I kind of go between the two. However, when it comes to a sit-down quilting machine, I always use manual mode. And that's primarily because when I first learned how to quilt, the stitch regulator for a sit-down machine didn't exist. And so I had to learn how to be my own stitch regulator. And so now with sit-down quilting, that's just kind of what I prefer. But that's just me. Okay, I turned on my Pro Stitcher screen halfway through this so that I could turn off the beep. So my motors might try to engage. Now, I also have a lot of graffiti quilting, computerized quilting designs. So if you are a computerized quilting or a machine embroidery girly and free motion is just not really your jive, I have tons of graffiti quilting styled designs that are ready for you to just download and plug right into your machine and stitch. So if that's something you're interested in, you can also see those at carlyporter.com. Like Jane was saying this morning, I have over 1,000 different digital designs on my website. I've been digitizing for almost 15 years now. And that's another thing that I really, really love and enjoy doing because, again, not everybody is a free motion quilter. A lot of you like machine embroidery and like computerized quilting. So it's fun for me to be able to take this same style and really share it with as many people as possible. So again, while I'm doing this, I am just making it up as I go. And it's really fun to just kind of be able to play without too much concern about how the end result looks, because at the end of the day, even if my quilting isn't perfect, this is still going to be a beautiful functional quilt. And all of the designs that I'm stitching here are taught in my graffiti quilting course. So the only difference is that you are learning them one at a time in their very simple skeletal structures instead of this whole thing that you're seeing here. Any other questions? Do I do edge-to-edge designs? That's a great question. So yes, as far as computerized quilting goes, I have probably over 500 different edge-to-edge designs to pick from. And I also have a collection of graffiti quilting edge-to-edge designs that are ready to download that are amazing. So if you go to carlyporter.com and you Google, or if you search in my website the word modular, there is a really incredibly cool collection of graffiti quilting where you can use one of the edge-to-edges by itself, or you can combine any of the 16 in the collection, and it just makes the edge-to-edge more unique because they're like modules that you connect together from your quilting machine. So yes, I have tons of edge-to-edge designs, and I'm coming up with new ones all the time. Thanks for that question. Any other questions? Can you hear me okay? Okay. I know I'm kind of noisy. I'm a noisy person in general. So when you take the graffiti quilting course, I demonstrate these techniques on a domestic sit-down machine and a long arm sit-down machine and a long arm stand-up like you see here. And there's already over 100 hours of demonstration built into the book through the QR codes, in addition to things that I'm adding all the time. In fact, this footage that you see here, when I finish this quilt, will most likely get embedded into one of the QR code pages of the book so that anyone who is signed up for the class can go and view this footage and see it. Also, I wanted to mention for those of you who were watching me in the morning session today, that blue quilt that we worked on, all of the footage that of me working on it between the morning class and now, I streamed that on Instagram. So if you're interested, you can go see that on Instagram. My Instagram account is Carly Porter Design. So yeah, that's one thing that I take a lot of pride in with my graffiti quilting class is that once you sign up for it, you have ongoing access to tons of quilting content that I will continue to update as time goes on. Oh, my thread broke. You know what? I may have just ran out of bobbin, but let's check. Okay, any other questions? Are any of y'all who are watching here live, have you taken the graffiti quilting class before, or have you ever done graffiti quilting before? I would love to know. If you have, just leave a little heart or a smiley face so I can see. What's that? Okay. All right, so I'm gonna keep going here. I think my top thread just broke. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna pick up where I left off. Huh? Oh, okay. Not many people watching have taken graffiti quilting, but that's awesome because you can timestamp this moment in history as the moment you learned about graffiti quilting and how much it's going to change your life. So, like I said, the class is a combination of on-demand content as well as live class sessions. So if you sign up now, you'll get your welcome package in the mail and you can start working through the book and all of the on-demand content. And then the first live class session will start in July, on July 12th. So you can really work at whatever pace is most comfortable for you. Whether it's, you know, right away over the course of 2 days, or if you want to savor the flavor and do it over the course of a year, it's really flexible to whatever your schedule is and what your learning type is. Another thing that I wanted to try really hard to do was make it accessible to as many different learning types as possible, which is another really beneficial reason for adding the QR codes to the book. Because some people really enjoy the reading and some people really enjoy the videos. So to be able to understand the concepts in either of those ways, I just find is incredibly valuable. And so that's something that was important to me as I was building the content, was making sure that I could cater to as many learning types as possible. Because I really just want anyone who wants to be a better free motion quilter to be able to do it. And if I can be even a little bit helpful in that, then it's just like a dream come true for me. So don't forget that if you register for the class, you can also use the coupon code SMP25, and that will give you $25 off your tuition price. And you only have to pay for tuition once, and you get lifetime access to not only the copious amounts of content that are in there now, but anytime I add more content to my website through the QR codes, you automatically get access to that as well. Even if it's in a year from now or 2 years from now, you just pay for the class once, and then you get to have that content for years to come. Okay, how are we looking? So I'm going to go ahead and cut my thread, and let's do a pan across, and you can see just in that 15 minutes how much we were able to do. Let's see if I can zoom out a little. There we go. Look how gorgeous. Okay, I know there were some bumpy spots. I had something weird going on with my frame. But if anyone points those out, that's how I know who to unfriend on Facebook, because we don't need that kind of negativity in our life. But by and large, I'm very happy with the quilting on this. I think the texture is so beautiful, and the texture on the back is going to be extra great with that fleece backing that we added. So I love using non-traditional backing fabrics like fleece or satin, or even just a plush blanket from Walmart is actually a really great backing. So yeah, let's head back to the desk, and I'll show you a couple more functional quilts that I made in the graffiti quilting style. And Blaine, if you've got any questions, I would love to answer those as well. So I showed you this one. So this is, like I said, a custom printed quilt top. And then I have a couple more here that are custom printed quilt tops. So this is another fan favorite. This one's called Specimen. And it's another digitally printed quilt top. So I designed the whole thing on my iPad and then printed it onto one single piece of fabric and then did graffiti quilting over the top of it. Isn't that pretty? And I used invisible thread, so it really just blends. And then again, on the back, I used fleece. And so even though the quilting is fairly dense, because it's fleece backing and warm and plush batting, it's still really snuggly and drapable. Do you pre-wash your fleece backing? I do not. Nope. I really kind of don't pre-wash anything because I guess the only horror stories that I've heard is like red cotton fabric bleeding, and I hardly ever use that. So here is another one. So this is another custom printed quilt top. The cool thing about these is they look pieced, but they're totally not. So if you're like me and you're just itching to spend more time in the free motion quilting portion of making a quilt, these custom printed quilt tops are amazing. So I also have a coupon code for you for honestfabric.com where you can take 25% off any of the designs in my library. So here's the code for it, Carly25. Honestfabric.com carries lots of artwork from tons of different designers. So that code will work for any of my designs in the collection. So I'd love for you to try out an Honest Fabric quilt top. They are super soft, very drapey. They wash incredibly well. And it's so nice to be able to interpret a quilt top, especially one that looks pieced, without having to deal with any seams from the piecing. And it's also so much lower stress because it takes a lot of time to piece a quilt top, right? And so I think sometimes people's fear with free motion quilting is that they spend 50 hours making the quilt top and their skills for piecing are way up here, but then their skills for free motion quilting are lower because they don't spend as much time with the quilting. And so they're so scared that they're going to ruin a quilt top, which I would be scared too if I spent that much time on a quilt top. So the nice thing about Honest Fabric panels is that it's very low stress. You can just put it on your machine and quilt it. And worst case scenario is you have to get another panel of the same thing because you ruined it. But I also find that we hardly ever actually ruin quilts. I think that's part of the process, is being able to learn with every new quilt that we have, right? So that's just another part of quilting that I love. How does the fleece quilt? Does it squash down? No, in fact, I think the texture holds beautifully. So let me show you. So let me show you the front of this quilt again. So notice that the quilting is fairly dense. on the front of this quilt. There's a lot of spots that are pretty densely quilted. However, the fleece provides kind of a really nice stability because it is kind of thicker, that it just gives almost a trapunto effect that we would be able to get without having to add extra batting, right? Because trapunto is typically done adding extra batting between your layers. The fleece is just really, really nice. And that texture just like is so good. So yeah, fleece backings are really fun. Yeah. Reminds me a little bit of thread painting. Yeah. So, yeah, so I would love for you to join my graffiti quilting course. Like I said, I basically do a cohort a year where registration starts in usually January or February, and then the class starts in the summertime. And right now it's in early bird pricing. It's almost 50% off the retail price. And early bird pricing ends at the end of April, and class starts in July. And if you use that code SMP25 at carlyporter.com, you can take $25 off your tuition in addition to the fact that it's already discounted. But this code expires at the end of the weekend. So sign up now so that you can get it for the cheapest price it's ever going to be. Someone asked, can you purchase just the book and not the class? So the short answer to that is no. And here's the reason for that. In the book, because I have really intertwined the online content and the book itself, it was very important to me that I presented the graffiti quilting technique in its most complete form. So the book is kind of the physical manifestation of this entire library of free motion quilting education. And to make it so organized and concise and comprehensive, all of those QR codes are built into the book. So there is not a price break if you only want the book, because when you have the book, you have everything. It was just really important for me to make sure that there's just so much about graffiti quilting that you can't print on a physical page of a book. And I didn't want to leave that out just because it's a printed book. So really, this is much more than a book. It's a whole journey that I will take you on as you work through page by page. So let me show you on the overhead camera a little bit about the book. So there are 10 chapters in the book. So I talk about so many different things. So first, tools and materials. So this book is really amazing. Like, let's say you just bought a quilting or sewing machine to do free motion quilting and you just got it out of the box. We start really on base level. So part 1 of the book is talking about the different tools and materials to use. So we break it down to like cork fabric, leather fabric, different types of drawing supplies, different types of quilting machines, hand quilting, all the different materials that you can use as you are doing free motion quilting and graffiti quilting. And then the second chapter is super like important even all by itself. This is a whole tension demonstration. And again, like I said, the QR codes are built in throughout the pages. And they give you so much more content. So for instance, there's one page in the book that talks about tension, but this QR code alone will take you to almost an hour-long demonstration, a video demonstration on how to tackle your tension. So you're really getting all of these built-in side quests as you work your way through the book. And then in part 3, we talk about different design principles and elements of design in general, and why they're important and how they can apply to all of the different motifs that we talk about. And then in part 4, I really break down each of the designs and show them in their simplest form, and then show a really like a comprehensive example of how it can be used. And then when you scan the QR code for this page in particular, you get to see the drawing demonstration of actually drawing these pages. So throughout the book, there's so many places that have all of these different motifs that you can pull from. And every single drawn motif will include a video on how to draw it and how to quilt it. And then this section, so section 5, is super duper robust all by its own, because this is essentially a glossary of a glossary of design combinations. So it's like, okay, if I had soft feather plumes and I wanted to combine it with a right angle, what might that look like? Or soft feather plumes and arrows, what might that look like? So there's over 300 different motifs just in part 5. And then in part 6, we start to talk about how to tackle kind of each area. And basically the things that you see on the pages of part 6 are included in an hour-long demonstration tutorial that you can watch online that goes with it. So I really, really worked hard to be able to partner technology and use all of the different aspects that you can get your hands on in your free motion quilting journey. So it's like you have the book, you have the awesome welcome package with all the other great goodies. If you missed the morning session, I went through the whole welcome package and showed you this cool, awesome present that you get in the mail when you sign up. So go back and watch part 1 to see that. But so you have the book, you have the drawing diagrams, you have the online content, and then you also have access to me through the live class sessions that we do online. So it's really, my biggest goal is to just make sure that as a free motion quilting student, you have everything you need, whether your journey takes 6 weeks or 6 months or 6 years or 6 decades. When you're ready for that information, it's there. So I'm very, very, very proud of this book and how far it's come. I mean, I've been quilting for 15 years and pioneering graffiti quilting itself for a decade. And I'm just excited to share it with anyone who's interested in it. Do the QR codes take you to one of your videos or someone else's video? Nope. So it's all me. Everything in the book is all I have built and recorded and edited and curated. It's all me. So also the other thing too is if for some reason you're struggling to scan the QR codes or whatever, I can also even send links that you can save to your computer so that you can access all that information very easily. Someone asked about shipping to Canada and Australia. Yes, I can ship pretty much anywhere in the world. So that's the really great thing about teaching an online course that's one that's as robust as this is all you need is an internet connection and a copy of the book, and you can really do so many amazing things in your free motion quilting journey. And when you are ready, I'm here for you. So, oh, thanks. I have a lot of passion for this, so I'm glad that that's showing through. And yeah, no, I would really love for y'all to join me. Teaching free motion quilting is my absolute favorite thing to do. Out of all the things I do in my business, teaching people and helping, like just holding someone's hand and guiding them along in a journey so that they can reach the creative potential that's inside of them. I'm like getting choked up and like, it's so dumb, but like, there's nothing greater to me as a teacher than to help someone see something and then learn how to do it and really feel like they are empowered to reach their creative potential. And so if I can be your greatest cheerleader and your kindest but wisest critic as you learn free motion quilting, I am honored to be able to be that for you. I do have a bunch throughout the book. There is demonstration on all 3 of these machines. So there is a quilt that I showed in the morning class, the rainbow one with the black thread. I did that from start to finish on my Altair 2. So for domestic machine quilting, all of the demonstration in the book is on my Altair 2. For the sit-down machine quilting, it's done on my Baby Lock Tiara, and then the long arm quilting is done on my Baby Lock Regalia. So wonderful, wonderful lineup. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. I hope you enjoyed this, and I would love to be closer friends with you. So go to carlyporter.com and join my online class. It'll be a lot of fun.
Well, great job, Carly.
Thanks, Blaine.
Hey, and everybody, they can find you just at carlyporter.com, correct?
Yep.
They can connect. Okay.
Yeah.
So y'all make sure y'all go connect with Carly. Great job. Thank you so much for being part of Quilt Fest. It's a pleasure. And you know, I got to tell everybody, you're a very talented woman, because not only are you just an awesome quilter, but I witnessed firsthand you are a very good piano player.
Oh, thank you.
A lot of people may not know that about you.
Yeah, that's right. When we met at Baby Lock Tech, anytime I see a piano in public, I have to touch it. I have to play it. So
Well, I
when we
tell
made
you, I
a
got to
baby
see it
lock tech,
firsthand,
yeah.
and I was impressed. So
Oh,
thank you so much for sharing your quilting talent with us, and hopefully we'll get to see you again real soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kate. And I will see y'all in my class. So go sign up now.
Okay, thanks, Carly. All right, everybody, we're going to continue on, and we've got the King Quilter Elite. We're going to talk about next, and we got our good friend Becky Thompson coming in. Now, Becky is part of our Takeover Tuesday crew. She comes in, and she's going to be on the show once a month, along with Carly Bell and Joanne Banco and Jane Klaus. They each take turns, and they always bring something unique. And I tell you what, Becky is a hoot to be around. And her and her husband, Keith, are great. So welcome, Becky, back to the show.
Hi,
Becky.
Blaine.
So how are you today?
I'm doing great. You got a good sound check? You can hear me? I'm good.
Oh, we got you loud and clear, can see you
Awesome.
good. So we're ready to go. And I know that you're going to talk a little bit about the King Quilter today. And we've got some great specials on the King Quilter. So I'm excited for you to be here. And so we're going to let you take it away. And as soon as I come back, I'll tell them all about the specials.
Awesome. That sounds great. And thank you so much for having me again. I really, really appreciate this. I just absolutely love this. If you do not know me, hello, I see you guys. Hi, everybody in the chat. My name is Becky Thompson, and I have the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. I am an enthusiast like you and a bit of a DIYer. And so if I can quilt my own quilts, I definitely wanted to do that. So I'm talking to you today about the King Quilter 2 Elite from Sewing Machines Plus. This machine is proprietary to Sewing Machines Plus. This is their own brand, and I am using Pro Stitcher Premium on it. I absolutely love this machine. It's very easy to use. It's a lot of fun. This is my Power Tools with Thread crowd. I see you guys in the chat. You loved yesterday's show. Well, I hope today's is good too. Yesterday, we loaded the backing on the frame. I'm trying to remember the name of the frame. Oh my goodness. It's a handy quilter frame. Okay. So this is the number 2 right now. They don't make this one anymore. They have the number 3 that's available. And, well, I'm glad you're here for me, Helen. It's so great to see all of you. All right. So just if you are looking for somebody to hang out with in your sewing room, you can put on my YouTube channel. It's totally free. And I am on live Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Central. We call it the Stitchuation Room, and it's a virtual stitching retreat. So a lot of you put me on when you're sewing, maybe later on. It's always available on replay. If for those of you on the West Coast that get up a little bit later, that's all right. And Sewing Machines Plus is a huge supporter of the channel. When I had my 1-year anniversary, Blaine gave away a sewing machine. So my relationship with SMP is just top notch, and I absolutely love working with them. So yeah, the Stitchuation Room is in the house. There's Bernadette. All right. We have a virtual kitchen too. Everybody comes in. It's always somebody's birthday. So there's usually birthday cake in the kitchen. You guys will love it. Okay. So let's talk about this King Quilter, shall we? This is an 18-inch machine, and I am getting ready to quilt my quilt called How to Build a Scarecrow. It's a Lori Holt quilt. Came out last year, and I'm a big Lori Holt fan, and I wanted to get it quilted. And that quilt is 74 by 86. So it's a good size quilt. And this King Quilter 2 Elite is going to handle it no problem. Now, there is a King Quilter 2, and then there's a King Quilter 2 Elite. What's the difference? So the King Quilter 2 Elite has a nice set of lights up underneath the handlebars right here, which are really nice. And the handlebars move and they'll bend down. So if you want to do some micro quilting, you can certainly do that too. And then it also comes with the screen on the Elite is a big 7-inch screen that's really easy to see. And then on the back, I think you can see them. There are also handles in the back with another little tablet back there that come with the machine in the Elite package. The lights are great. It will come with lights, a strip of lights that go underneath the throat of the machine. And then there's a USB port in the back by the handlebars to plug those in. So it's onboard power. Also with this machine, you will get the laser to be able to follow a pantograph. If you want to put a pantograph on the table in the back, then it comes with a laser as well. You guys, during Quilt Fest, this is a fantastic price on this machine. You'll be up and running in no time. And here is my theory on this whole thing. We're not going to live forever, right? Buy the machine, okay? Life's short. Buy the machine for sure. Okay, so I want to get started on this now, you guys. I have got the backing loaded on the front bar right here. I put the quilt itself right here on this bar, and I have it all connected up using Sew Tights magnets. And if I saw a lot of you got some Sew Tights yesterday, and I want to let you know, you want to be careful with your Sew Tights, okay? Meaning that's what's holding the leader, the top leader, the take-up rail is, and the backing is attached to that. You want to be careful and not bring those magnets this direction into the middle of the stitching area. You want to leave them back here, and you'll use a little bit extra fabric. That's not a big deal because, you know, scraps, right? But what can happen is your magnets will get caught on the idle rail, because this frame comes with an idle rail, which is nice. It gives you a nice flat quilting surface. And then this whole machine is cast in metal. So it's not plastic. This thing is built to last. So if you've got Sew Tights floating down here, they'll grab onto the base of the machine. Just a little word to the wise, okay, if you've got those. But once you keep them up here, you're off to the races, and it's no problem. Alrighty, so I do need to create a channel lock. I'm going to turn the channel locks on the Pro Stitcher, and I need to create a plumb line, essentially a horizontal plumb line, so that I know at least one side of this quilt's going to be straight. Oh my goodness. So the thread that I am using on here, I actually have a spool of Incredit thread from Sweet Pea Machine Embroidery. Love that company. And I've got Isacord in the bobbin. So I like to quilt with a poly. This machine loves a poly thread, and it just does beautiful work with it. But the Incredit thread allows the light to play off of the thread fibers, and it's just absolutely beautiful. This machine is very easy to move around. It likes to slide. Now I've got the motors on it, so it's not sliding super easy, but just a beautiful glide. So nice. I do make sure to wipe down the rails before I get going. So you guys can see this is just after the last quilt I quilted. You always want to wipe down the rails and make sure to get them nice and clean and all of that. We're going to go over that in an education session tomorrow. Okay, those things. You need the machine. Yeah, Tiny, like a hole in the head, my friend. All right, so let's go ahead and get this thing lined up on the top and get it basted on. And then I'm going to do some Pro Stitcher work with y'all and show you how easy it is. This thing comes loaded down with designs. It's really cool. So I am going to put this over here in the corner. Now the edge of my quilt is right here. Okay. So if I eyeball it, I just want to make sure my little basting line, it's just going to be a basting thread, starts out here. Now on this 7-inch screen, this great big old screen, which is, I love this thing. Oh my goodness. So we've got stitches per inch. We have 12. Let me zoom you in so you can see up close. There we go. Yeah, Michelle, we met at Road to California. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. You were sweet too, darling. I had so many of you come by. It was so much fun. Okay, so we have stitches per inch, and you just tap the little button to raise or lower. I like 12. The speed is 8%. That gets taken over once you jump into the robotics, and then the speed is managed by the robotics. We have needle up, needle down. It has a bobbin it'll remember the thread on the bobbin. You've kind of got to program that. And then we have 4 different stitch modes. We have the P, which is precision. And that's what you want to do when you've got ruler work going on. Okay. And then you have the manual. So the faster you go, the tinier your stitches, the slower you go, the larger your stitches. So that's all hand driven. And then we have the baste. We're going to do that in just a little bit. We can baste 4 inches apart, 2 inches apart, 1 inch, or 1/2 inch. Okay. And that's where I like mine. And then we have the I, which is for the idle or cruise mode. And that allows the needle to take a teeny tiny little stitch. You use this when you're doing edge to edge quilting with the robotics. It'll take a teeny tiny little stitch whenever it's going to change the direction that the needle's going to go. And it makes a beautiful, beautiful design. So I'm going to go back to baste, and I'm in the every 1/2 inch. That looks good to me. Okay. So let's come on down and take a look at this. Now, let me explain the handle bars to you. Okay. So this right here, we have the blue button is needle up, needle down. And then the yellow, if you're in manual, you can go slower. Okay. And then over here on this handle, we have start and stop. And then if you're in manual, you have the plus sign to go faster. Okay. So I'm not going to be doing anything right now. The buttons that you predominantly use, that I predominantly use, are the needle up down, okay, for my baste, or to cut the thread, and then stop and go. And that's it. Pretty simple. Now, I will tell you, there are some folks who would like to get other handlebar. They want other machines because handlebar may have a button in it to allow you to do markings and go around applique and that kind of thing. You guys, I found a hack for that. I bought a regular mouse, not the laser mouse, but the old kind that had a cord to it. And I can put it on here and I can use that little mouse trigger and go ding, ding, ding all around the applique. And it works great. Instead of the thousands of dollars you would pay for that machine, which is really very close. It does. They all basically do the same thing, right? But you want to pay for that extra button. You don't need to do that. You can drop $20 on a mouse from Amazon and make it work. I found that. I was dancing around. I'm like, yay, yay me. All right. So let's base this. We have fun in the situation room, y'all. All right. I'm going to let you watch me go on down the quilt. Okay. So it's hard to see. I did because of the thread. So I'm going to needle down, needle up, and pull it aside. And then I'm going to do just some tiny little stitches to kind of lock that in place and then get ready to go. So you can see I have got the clamps. They come with the clamps, this machine does. It also comes with a ruler base. So you don't have to pay for that either. That's nice. That's usually an extra purchase with other machines. Look at how pretty this is just sliding along. So pretty. Now, before I get going, I need to test my my tension because I just changed out the bobbin and I did put a tiny drop of oil. Okay. All right, let me pull this forward. Oh, y'all, I didn't even put my channel locks on, did I? I totally forgot about that. Let me do it. Okay, I didn't put my channel locks on. That's what I get. Hold on a second here. I'm just going straight across like I know what I'm doing. Let me show you how to do that. How about this? It is very smooth. Yeah, this thing is wonderful. Let me zoom in and show you guys how to do the channel locks. I wasn't even thinking. I got so excited about that mouse. All right, I'm going to up, down again and pull up my bobbin thread. A couple of little stitches to lock it. Okay. And I'm going to go to home so I can see my crosshairs. You don't have to. Pro Stitcher, there's the channel lock right there. Whoop, you cannot see that? Okay, so I'm on the Pro Stitcher tab and there's channel lock right there. I'm going to touch it. And over here, it wants to know which one do you want. You want the horizontal or the vertical? I want horizontal. So the screen grayed just a little bit as it locked it in, and it's ready to go now. So I can just press the go button on the handlebar and we're off. Let me, one thing I love about this machine too, it doesn't time out on you when you stop moving. That is so annoying when you're working on a long arm and you're doing something manual. Oh, my line was pretty straight, y'all. My goodness. I need to go get a lotto ticket. That was pretty good. This machine will do 2,200 stitches per minute. I keep mine a lot slower than that. You guys, I was pretty good. Oh my word. That was pretty good. Okay. I'm all done. So, oh, I just messed it up, you guys. I forgot that that was on. I'm going to turn my channel locks off. Did you hear that little burp? It wasn't happy with me. Goodness sakes. Okay. If you do that, which everybody does, don't feel bad. But if you do that in the middle of a pattern, you need to turn the machine off and start it again because the machine won't remember where it is. So the machine doesn't know where it is right now because I haven't given it a pattern. So it's not that big of a deal. Okay. So now what I need to do is get my quilt top up to that line. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm just going to get my quilt top here, my little scarecrow, pull it up. All right, now I do use pins when I'm getting ready to start my quilting, okay? I do use pins for that, but I pin pretty far away from where the needle is going to go because do you see the bowl foot that's right here? This is called a glide foot. All right. Let me get you in. See that bowl? That allows the machine to go over big seams without getting hung up, which is very nice. So the machine comes with the standard hopping foot. Okay. They call it a hopping foot. And it comes with this one as well. You guys, this is $100 if you wanted to buy it separate. It also comes with the foot to use with your ruler base. So that's very nice as well that you can use that. So let me back you guys out. Isn't that a cute quilt? Oh my goodness. I love Lori Holt. Y'all, I saw all these blocks and I was like, Lord, what have I gotten myself into? Here we go. So I'm pinning far away from the edge of the fabric because the bowl is going to go over it and I just want the, I don't want the pin to be in the way, okay? I put this together last year and I have just been, I had to wait for the backing to come in. It's all the fabric is from Riley Blake and I had to wait for the backing. The backing is a 108 and I really wanted Lori Holt's backing. I didn't want to put anything else on there that didn't go with the line. To me, I love backings as much as the front. Anybody else? I hang my, I go to a chiropractor here in my little town and she lets me display these in her waiting room. And so the general public gets to look at my quilts. I've had so many offers to purchase and I'm like, no, I don't sell my quilts. All right. So thank you so much, you guys. All right. So now I need to get this thing basted on. And I'm still in basting mode, you can tell, because it's green. And I'm gonna, right in the corner, I'm gonna needle down, needle up, and swipe below it. And then I'm going to just make it go, a couple of little lock stitches. And now I am within 1/4 inch. Here we go. This is always so exciting. So should you get robotics, or you don't have to have robotics on this machine. You can certainly do it. You can stipple, you can do everything manually if you want. But y'all, I so admire those people who can free motion quilt. That is not a gift that I have. I have tried, I've been to classes. I have done so many attempts at free motion quilting. The best I can do is a stipple. And the problem with this, I mean, stipples are great, but the problem is that when you're doing free motion, unlike the very talented lady who was on right before me, you get stuck in just a couple of patterns after a while. And for me, I'd be permanently stuck in stipple and ruler work. And that's not what I wanted. I wanted to be able to do designs and individual block patterns and borders and custom quilting around applique and all kinds of stuff like that. So to me, it was worth every single penny to go ahead and get the the Pro Stitcher. Now that it takes Pro Stitcher, it takes Pro Stitcher Lite. You can get Q-Bot with it if you want, or it also takes a Butler. And I have several videos out on the Butler robotics because I had the King Quilter Special Edition. That was my first one years ago. Then I upgraded to this. And I have the Butler on the King Quilter Special Edition. But I went ahead and got Pro Stitcher on this one, and I love it. Okay. We are ready to go. I got to pull this pin. All right. Again, I'm right within 1/4 inch of the edge to base this down. All right, that's it. Now I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. Oh, I'm so excited to get this done. So I'm going to be stitching this all day tomorrow while you guys are watching the rest of Quilt Fest. And you are going to be watching me tomorrow afternoon take the show you how to finish off the bottom of the quilt when your pattern is too long for what you have. All right, where are we at? We have just a couple more minutes. Here we go. Now my intent is to stitch right over all of the applique that is on this quilt. I don't plan on doing custom quilting around it. I don't want to. This quilt tells its own story. It has so much activity going on it. It doesn't need custom quilting. All right, we are basted down. Perfect. Okay, so I'm ready now to go ahead and get going. Now, this Pro Stitcher comes with oh, you love my earrings? Thank you, Bernadette. I picked those up at the Fat Quarter Shop. So I'm going to go over to my idle mode. Now, I'm going to come here. There are so many patterns inside this thing, you guys. It's almost impossible to make a choice. So I want to go to area, okay? And I'm going to move to the back corner of the quilt. I'm about 1/4 inch. Let me see. I'm looking at the outside edge. I'm going to put it right about there, okay? And right there. So I'm looking at this. And I'm going to tell it to corner. This is how simple it is to do this, you guys. Now, I'm going to bring it all the way to the other side of the quilt. I'm giving it a height and width of the quilting area. I'm going to go outside of the final edge and come back just an inch and touch to corner. Okay, and then go up. That is my alarm to tell me when to stop talking. Because y'all, I'll keep going. You know it. I'm not a fan of piece backing either. I mean, I will do it, but I prefer a big 108. And now here on the screen, it says that the quilt is, I'm going to wind this up. We're going to pick our thing and get our thing set, and then we're going to be done. So let me back out just a tiny bit here. I want you to be able to see what I am doing. Okay, so width 75.75. I'm going to change that to a straight 76 and hit enter. And then height, I'm going to clear this and I'm going to tell it 88 because it's 86 and hit enter. That looks good. So I'm going to go back to home. And there is the area of my quilt, and I can see that. So now I need to fill it. I want to go file. Y'all watch how easy this is. I know I'm going quick, but I don't want to run out of time. Design. And I'm going to go to open, and I want to show you all of the designs that these are just the continuous line designs. That's those. There are hundreds of designs in here. Okay. So I'm going to use the trailing leaves, and that's these right here. I'm going to tell it open, and it's pretty small. Okay. So I want to go to modify. I want to change the size of the design. I'm going to hit resize. Okay. Now I want to lock it. I've got the aqua line across. I want to lock it. So now I have an aqua and a purple, and I'm going to just hit the plus sign until I'm real happy. I want big stitching, big stitching. Let's see. I'm at 17. That's too big for this quilt frame. 15. I'm going to take it down. Let me put it at 12 and enter. Perfect. Okay. Now unlock. Let's go to repeat. And I'm going to tell it, there's a button right here that says fill. Ta-da! Look at that. All right. I want to go more verticals. So I'm going to tap the vertical button and I'm going to go up. I want to make sure I'm over a little bit. Okay. And now I'm going to go to horizontal and I'm going to tell it not 6. That's plenty right there. That looks really good. And now I want to go to modify, crop, outside. And you can see all the little green dots. Those are the extra edges. I'm going to tell it close in your edges. And that's pretty perfect right there. All right. So that's it. I am ready to start quilting this thing now. And it's getting ready to go. Let me zoom a little bit so you can get in and see. That's going to be absolutely gorgeous on this beautiful fall quilt. And I cannot wait to get started with it. So that's how easy it is to do this. I got it all basted on, and you guys, I've only been talking for 30 minutes. I got it all basted on. I got the quilt totally done. I could bring this right back here now. I'll show you you want to see how smart it is? I'm going to talk until Blaine cuts me off. Watch. I'm going to go to Pro Stitcher. So I'm kind of halfway down here in the pattern a little bit, and I want it to, I'm going to turn my channel locks off. Okay. And I want to go to quilt, and I'm going to go to run, and it says, make sure your needle's up because I'm going to move, and I'm going to tell it okay. And there it goes. All right.
Well, hey, Becky, it looks like you got it rolling.
I do. It's going to town. I love it. We're going to get going here and resume, and it's going to get going. Yay. This is so much fun, you guys. If you would like to get your own quilt, do your own quilts, King Quilter 2 Elite and the Pro Stitcher is the way to go. King Quilter 2 with any robotics that you're comfortable with. So thank you so much, Blaine.
Thanks, Becky. Talk to you later. All right, everybody. That's Becky Thompson and the King Quilter 2 Elite. Now, again, we have 2 versions of this, or actually 3. We have a sit down, which you saw Belle Bruner do earlier in the week. But we have two of the stand-ups. We have, they're both 18-inch, and they both come with the choice of either a 10-foot frame or a 12-foot frame. But one of them is the elite version, and that's the one that's on the screen. It has the rear handlebars, the adjustable front handlebars. And then we have a standard edition that has fixed handlebars on the front, and it doesn't come with the rear handlebars. And you have your choice of frames in there. And then, you know, Becky talked about the robotics. We have a multitude of robotics that fits this. Naturally, the Pro Stitcher that she was showing fits it, but we also have 3 different Butler robotics that'll fit it. And our next guest coming up is going to show us one of those that will fit on here. And she is Aubrey Hartman. So Aubrey's getting ready to come in. So if you want to get a King Quilter, give them a call at 800-401-8151. We got some great specials going on right now. And then Aubrey's going to talk a little bit about the Butler robotics, and she's going to be using a King Quilter as well today. But y'all love Aubrey. She's been on here all week. She's started a quilt. She's going to hopefully finish some stuff by tomorrow when she's on. But y'all welcome back to the show, Aubrey Hartman.
Well, hey, Blaine. Hey, SMP Nation.
How are you?
I'm doing great. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you. And I'm not Jane, but I'll try my best.
Well, that's okay. It's nice to have a variety of people to talk to this week.
All righty. Well, I'm going to let you get going on this because I know you got a lot to cover, and we got to try to get that project made by tomorrow.
I'm going to do my best.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Thanks, Blaine. Well, hey, SMP Nation, it's so nice to see you guys again today. As Blaine said, I am working on my King Quilter too, and I just love it. And I have my Butler robotics system on it. So we've got 3 Butler robotics systems available to you. And not only can you put it on your King Quilter too, but you can put it on any long arm machine. We are a universal system, so it doesn't matter what you have, whether you've got an older machine at home or you're buying a brand new long arm this week on Quilt Fest. You can use our robotics. We fit on anything out there, whether you've got a Gamble at home, you've got an APQS, you've got a Handy Quilter, a Pfaff, it doesn't matter. Our long arm automation will work with what you've got. So you just talk to Blaine's team and they will get you started. Now we have 3 different systems available, so you've got options to choose from. We have our basic model that comes with an 8-inch full color EPC display screen, comes preloaded with 160 patterns and everything you need to do your edge to edge and custom quilt block designs. If you want something a little bit fancier, you can always move up to our deluxe model. That's going to come with your 10-inch full color EPC touchscreen display. It's going to have 260 preloaded patterns and a whole bunch of fun spoiler features, and I'm going to go over a couple of those today with you. And then if you're like me, you want everything that's available to you and you will go for the professional model. This is the Butler Professional with your 12-inch full color touchscreen EPC display. It comes loaded with over 500 patterns and every bell and whistle that we've got for you. I love it because I love having this nice large display to work with. I wear glasses all the time. They're not just readers. So I like having the nice large screen when I'm doing my quilting work. It helps out a lot for me. And I love having all those pattern choices available to me right from the get-go when I plug it in and I can get started. But we can add patterns to our system. So if you're someone who likes to shop patterns like I do off of quilting websites, you can purchase patterns and import them onto the Butler systems. And you can do that using the QLI, QCC, and DXF formats. So just because you don't see something you love to use on a particular quilt top, you can always find something and add it to your Butler system. And that's what I did with this one that we're working with today. Before we get started with quilting on this particular quilt, I did want to show you one of my favorite features that we've got available on the Deluxe. and the professional models, and it's called our record feature. It actually has two different functions. And what made me think about wanting to show this to you today is Carly was on doing her beautiful graffiti quilting, and it made me think, gosh, I wish I could do that. I'm just really awful at free motion quilting, but I know a lot of you out there are so good at free motion quilting, and I need to show you that you can record your free motion quilting and save it on your Butler robotics and then bring it up and use it as a design. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. I'm going to swing you guys around a little bit so you can get a better view here of what I'm doing. And I'm going to bring this into frame for you. So I have a design up here that I was quilting earlier, and we'll probably come back to this. But I want to show you here, if I can get just a little bit closer on my display. We've got right here, it looks like an old-fashioned video camera, and it says free motion on it. If I touch that, I'm taken into a new screen where I can actually do free motion quilting and record it. And then I can save it and bring it back up anytime I want to use as a pattern. So all of you wonderful and talented free motion quilters, you can use your Butler robotics system to record your free motion quilting and use it as a design later. So I'm going to show you how to do that. We've got a little start stop button here. So I'm going to just give myself a little space to work. I'm going to move out of the way. I'm going to hit my start button. It's turned orange, so I'm going to start recording, and I'm just going to write a word. Some of us like to sign our quilts, so maybe you want to put your signature on a quilt. Some of you do all that beautiful feather work. I can't do that, which you've seen that I have purchased some great feather designs for this quilt and loaded them onto my Butler. Maybe you can draw beautiful feathers and you want to record those and save them. So I have written the word love. And now that I've finished the word love, I'm going to turn off my record feature. And it showed it to me really big there for a second. But I hope you guys can see it there on my screen. It says love because I love my Butler. And now, so that I can save it and bring it up whenever I want, I'm going to hit my little save button. It looks like a floppy disk with a pencil on top of it. So if I save that, I get a keyboard available to me, and I can name this whatever I want. So I'm going to name this SMP Love. And that shows up here at the top, so I know what I've named it, and I can hit my check mark here. And my Butlers told me that it is saved under the tag saved, so I know where to find it, and I can hit OK. So if I were to go to my pattern file, and I would come into my little tags over here, and I'm going to get behind my camera so that I'm square on and I hopefully don't hit the wrong things. I can see I hit it already. I can scroll up my tag list until I find the word saved and touch on that. Oops, see, I wasn't square on. And right there, it says SMP Love and my little love design. So I can bring that back up and use it whenever I want. So if you are one of those fun and talented people with free motion, you have that available here. But that's not the only thing that free motion does. So I want to show you the other option that you have available for free motion. I'm going to tilt you down to look at my quilt really quick. We're not actually going to stitch anything out because that's not what I intended to do. I just want you guys to see the purple square that I've got here because I'm going to do something fun with this. We're going to pretend that this little circle sticky note is an applique because I know a lot of you out there love doing appliques or are wonderful embroiderers, and you make beautiful blocks for your quilts with your applique and embroidery. And you may want to quilt around your applique or embroidery, but not stitch on top of it. Your record button can actually help you out with this too. So I want to show you how to fill in with quilting around your applique, or in our case, my little green sticky note. So I'm going to bring you back up to the screen, and we are going to start a series of events that are going to lead to our end result. The first thing we're going to do is go to layout, and we're going to set a layout box to represent that purple polka dotted fabric I have. So I'm going to hit my plus sign here on the right hand side of my display, and we're going to touch the 4 corners of our little purple square here. So I'm going to start in the top left corner and hit the plus sign on my display. I'm going to move down to the bottom left corner and hit the plus sign on my display. I'm going to hit the bottom right corner and hit the plus sign on my display. And I'll move to the top right corner and hit the check mark on my display. And when we look at what we've got here, I've now got an orange box that represents that piece of fabric that has our applique on it. I want to add a pattern to this that's going to be my background fill. So I'm going to choose something that I've got here on my Butler robotics system, and I've got something in mind. So instead of scrolling through all of my patterns until I find it, I'm going to touch this little white bar down here, and I'm going to type in the word circle, and hopefully that will bring it up for me. And right here it is. I wanted these kind of circles and ovals. So I'm going to highlight that and hit my check mark. And then we're just going to go to our scale feature and get all of these circles and ovals into our layout box. So I'm going to touch my scale feature. And remember, I have a professional. This is on your deluxe model as well. So we're going to hit our smart scale and have everything done in the click of one button. So now we've got our background fill, but we need to make sure that we're not going to stitch over our green circle. This is where record comes in. So I'm going to go to my free motion button over here with my little camera. I'm going to come back into place. I'm going to show you guys. So I'm coming back around. I'm going to start at kind of the top of my circle here. And I'm going to press the start button up here on my display. And now I'm going to trace with my machine around my sticky note circle. And it does, oh, that's awful, Aubrey. It does not have to be a circle. It could be any shape that you've got. You're just going to trace around your design. So whether you've got a beautiful flower applique or whatever it is. That's pretty awful. I didn't do that very smoothly, but it's going to do for now. So on my screen, I've got the teeniest, tiniest little wobbly circle. And I'm going to turn my record off. And now everybody can see how awful I did. It is the worst little circle ever. And from here, I'm actually going to hit this other button down at the bottom. It says applique. And it's now turned it yellow. It's probably so yellow, I don't know that the camera can pick it up. It's like fluorescent yellow. So from here, we're going to hit the edit button. And now you can see a big fluorescent yellow wobbly circle because that was the best I could do with my arm around the camera. So here's our wobbly circle to represent our little green dot. And if I use my back button here, we can see our square with our beautiful circles and ovals in it. So right here is our layout box that we want a background fill. And if I use my arrow over, there is what we want to take out so we don't stitch over our beautiful applique or embroidery. I'm going to go back to this one here, and I'm going to use my crop feature. So my crop feature is located over here. It's a little green box with some black arrows in it. And if I hide, oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong one. It's the one above it. It's a little box with a little box frame on it. So when I highlight that, if I use my crop feature and touch that, you can see that it has taken my wobbly circle or your applique or your embroidery out of the center. So it's only going to stitch the background fill around it and not over top of that. And I just think that is awesome because so many people do such beautiful embroidery work. They do beautiful hand-turned applique work or raw edge applique work, and you just don't want to stitch over it. So you've got that free motion record feature on your deluxe model, and you've got that available on your professional model. And I say, if you can spoil yourself when getting your Butler, go ahead and get your deluxe or professional just for this feature alone. I just love it. Okay, so let's get to our quilt. So I took my green dot off of the square here, and I worked on it a little bit last night because we were working on our point-to-point borders. So I did some of those. I filled in the little pieces on the ends that matched our big piece up top here. But now it's time to fill in kind of some of these squares here. And earlier today, I'm going to show you that I filled in one of my first blocks by going back here, oops, with a new design. And this is going to be the design that I want to use on a fabric that has the cute little fox all curled up in a ball on it. And I've already stitched one out, and that is down here, right here. I stitched this one out, but I've got two more to fill in on the same row. And I could very easily set new layout boxes, add the pattern into it, resize the pattern, get it all set and go. But I'm going to take the easy way out. There is a different button that you can press on your layout screen called Modify, and it's going to take this design in this size and modify its location to where I put it next, so I don't have to add the pattern. I don't have to resize the pattern. It's going to just take the pattern and move it for me. And so it's going to cut down a little bit of my work, and I just love that. I use this all the time. So we're going to go back to layout with this design here on the screen. And we're going to use our modify feature. It looks like a little wrench over here on the right-hand side of our display. And when we touch that wrench, it's going to say set the first point of your pattern box. So I've got my first little fox fabric all stitched in over here. And now I'm going to do the middle one. And we're going to set our points just like we do with a normal layout, but we're just setting a new location this time. So I'm going to start in the top left and hit my plus sign. I'm going to go to my bottom left and hit my plus sign. I'm going to move over to my bottom right and hit my plus sign. And then I'm going to go to my top right and hit my check mark. And when I do that, instead of having to add a pattern and do all that extra work right away, it has now transferred my design over for me. And it's got the size pretty darn spot on. My squares may have changed in size a little bit because I stitched above it and stitched below it with my borders. So we are a little bit out of this square up here in the corner and down here. This is very easily fixed. So from here, we're going to go to our edit feature so we can do just a little bit of scaling and fix this. I'm going to go to my scale feature here on the right-hand side. And in order for me to fix this, I'm going to hit my auto scale. And when I do that, my design is fixed. It's not jumping out of the corners here anymore, and it looks great. So we are ready to stitch this one out now. So I'm going to go to my home feature. I'm going to make sure my needle's engaged, and because I was stitching earlier today, it is turned on. I'm going to hit my green button to go. We're going to double check our needle is in the up position, and we will hit our check mark. And our robotics system is going to move into place. and it says do a single stitch with your quilting machine. So I'm going to use my needle up, needle down button on my handlebars and hit the check mark on my display. It wants me to pull my bobbin thread up so I can move my machine out of the way and grab both of my tails. I'll hit my check mark. It's going to recenter back into position for me. And it says cycle your needle to lock your stitches. I'll hit my check mark. And now it says to turn the stitching on your long arm, and then you can have your machine start moving after you press the check mark on your display. So I'm going to turn on here and hit my check mark, and off we go. And I've got my tails there. Y'all, I use my scissors all the time, so I have a little command hook that I stuck to the front of my machine so that I have a place to put them back, so that they don't end up kind of falling underneath like my roller bars, or they get stuck in between the layers of my quilt, or end up on the floor. So this is my safekeeping place so that I don't lose them. Oh, we have a question. So the question, everybody, is do the displays have USB ports in them? Yes, they do. So there is a connection point where your display connects to your motor box using one of your USB ports, but there are multiples on them. So for me, when I want to transfer designs that I've purchased to my display here, I've got 2 extra USB ports right on the back sides here, and I can just plug my USB stick in there and transfer my design. So it's quick and easy and very accessible. I don't have to move things around, and it's right here. And I know this is loud, guys. I'm sorry. Like I said yesterday, the microphone is not on my body. It's actually on the camera, and the camera is picking up everything. All right, we're getting close to that being finished. We had the question yesterday about speed control, and I wanted to make sure while this was stitching, you could see that the speed control is actually right here on the side of the screen. I am running it at 30, but there are arrows here for me to speed it up or slow it down. The other thing I wanted to show you is this button right here. That is my pause button. So should you run into trouble while you're stitching or just need a break for any reason, you have that big pause button. You can stop your machine without stopping where you are in the design. So if the phone rings and you don't want to leave this stitching, you can always just hit pause, turn your stitching off, answer the phone, and then start back up by using your start button, which is what we're going to do. But you also have this friend over here, and I do mean friend because it says thread break. And I am someone who plays bobbin chicken all the time, and I convince myself that I can make it through another bobbin, and I end up running out of thread. And so this thread break button will allow me to refill my bobbin and go back to where my design left off and seamlessly reconnect my new bobbin to where my stitching had completed. So this is one of my best friends. We're going to start back up though, since we did not run out of bobbin. I'm just going to hit start. It's going to tell me to turn my stitching back on and hit the check mark on my display, and it picks right back up where it left off because it didn't move, it didn't stop, it just needed a little pause. And I love that that's available for us.
The Butler know where to go back to, or do you have a way to set that start point to get back to where you are?
So the question is, if the power goes out, do you have a way to get back to where you were? So yes, there are lots of options for you. there are ways to save your layout and save your designs, so you can always bring things back up should you lose power and have to come back to things. That's very handy to have that available to you. Also, if you have a bobbin mishap and you leave the room and it stitches all the way out and your bobbin ran out halfway and you didn't know that, there is a feature in your start called Set Start, and you can actually go back to where your bobbin ran out with the Set Start button with a fresh bobbin and continue there. But for me, I never worry about my power going out because I have one of our AVR systems, which is your voltage regulator, hooked up to my machine and my robot. It is a surge protector as well as a battery backup system. And having that in place ensures that should I lose power, should there be a surge in power and a blip in everything, my machine's going to continue running. I don't lose where I am in my pattern. It just keeps on going. And for me, that's really important where I live. Being in North Carolina, we get a lot of storms. Hurricane weather comes through. And so I have that. It protects me against surges and power outages, which we have a lot here. So I don't worry about that, but there are ways to get back to what you were doing should those problems arise. All right, I'm just going to pull my bobbin thread back up to the surface, and I'm going to bring you guys off of the tripod so you can see what I've completed. I know some of it might be a little hard to see just because of the color of thread I'm using with what I've stitched on the fabric, but I know y'all like to at least see what's happening. So last night I got the 2 rows of our border done. So you can see that I've got the border stitching in here, which is nice. And then this is hard to see for you guys. So I did do the design in here and then the design in here. It looks like it flipped us upside down for some reason. Let's see if I can get us straight again. There we go. So this is the one we just stitched out. So you can see the little feathers here in the corner. And it's just another full feather design. It's got a little open square here in the corner, which I thought was kind of cute. And then I did manage to stitch out these side pieces here. Remember, we did a 5 repeat of these on that large piece at the top of the quilt. So I'm putting singular pieces in here, which look really nice against this floral fabric. So I'm so happy with how the Butler is treating me with this particular project. We've got some really beautiful designs to work with. There are beautiful designs built into the system, and then being able to purchase things and put them in here for your particular projects is really nice. So I have a great time with that. So if you're in the market for robotics, this is definitely a fun system to have. Oh, we have another question.
Can you repeat the name of the AVR and does Sewing Machines Plus sell it?
The AVR is our Easy Shield AVR. It's an automatic voltage regulator. And yes, you can get one from Sewing Machines Plus. And I think it is time to go back to Blaine so he can tell you how to get a Butler robotic system of your own.
All right, Aubrey. Great job as usual. And I guess we'll see you tomorrow, same time.
You sure will. Thanks, Blaine.
All right. Thanks, Aubrey. All right, everybody. We're going to talk a little bit about the Butler robotics. The very first one we have available is the basic. The basic one is basic. It's going to have that 8-inch screen on it. The price on it there is $43.60. We do have a call-in special on it. Now, this is going to be the basic. The differences between all the different robotic systems we're going to show you is the amount of designs that are built in, and then also the features. There's some features differences between each one, but The basic one is going to do a really great job for you, and it's a very good price. The next one is the deluxe model, and the deluxe model is $5,600. It goes up to a 10-inch screen, and then again, it's going to be loaded up with a few more features and designs. And then finally, it's the Pro version. The Pro version is $6,240. It's going to have that 12-inch display on it. Plus, it's going to have the full program. All the features are unlocked on this one. Plus, it's going to have a lot more designs built in. All three of them are great pricing right now. And we have a call-in special on all three of them. And so make sure. And then we have the Essentials. I don't want to forget about the Essentials. The Essentials is $16.99. And this one is made just for your home machine, not a long arm, but like your home sewing machine. And there's a couple different frames on the market that you can put a home sewing machine on, and you can put actually the Essentials robotics on there and make it fully robotic for quilting. So 4 different robotic systems total from Butler, and 3 of them that we showed will actually fit the King Quilter. That basic deluxe and the Pro version will fit the King Quilter, and many more quilting models on the market. Just about Butler has a robotic system just for about every kind of long arm on the market right now. So all you have to do, if you got a different brand that we are showing or have shown, just give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can tell you which ones that it'll fit and what we have available for you. So anyway, give them a call right now. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Now, we have Tim Bonds from Juki is coming up next. But I think Tim's having a little bit of trouble getting in. So before he gets in, he can't get in. Oh.
He's going to try to figure it out, but he can't get his camera working.
Oh, so Tim is like, he's having major problems, and we may not even get him in today. So what we're going to do while we got a little bit of time, let's go ahead and do a giveaway. So when we have technical problems, y'all all win.
Yes.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to give away a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus to one lucky viewer. So, Andrew, spin that wheel. Here we go. Alicia Evans. Alicia Evans is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Alicia. How you're going to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once we get that in, we will email you a gift card code that you'll be able to use at checkout and save you $25 off your purchase. All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats. And here we go. These, if you don't have one of these yet, I always say you're doing your machine a disservice because they actually do work and help your machine last longer. I mean, let's face it, y'all are spending a ton of money on computerized sewing machines. And the worst thing in the world for a computer is vibration. So this reduces that vibration that's going to transfer to the machine. It dampens the sound of the machine. It's basically going to protect whatever surface you have it sitting on. So if you have a really nice cabinet, or if you just sit it on your kitchen counter or your dining room table, it's going to protect that surface. And then the fourth thing it does, it doesn't let it move around. It keeps it pretty right there. Won't let it slide around. Very easy to keep clean. Just a little bit of soap and water, wipe them down. And these things, we have 13 different colors. We have 4 different sizes of those colors, and we just recently added a double extra large for a 5th size in just the purple, gold, and red to fit all those brand new top of the line machines. So Andrew, spin that wheel and let's get us our first winner. Janice Myers is our winner. So Janice, you just won yourself a sew mat. She is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Janice. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. And most importantly, in the little notes section, put what size of sew mat you want and what color, and we'll get one of those shipped out to you. All right, next up, we're going to give away another one. Let's do one more sew mat. What do you think?
Let's do it. Tim's not coming, so we can look at quilts, and
So-
maybe Grace is going to come early. Maybe.
So Tim Bonds is completely out, but we'll still talk a little bit about the machine that he was going to show for us. We have a special on. All right, so we're going to give one more sew mat away. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Barbara Brown is our winner watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, Barbara. Barbara, how you're going to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and most importantly, in the little notes section there, put in what color, what size of sew mat you want, and hit submit, and we'll get you one shipped right out to you. All right, next up, we're going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker. Now, these are pretty cool because they actually work with your smartphone. You just have to go download the app and from the App Store, and then just get it linked up to this printer. You do all your work on your smartphone, and then when you get your name and everything typed in, you just hit print, and it prints it right to the little label maker. This thing is $130 value, and we're going to also throw in about $100 worth of the tape to go in it. And so anyway, that's going to be a great prize for somebody. So Andrew, spin that wheel. All right, Jenny R is our winner. Jenny is watching today from YouTube as well. So Jenny, how you're going to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete. Once we get that information in, we will actually get you a P-Touch shipped right out to your doorstep, absolutely free. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the contest, our quilt contest, since we got a little bit of time. So the quilt contest, basically you were able to enter a quilt in, and we had rules that you had to abide by. And so you went by the rules, you submitted some like 5 pictures of your quilt, and then we opened it up for voting on Monday. And so what we're going to do tomorrow afternoon, we're actually going to give a prize away, the Golden Scissors Trophy and a county fair ribbon for your quilt for the person who gets the most votes. And that's called our People's Choice Award. It's basically a popularity contest. We want you to see how many your friends and family and people you know will go vote on you. The more votes, the better. We want to share that with as many people on your Facebook pages that you can, and get them make more quilting aware, since it's National Quilting Month. And so you're seeing some on the screen right now, some of the entries. There's some absolutely just unbelievable quilts that were entered. Then what we're going to do, all these same quilts, we got 3 judges that are going to be judging them, and they're going to pick their top 3 quilts. In each quilt, basically, for whatever place you put it in, it gets a points. So first is 10 points, second is 8 points, and third place is 6 points. And once they get all their votes in, we add all the points up, and then we pick our winners out of that. First place will get that Golden Scissors Trophy with a county fair ribbon, and second and third place will each get the county fair ribbon. And then all 3, or actually all 4 people that win People's Choice and the judges' choices, they will all win a prize package as well. So a lot of good stuff. But we haven't left you out. So we have the Dream Studio giveaway, and that we're doing. And basically, we're giving one of you lucky viewers out there a Dream Studio. And I mean, look at all the stuff you see on the screen right there. It is a ton of stuff. And just let me tell you about all the different things that you have. So from Handy Quilter, you're going to get that Moxie 16-inch long arm, and it's going to come with an 8-foot loft frame. So you're basically going to have a long arm quilting machine. All right, then you're getting that Juki 2010Q You see it in their screen right there. Then you're getting that Baby Lock Jubilant. Then you're getting the Brother Persona. I thought that was a PR1X. It's a Persona PRS 100.
Yes.
So it's a PRS 100.
And there's an Aero Aussie 2 that was right before that.
The Aero Aussie 2 is the cabinet. Yep, I see the Aero Aussie 2 is the cabinet. Then we have the Pfaff. It's the Admire Air 7000 from Pfaff. Then you're getting a Laura Star. That's that Pure or S Pure Extra system, the ironing system. And then you're getting the Butler Basic Edition robotics system. And so it's a pretty good, awesome thing. So do we know what we're giving away for the prize packages? I want to tell everybody what we're doing on that too. So on the judge's choice, first place, not only will you get your ribbon and trophy, you're going to get a Baby Lock Sashiko 2 sewing machine. And that's that, man, it gives those really unique Sashiko stitches, which is awesome. Second place, you're getting the Husqvarna Viking Opal 690Q. And then third place, you're getting the Handy Quilter HQ Stitch 310 sewing machine. So that's the judges. Now, the first place for the people's choice, you're getting that Baby Lock Accomplished 2 sewing machine, which is pretty awesome. And then all the runner-ups that for the Dream Studio giveaway, all the runner-ups are going to get that Elena Experience 530 computer sewing machine. So you see it right there on the screen. So everybody, that's the minimum you're going home with if you get in the runner-up in the drawing for the grand prize. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Okay. But what Tim Bond from Juki was going to talk about today was the 2010Q. And this is that straight stitch machine, and a great machine. I mean, everybody absolutely loves this machine. All the quilters, this is probably their number one choice. $999. This is a great straight stitch machine. We do have a call-in special on that. So if you're interested in one of these, get on that phone and give them a call. It's 800-401-8151. We have free shipping, and we do offer some financing for this as well. And we got plenty of those in stock right now. So get on that phone and give us a call. All right. Since we are running ahead of schedule a little bit, I think we're going to go ahead and go to Grace. Now, Grace, today we have Melinda Romero. She's our account rep for SMP. And we have Jarek Irisnoznik. And y'all probably know that name well. Their family worked there for a while. We had Nathan and his sister and all of them. So they're here today. So y'all welcome back to the show, Jarrett and Melinda.
Hi, Blaine. How are you today?
Hey, how are y'all?
We're doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Well,
super excited to be here.
We're glad y'all are here, and I'm anxious to see what y'all are going to show us today. So we're going to let y'all take it away, and I'll come back here in a little bit and tell them how to get it.
All right. Awesome.
good.
Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Melinda Romero with Grace Company, and
Jarek Irisnoznik.
yes.
So
and
what are we talking about today, Melinda?
you know, we're talking about frames, and here at Grace Company, we have a wide variety of frames.
We got a lot of frames.
We do. And what I love about it is you can pair your domestic sewing machine with some of our frames, or you can look into a dedicated long arm to put with our frames. So they're very versatile, which I absolutely love. So it doesn't matter, you know, kind of where you're ready to start in your quilting journey. You can start with your domestic machine that you already have, that you already know, that you already love. Put that, pair it with a quilting frame, turn your machine basically into a mini long arm, and then once you're ready to advance, you know, you may be ready to upgrade to a bigger or maybe a dedicated machine. So very versatile, which I absolutely love.
You know what, Melinda, I know what they're thinking right now, okay? Just because we're talking about frames. They're like, why the heck do I care about frames, okay? Because everyone likes the machines. That's like the cool gadget. But this is like the underdog, you know? It's the hero that's actually a huge part of your choice and your selection for your setup. So that's why we wanted to take some time specifically today to explain some more about the different types of frames. I can see we have a few different ones here. to explain to you some differences so you can understand when you're looking, because we got a wide range, like we were talking about earlier. We got a lot of options, so we're helping you understand, how to kind of choose which one's the best for you
Who,
specifically.
what, why, where, when, how, right? All of that.
Like, how do I know which one's best for me?
Yes.
So we'll tell you like what kind of people these are for too as well.
Yes, and let's refresh everybody's memory. If you tuned in with us on Tuesday, we talked about the Mini Quilter and the Cutie Breeze. I love those frames. Again, great options. If you're beginning into quilting, you may be an experienced quilter, but just, don't have a ton of space. So those are great options. Today, we're going to talk about some of our bigger or more dedicated frames that would be set up, in a sense, permanently in your sewing area. So in front of us today, we have our Q-Zone hoop. This is probably...
Well, no, can I actually say one more thing?
Sure.
I want to say one thing, okay? Because Grace Company, we started out with frames. So
We
we're in
did.
our home territory. Our first,
Our
what we started,
stomping
we're on
grounds.
our stomping grounds right now. We also manufacture frames for other companies too. So when you see other frames, like the Juki frame, we make their frame. One of the Bernina frames, we make it. So just know that we're in our stomping grounds right now. We know what we're talking about when it comes to the frames, because we've been doing that for 45 years about doing the frames. So I just wanted to bring that up. I was like, you know what? This is like our thing. This is
It
what we
is.
started out with. This is our
Yeah.
home turf.
It is, and it's funny, going to shows, taking calls on the phone. There's so many people that say, oh, I have an old Grace frame. Okay, I can help you with that. Which frame is it? And they don't know. There's so many different frames, that we've had over the years. But again, enough about the old. Let's talk about the new.
The new.
The new. So in front of us, we have the Q-Zone hoop frame. This frame, tell us how wide this frame is, Jarek.
You know what? I think it's 4.5 feet, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah,
Because this one is a little bit older, but it's a really good frame. This is the one that was the predecessor to the Cutie frame, and the Cutie Breeze. This was the original, basically, frame.
The
that
original hoop
The
frame.
original hoop frame that
Yes.
came out on the market to use your own machine with.
Yes.
So yeah, 4.5 feet with its own legs versus like a Cutie that goes on a table. This one, it has its own legs, which is nice. You got to have the space for it. You keep it set up. It's not something you take down or move around, so it is more sturdy that way.
Yes.
And slightly bigger.
Yes. So coming in at 4.5 feet, even though it's smaller in size, yes, it's a dedicated frame, but you can still quilt any size quilt. So again, whether it's something as small as a table runner, to a crib size or a lap quilt, all the way up to a king or larger. So again, very versatile frame, very easy, in my opinion, easy to use. And so many customers out there, have started with this frame. So many customers are looking at this frame. Really, it's a truly a great option. Now, this particular frame, it has a single wheel track system. So I know it's a little bit hard to see. We can see a single track here and a single track right in the front that the carriage will move across the frame on. So it's a great option, again, space saving, low cost option. It does have the option, if you wanted to upgrade to a dual track system, you can certainly upgrade the track system, the bottom carriage, comes with the table inserts. So again, a great option, getting started, kind of getting out of the gate with a new frame.
Yeah, and for those of you who haven't somehow convinced your husband to let you take over the entire living room,
Or the
with all the
bedroom,
space, or you don't have the space, I just hear that from people. They're like, I actually have it in my living room, Jarek. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like they just took it over and they convinced them, because a lot of quilters have really awesome husbands. So if you don't have the space,
or
wives, yes.
So I've heard that flip side a few times.
So if you don't have the space, who is this frame for? It's if you don't have the space. This is a really awesome one. If you can get a rolling frame, they're very, very easy. But if you can't get a rolling frame, this is way better than not having a long arm. you can use your own machine with it, or if you have your own machine, you can still do any size quilt in a limited amount of space.
Yes.
Right? So you're not restricted with your hobby. If you want to do the bigger ones, you want to do the smaller ones, any size you want to do, you can do it.
Yes. And you know what's kind of funny? So Tim from Juki, he was supposed to be ahead of our segment and was going to show the 2010 machine. Hands down, I love that machine. I've used that machine on the Q-Zone hoop frame. They complement each other so well, so well. Love that machine. I do love our Little Rebel because it does have a little bit of a longer throat, which complements the frame, further enhances it. But still, at the end of the day, I love that Juki 2010.
Yeah, we've just sold so many of these. There's a whole ton of people that have these, and so it's a tried and true, real original frame. Because that's also what I think about when you think about frames. It's like, I want something that's going to last a long time. And this frame, it will just last through a long time, and it will do everything that you need to do in a small amount of space.
Yes. So kind of the key takeaways is for, if you have the question, will my machine work on that frame? So the same concept as the Cutie. So as long as your feed dogs drop, as long as you have, I would say, a minimum throat space of about 8 to 9 inches, you can go up to, what's the biggest size machine?
You can go up to 19-inch on this frame.
Yes, so huge, a very good starting point, for your machine. I know a lot of people buy this machine, again, for that Juki 2010, for their Jazz 2, a lot of Bernina customers, Janome customers. Just remember the key thing, your feed dogs have to drop or have a plate to cover them, and that minimum and maximum throat space. So I love the Q-Zone hoop option. Right now, decided very, very recently, as a whole, any order that comes in for the Q-Zone hoop frame is also going to receive a free 5-foot light bar. So that's exclusive for
awesome.
The Q-Zone hoop. So
and the light bar, okay, I have ladies I've talked to, she said, okay, my husband, they went and they put me in the LED lights, they built me the system, or they built me my own light bar, and then they come and buy a light bar. And I'm always like a little bit confused at first, but it's just happened so many times. It's just like the amount of light it adds and the lights on there are awesome. So getting that on here, that is a huge, huge bonus, like seriously.
And I know you guys can't see the lights up above us here in our studio. These are some bright lights, and think about when you go into a grocery store, that has all of the awesome overhead lighting. Yes, that lighting is great, but there's nothing, compared to having that direct light directly over where you're working. So I always say with sewing, with quilting, there's no such thing as too much light. That free light bar with this frame, phenomenal deal. So let's go ahead and take a step over. All right, so now we have our Evolution hoop frame. Now we've had the Evolution series frames for how long? Maybe
it's like a year and a half or something like
half.
that. I can't keep track of time very well, but it's something like that. It's got to be, I don't think it's been quite 2 years, or maybe like right around there.
Right around the cusp, probably. So now, as you can see, the Evolution hoop frame, it's bigger than what the Q-Zone hoop frame was. So the Evolution hoop is coming in at 5 feet wide. And again, you can still quilt any size quilt, anything as small as a table runner or crib size, all the way up to a king or larger. Now, since we're on the topic of hoop frames, just keep in mind, when you're loading your frame, you'll make your quilt sandwich first. So backing, batting, and top. You'll lay your fabric over the rails, and then you're going to clamp your fabric to the rails with the provided clamps. So I always clamp on the take-up rail first, smooth my fabric to the front rail, and if my quilt is wide enough, I'll use the side clamps to clamp the fabric down and secure everything. The area that we see that's kind of open here, this is going to be your quilting zone. So you'll start quilting from left to right, and once you're at your end zone, or the end point, if your quilt is wider or a bigger quilt, again, you'll unhook your clamps, shift your fabric to the right, reclamp. So again, where you ended is now going to be your start point. So again, it's a hoop style frame. Think of your embroidery hoops. You're only able to embroider within that hoop area. This is your hoop area where you're able to quilt. So I love the hoop frame options. They don't take up a ton of space. Very versatile. Can use a large array of different machines. So again, tell us some of your favorite features, Jarek.
Well, you know what, I'm thinking about who is this frame for and why did we come up with this? And it's because we want to meet each customer where they're at, right? What's your situation? And why I'm bringing that up is because this can actually transform into a fully rolling frame that's bigger.
Wait, what?
I
know. Say that again.
I know, a full rolling frame. You can transform it into a rolling frame. And also you can roll smaller projects on this. You can do both, which I love. You can't do that on any other frame out there. You can't roll and hoop. So if you have a small enough quilt, like you're saying, you can roll it up. That is absolutely my favorite thing, because otherwise you're going 12-foot, 10-foot frame, 8-foot frame. You need the whole thing to have a rolling, or you're just stuck in a rolling frame that's small and you can't do any project bigger than it because the batting and everything will roll up on the sides. It's like if your frame isn't big enough for your quilt, it's just not going to fit. You can't, you can't force it on there. It just doesn't work. So this one giving you both options is amazing. And I was just so stoked, honestly, when we came out with this one, because we had came out with some really nice frames for other brands, and I was honestly getting a little bit jealous. I was like, look at these awesome frames that we're making for other brands, and then we came out with this one, and I was like, all right, this one's a home run, because this is a super solid frame, like seriously super solid. It's got metal ratchets, which I've worked here 6 years, and something that breaks on all quilting frames, because it's made out of plastic, it's almost all the frames out there, they've got plastic ratchets, which are fine, they'll last you a long time, but this is metal ratchets, like aluminum ratchets, so they're way more reliable, they're gonna last you a lot longer, and they just also feel nice, like it clicks, it holds really well. There's no sort of like, oh, is this gonna accidentally come?
Right.
Like, and then when you feel this frame in person, it's just, man,
solid.
This thing is solid.
It's phenomenal. And just like you were saying, my favorite option about the Evolution hoop frame is that it's convertible. So yes, you can buy the hoop frame at the 5-foot side. You can add the conversion kit and an extension. So there's 3 different extension sizes that are available: 2-foot, 3-foot, and 5-foot. So really you can turn your hoop style frame into a full rolling rail frame using the hand wheel and just having those additional extensions all in the same frame. That is unheard of. There's no other frame on the market that will do that.
There's not. And I know what you guys are also thinking, okay, because I hear this from a lot of people. I tell them, well, they said, Jarek, I'm not professional. I'm not doing this for other people. And I hear you. You don't want to spend more than feels like is necessary. But guess who is doing all the quilting? It's you. Guess who you got to take care of? Who is important? Who is the quilter? Who is the one having a good time? Because that's what quilting is about. It's your outlet. It's your thing. So you need to take care of yourself by getting yourself something that's reliable, because I can't tell you anything that I've heard is more frustrating than being stuck in the middle of a quilt, especially if you're trying to work on it or do something for somebody else. Or just yourself. I mean, it can put you out of commission. It can make you feel discouraged, and that's like the last thing we want when we're quilting. Like that. That's that we're trying to get away from that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a huge proponent of whatever the job, whatever the task, whatever it is, make sure you have the right tools for whatever it is, whether you're hiking, whether you're going fishing, or going on a road trip, or to the grocery store. Make sure you have the right tools available for that task. You're not going to go to the lake in a ballroom gown and a tuxedo, right, Jarek?
No,
Unless it's
you're not.
prom, maybe. But
Maybe, yeah.
you know, so having the right tools for the job, really, really, it's very important. It'll save you time, it'll save you stress, it'll save you frustration. Just, you know, having the right tools to make the project go smoother. And that's, you know, one of the things I love most about Grace Company is over the course of being in business, you know, 45, almost 50 years, you know, being kind of at that forefront of developing new frames, new tools. You know, it's quilters designing products for other quilters. And at the end of the day, it's to make quilting more enjoyable, funner, easier, less stressful.
Yeah, invest in yourself, invest in your happiness, okay? Because I've also, people, you want to buy something that's within your means and something that's reasonable for you, but a lot of the time, and I tell people this, like I've always had to clarify this because I am a salesperson, I work for a company, but it's like I don't make commission, I just don't. Like that's just not how we do it here, right? We're we're consultants, we're here to get people what they actually want, and I, for one, like I want to go home and like feel good about myself. I don't want to like sell someone that I see as like
we don't want the sleazy car salesperson.
No, so it's like so I bring this up because I'm like, go big or go home, honestly, is the best thing I've heard from other customers and things. They tell me, oh, Jarek, you know, I wish I went with that. And you can always resell your frame and upgrade later, but it's just like, I wish I would have just gone with this slightly bigger machine or this thing now instead of trying to do a trade-in and upgrade later. So if you're like, oh, I don't know between like the hoop frame or the Evolution hoop frame, it's like, it is a price difference for sure, but it's like, you're getting quite an upgrade and longevity out of that you're not gonna have to worry. This one grows with you. Like you're saying, there's no other one out there that does this. You can upgrade it to being a rolling frame. You can, Melinda, like we said, 19 fits on the other one. This one fits up to a 21-inch machine. So you can have a 21-inch machine in 5 feet of space. So it's like, you know, if you don't have space, but you're invested in yourself, you know, get this frame. You can even go with the 21 on it. It fits anything very well.
Yes. And again, just kind of going back to what I love about Grace Company is you can have a starting point, you know, whether it's the Q-Zone hoop or even the Cutie frame, so you can make that investment in the frame. You may already have your sewing machine at home, and then you know, you've paired the two together, you've been quilting for a while, and now you're thinking, you know, I've just kind of outgrown what my machine it can do for me. I want something bigger. SMP is fabulous. You know, they can help you with, you know, through every step of your quilting journey to either upgrade a machine or upgrade a frame or upgrade both. You know, so there's a trajectory path with our products. So I always tell people, you know, think of the space you have available for quilting, and then of course what your budget is. I encourage to get the biggest that will fit into both of those buckets, because you know, so many people will soon find they've outgrown, you know, kind of what they started with. But you know, it's certainly understandable, you know, whatever your budget is, whatever your space is, it could be, you know, X at that certain time. And then a little bit down the road, you know, things may change. You may have a bigger budget, you may have a bigger space, you know, so SMP is phenomenal at working with customers throughout every step of their quilting journey with the products that they're using.
Like you're saying, Melinda, you know, you can trade in, you can upgrade, and I think I need to clarify on what I said too, because I made it sound like, oh, maybe don't get anything until I can get the best thing. It's like, no, because let me tell you what, you're not going to have anything to upgrade if you don't start. Like that's why I tell people, like, you got to start practicing quilting, you got to start doing this, you got to stop sending your quilt out and start spending money on quilting your own quilt tops instead of paying somebody else to quilt your own quilt tops.
Or just letting that pile of UFOs sit there.
You got to get that. You got to get that going. All right. So whatever you have right now, go with the best. Because there's some people that are just like, you know, it was the people that are like, I don't know if it seems like they almost don't feel like they deserve to get it for themselves. I'm just like, well, of course you do. Like,
yes.
You're an awesome person.
Everybody deserves happiness, and happiness can come from so many different things in our lives. But I know so many quilters truly, feel that happiness when they're quilting. So make it up. Do it for yourself. There's no time like the present. S&P has phenomenal pricing. We have phenomenal tools. And again, you can use your existing machine with a lot of our frames. You can upgrade your smaller machine for a bigger machine. Any and all options, the sky's the limit.
Should we look at the next frame? Is that
Yes.
what we're going to now?
Yes.
Because
So-
we've talked about a whole ton about this one, and we're going to show the one that this upgrades to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, before we take a step over, so next we'll be talking about the Evolution Elite frame. The Evolution Elite frame is available in 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot frame options. When we pan over to the frame,
Don't be alarmed.
Don't be alarmed. You're going to be like, wait a minute, what size is that frame? So we do only have it set up at 5 feet, just because we have 3 frames in here in our studio. So don't be alarmed. It's set up at 5 feet. Just know you have the option of 8-foot, 10-foot, or 12-foot. So let's go ahead and take a step over.
So I love rolling frames because they're by far the easiest, okay? I love hoop frames. I'll be honest though, it's for if you don't have the space, you go with the hoop frame.
Yes.
If you have the space or you can make the space, you go with the rolling frame.
Yes, all day, every day. All day, every day.
You go because when you're done with the section, all I do, roll up to the next one, and that's it. And this one, you can get either rail too. So, because usually as you roll up your frame, you're going to gather more fabric on your rail, and it's going to change the height of the bottom of your fabric because it'll roll up here, and this will push this down. So there's a rail that goes up here, and the fabric rolls up here, so it doesn't push this down here. So
yes.
There's some other features that you can get with the rolling frame, but
yes.
The rolling frames.
Yes,
cool.
Now, awesome. Now, I do want to kind of take a step back to the previous conversation when we were talking about the Evolution hoop frame. So with all of our other frames, the Continuum 2, the original Continuum, the Q-Zone Queen, anything prior to that. The ratcheting system on the frames is plastic, and it's a very hard plastic. It should last the quilter, the frame, for quite a few years, but it's all dependent on how tight you're tightening your quilt. Now, here on our Evolution frames, the ratcheting system here is all metal. So look at those teeth. That's securely designed and built, fastened to the rail. It's phenomenal. These ratchets, these teeth, they're not gonna, break over time. They're not gonna chip over time. That is full metal. These ratchets are going to last a very long time. So I love that about the Evolution series frames. Both the Evolution Elite and the Evolution hoop frame have those metal ratchets, and they're phenomenal.
And in addition to the metal ratchets, this is something that we mentioned the single track on the hoop frame. Now this other frame that we showed you before, and this one has the dual track, and I'm just gonna toot Grace Company's horn just like a little bit. I'm gonna try to be humble about it. Not really. Okay, we're the only ones, we got the patent for the dual track, okay?
Yes.
So dual track is smoother on the left or right. Yep. Honestly, on the left to the right on the hoop frame, if you're doing a lot of circles, you can tell a difference. Before I started quilting like a lot and doing quilting patterns myself, I was like, I just didn't get it. But after using it quite a bit, you can definitely start to tell a difference on the dual track.
I think the machine, having the dual track makes the machine, it's the machine itself, it's not lighter than being on the Q-Zone hoop frame, but having that dual track system, and I'm hoping you can see it. Yep, so right here, there's the dual track, so 4 wheels on the carriage, those 4 wheels just gliding over that dual wheel track system. So again, phenomenal. Absolutely
You know
love
what people
it.
tell me every
What?
time they see the sewing machine, okay, and they're like hesitant to try it, and then I convince them to try it, and as soon as they start going around, they're always just like, whoa. They're like, this is way smoother than I thought it was going to be.
Easier
Like that's the
than I
reaction
thought it
every
was gonna
time.
be. Right.
It's easier, and they say smoother. There's like, this just glides.
It just glides. Yes. Yes. So I love it. I started with Grace Company, kind of dabbling and practicing quilting on the Q-Zone hoop frame with that single wheel track system. It's great. It truly is great. The Q-Zone hoop frame, remember, you have the option to upgrade to the dual wheel track system. You can, jump right into the Evolution hoop frame, which is just a little bit bigger. You can, come right into the Evolution Elite frame. Now, Jarek, let's talk a little bit about the difference in the rails on a rolling rail frame versus the hoop style frame.
So the hoop style frame, it's got square rails, and you'll see that the clips are actually have like kind of a star texture, I would explain. And that's so you can ratchet with the clips instead of the actual rail. And you'll see our front one here, it does have a star rail too for clipping on better to this front rail right here. But the other ones, yeah, they are a little bit different. They're square. These ones are round. You're going to roll under. And I love rolling frames. And specifically, this one has 3 rails, but honestly, I'll tell you, I love, and everyone at Grace Company, I don't really know anyone that doesn't love just floating their fabric, which is using your clips instead of using 3 rails.
Right.
So you're just attaching your back to this one, you're attaching it to the front one, you're rolling it on that one, you're rolling it on this back one, and then you're putting your top ones on. And this is that way, okay, you don't have to get down on the ground and baste anymore, which I know is a huge, something I hear from a lot of people is, oh man, I hate basting. Because yeah, like it sucks because you're like on the ground, you're trying to line everything up. It's like, no, let's stop doing that. Let's get a rolling frame. You attach it to this one. You do have to pin. Okay, I'll admit sometimes pinning can be a pain, but it's not as big of a pain as getting on the ground. I'll tell you that much right now. Okay, you can reach over and use a pin.
Now, I will say Jarek is still a young, spry spring chicken. So it is easier, if he's going to pin, get on the ground and baste his quilt. Much easier on his body than, mine, for instance, and I imagine so many other quilters. But it can be a chore. It is a process, of basting your quilt, getting ready to put everything on the frame itself. So the frame, let's talk about what the frame comes with, because I think that additionally, it, just emphasizes how great the frame really is.
Channel locks, okay, so if you want to do straight lines, if you're into modern quilting, all those modern quilts, they got those straight lines on there. Or if you're not a modern quilter and you like doing blocks, stitch in the ditch, if you just want to do something really easily, we don't have them, we do have one right here. So you can lock this down, and you can see that will prevent this from moving left and right, and you can move your machine forward and backwards still. And then once you unlock this, there's also one that comes for the machine, so you can lock that and go back and forth, straight. And then the leader cloths. And this one, I'll be honest, this one's a little bit hard to explain without having it here to show you, but your machine's on here, and you need to be able to stitch the very top of your quilt, so you need something that you can attach your fabric to so you can actually reach the top right here. Otherwise, you have to use a lot of extra batting, and that's kind of wasteful, and you're spending extra money on batting to be able to stitch right here. And back, and the whole thing, yeah. So yeah, that comes with this frame, and it comes with the bungee clamps, so if you're doing something that's smaller, that will keep extra, because you don't want it flapping on the sides. You get some clamps that hold it on the sides. So people always, they almost like interrogate me a little bit, and I can understand why, because we're just not used to trusting people, and we think that they're going to try to like force us to buy a whole ton of stuff on the back end. And that is true with we're not trying to force you, but that's true with some of the lower price things. We want to make that a lower price, but with these higher priced premium frames, it's like it comes with everything, okay? The guys, they say, Jarek, what else do I need? And I'm like, it comes with everything. They're like,
right.
Really? I'm like, no, it really does. And then I'll go through the list of them. It
I
comes
always
with
tell
everything.
people out of the box, your machine, your frame, you have what you need to begin quilting, free motion quilting right out of the box. So I love it. The cloth leaders, I love that they come with the Evolution series frames. So again, you'll attach your cloth leader to the rail. In the package, there's a Velcro strip. So again, you want to install that Velcro strip on your rail. Try to get it as straight as possible. On the cloth leader itself, there's an end which has the other side of the Velcro strip. So again, you're attaching the cloth leader directly to the frame. The cloth leader, how wide do you think those cloth leaders are? Maybe
they're
3-4 inches?
The top one is a little bit longer. I think it's like kind of like a foot almost,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, so what that allows you to do, just like Jarek was saying, is instead of your quilt top coming right up to the rail, your cloth leader is attached to the rail, and then you're going to pin your backing to the cloth leader. You'll be able to go ahead and roll that cloth leader onto the rail and be able to position the top of your quilt in a lower position versus right up against the rail. So it truly does give you edge-to-edge quilting. So
Yeah.
I love that, love that. All right, so the frame itself, again, it's that 3-rail system frame. You do have the option of adding an idler rail. That idler rail can also be used as a batting rail. So I love those options and accessories. Aside from the cloth leaders that this frame comes with, it also comes with a set of bungee clamps. So if your quilt is narrower than the width of the frame, you can use the bungee clamps to, in a sense, tighten, secure the ends of your quilt, bring them in tighter so they're not flapping or just kind of bouncing as the machine is quilting.
And personally, I use those even if it's like pretty much to the sides, just because it does give it some extra like stability.
Yes, yes, and it helps get that, that perfect fabric tension as you're quilting. All right, so with all of our frames, every frame, well, all frames but one that we've talked about, automation is compatible with all of the frames, aside from the mini quilter. So if you've ever thought about adding automation, and we'll be talking about automation tomorrow, but whether it's the Evolution Elite frame, Evolution hoop frame, Q-Zone hoop frame, Q-Zone queen frame. Now, wait a minute, Jarek. We haven't talked about the Q-Zone queen.
Yeah, we haven't. Why? Yeah, where is it?
Yeah,
it didn't fit.
We have very limited space here in our studio, but we do have an image of the Q-Zone queen frame. So as you can see, it's a rolling rail type frame. It has 2 rails versus the 3 rails that the Evolution Elite frame has. So what additional about this frame, Jarek?
I mean, it's like the perfect sort of starting rolling frame. Like if you're getting into a rolling frame, you don't have the extra budget like I mentioned. You know how I said you should still get started. This is an absolutely fantastic system. Way better than basting your quilt on the floor and trying to do a rodeo with it and through the throat of your small machine, trying to force. I mean, that just tires out my shoulders, tires out everyone's shoulders. It's just frustrating. So really, if you have the space and you have the budget, I mean, there's nothing better than that. Get a rolling frame. And it's got 2 rails, so you're always floating it. Doesn't have a 3rd rail, which I say, like all of us here, we got these 3 rail frames. Most of us just don't even use it.
Yeah,
don't ever use the 3rd rail. It's there if you want it. Some people,
but I know
they
a
like
lot
it.
of people that will use it with every quilt.
And that's why what we talked about before. It's like whatever works best for you. This is your product. This is your hobby. You do what you want to do. We give you the options it's your option.
Right, right. So with the Q-Zone Queen frame, that particular frame, as it's sold, is a queen frame. So it's an 8-foot frame. You can quilt up to that queen size quilt with the frame. Earlier, was it not earlier this year, but last year, so what, maybe about mid-year, we introduced a 2-foot extension for the Q-Zone Queen frame. So then your 8-foot frame, you could now turn it into a 10-foot frame with the ability to quilt up to king-size quilts. Now the Q-Zone Queen frame, people have asked, why do you have, 2 different rolling rail type frames, or why do you have different hoop style frames? And the best answer is we have a frame, we have a machine, or a combination of both that will fit in anybody's budget, depending upon where they are in their quilting journey. So where the Evolution Elite frames, again, are the top of the line frames, the Q-Zone Hoop or the Q-Zone Queen, they're phenomenal options, to select for a frame as well. So again, it doesn't, either way, you can complete your quilts faster and easier. And again, it's a lot to do with personal preference, what your budget is, what your space is. But again, either option, great options to be able to finish your quilts faster and easier.
That's something else I love too. It's like, since there's so many options, okay, I think it can be overwhelming. I know a lot of people see our price sheet and they're just like, whoa, there's like so many things going on here. And that's why we want to be here to specifically help answer any questions. And that's why it starts with where you're coming from, what you would like. But I think it brings in like a wide variety of quilters. And so you can always find someone who has had this frame or had that frame. And I love how you say quilting journey, because it really is a quilting journey. You're starting out with your domestic machine. Most people start out with the domestic machine. They start doing some bigger quilts. They're like, okay, I need to quilt this. I'm going to send it out to my quilter. I need to find someone who's going to quilt this for me. How do I do that? And then so you start quilting, and then you're like, okay, well now I want more throat space because I'm doing more projects. I'm spending more time on this. So we're the Grace Company, that's what we're here for. We're here to help the home-based quilters, even professional quilters, but mostly the home-based quilters, because you got to be a home-based quilter before you turn into like a professional quilter, right? We're here for everyone along the entire journey. You don't have to go spend the price of a car to get into quilting.
Right.
Right? So you can quilt your own top, you can complete it yourself in your space, your size. So don't let the options overwhelm you. I mean, it's not going to stop overwhelming you by me just saying, hey, stop letting it overwhelm you. So give Sewing Machines Plus a call. Tell them what space you have, and they'll definitely be educated and helping you find what's best for you.
Yes, yes. So, and again, a lot of it's going to boil down to what machine you have or what machine you want, how much space you have, what your budget is. And again, you can start simple. If you already have a domestic machine, maybe start with a smaller type frame. See if quilting is something you're going to absolutely love before making a huge investment in something so big. And who knows, you might not like quilting. But for those of us that have caught the quilting bug,
it's contagious.
It is contagious. It is. But it's phenomenal.
It is. It's great.
It is. So it's relaxing, it's fun, it's challenging.
It's like imagine if you got sick and instead of like being sick, you just like, we're happier. That's like what quilting is like. It's just like, you get into it, and quilters, they're buying the extra fabric. Quilters, they say they're bad influences on each other, but really they're good influences because they're encouraging each other to have like a good time and to take care of themselves. So
yes. So again, regardless where you are in your quilting journey, SMP can help find the best tools for you. And again, whether that includes a machine and a frame and automation, or just one of those elements, They are there for you to answer all of your questions and really help you get set up with the right tools for the job. So I can't think of anything that we've missed.
No, just think about all those quilt tops that you have sitting around right now, because I know a lot of you do have them, because I talked to a lot of quilters. Spoken to maybe some of I've had people say like, oh, I recognize you, Jarek. So I know you guys, I know you got quilt tops, okay? And so think about those quilt tops, think about how you're planning to get them done. You know, it's probably nagging on you. It nags at me, you know, when I have something, it's kind of like an outstanding, it's like almost like I got like an outstanding invoice. It's like, I gotta get that done. This is uncomfortable. I need to finish that. So get those finished, have some more peace of mind, finish those quilts, because they're like, it's nice once you finish them and you have that, you're like, I made this.
Yes.
Do you get that feeling like when I'm like, wow, like this is cool. And it's even cooler when you can give it to someone else too if it's a gift.
Yes.
So.
But you know what? When every time I go to shows and I see all the quilts on display, and then I think about you know, the couple of quilts that I have at home that I've done, and I'm like, I am not as talented as other people out here. So, you know, there's so much talent, people doing what they love, and we're just here to help encourage it. So let's go ahead and go back to Blaine.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Great job. And let me tell them how they can get some of these Grace products, okay?
All right, awesome. And again, just a reminder on that Q-Zone hoop frame. It just introduced very recently for this month. The Q-Zone hoop frame is coming with a free 5-foot light bar. So
awesome.
We're excited about that.
Love the light bar.
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much, Blaine. Have a good one.
All right. Thank y'all. All right, everybody. Grace, what can you say about that? They have a full line of quilting machines, frames, and as you heard Melinda say about the light bar on that Q-Zone hoop frame, get that light bar. But anything that you want, if you're thinking about a frame upgrade on your current Grace, if you're thinking about trying to quilt with your domestic machine and you need a frame, the Cutie Breeze or the Hoop Zone frame, that machine will fit right on there. And the other thing, if you want some robotics, they also have robotics. But any of that Grace product, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Tell them your situation. Our team are very knowledgeable about these products, and they can help work through and get you the right product, the right machine, right frame, and combination, whatever you need, they can help you with it. So give them a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, that concludes our show for today. The only thing we got left to do is do some giveaways. And the only thing left we got to do to give away, Kyle, is we got a machine to give away. And jumping ahead of us are the fourth finalists for today. So we're going to give a sewing machine away right now. We're going to give that Sew and Go away. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Sandra Shock. So congratulations, Sandra. She's watching today from Facebook. You just won yourself a Sew and Go Bernina or Burnett machine made by Bernina. So congratulations. And Sandra, to claim that prize, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and we'll get your machine shipped right out to you. Okay, so is everybody ready for us to draw our fourth finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway? Now, this thing is worth $25,000. You see all the product right there in front of you. Great lineup of machines. And this should really help complete your studio. And so one of you lucky viewers are going to win this. And so let's draw for our fourth finalist. Andrew, spin that wheel.
Gotcha.
Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Carla Gill. Congratulations, Carla. She is watching today from YouTube. So, Carla, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information. Tell us you're the winner. today for the fourth Dream Studio finalists.
Yes.
And we'll get you entered in on Friday, tomorrow. So what's going to happen tomorrow? We will draw the 5th finalist tomorrow. We'll get all 5 names. We're going to write them down. We're going to throw them in a hat, and I'm going to draw them out right here live on air for you, so you can see the winner first hand. And so, man, it's going to be pretty exciting. Can't wait. We're also going to announce our winners for the quilt contest. And tomorrow I'm solo. Don't have Jane here, but hey, hopefully y'all can put up with me for the whole day. And but anyway, hope that y'all enjoyed the show today. Make sure y'all come tomorrow. We're going to start the stream again at 7:45 a.m. Pacific time, 9:45 Central. Look forward to seeing everybody then. Y'all have a great night. We'll see you first thing in the morning.